Day one in Austria was epic, wasn't it? We saw the highest ever amount of runs off a last over to win a match. That was crazy last night, but I think we're going to see some high scoring today. The field's had a haircut too, but it's great to be here once again at the Sabahn Cricket Ground. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Austria, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Good morning to all of our Austrian viewers as well. Welcome to the Sabahn Cricket Ground here in Lower Austria. Great to have your company. ECS action was back yesterday. I was travelling, but I tell you what, the balls were travelling as well. How about that last over last night? Cricketers CC take 26 off the last 5 balls of match 5 for the win. So look, we're going to see some more teams today, and we are going to have another 5 T10 matches. So really looking forward to it. And well, I just think with this ground getting a haircut right now, I think it's going to be even faster. So we are going to start the day with match number 6, and this should be a really good one. Austrian Cricket Tigers taking on Vienna Eagles. So the first time we get to have a look at the Eagles on ECN. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters, he's the TR for this tournament, and he's got the 2 captains for that coin toss.
Vienna Eagles to call. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a hit.
So the news from the toss is that the Eagles have won the toss, and their captain Karanbir Singh has elected to bat first. So I think we'll probably see the captain out there opening up, probably with Kumud Jar. I think they really do need to get the Eagles off to a good start. And because they're probably a little bit less experienced in this format, I suppose they do play some T10 cricket in Austria, but I suppose there's nothing quite like ECN cricket. I think the importance of a good start, good power play will be, can't be underestimated. Against an Austrian Cricket Tigers team that we know pretty well. They were the ECL team for Austria in 2022. They've got a lot of talent in there. They're captained by Aqib Iqbal in this series, but they still have Ahsan Yusuf, their former captain, who's a really useful opening batter and left-arm spinner, and he kind of dominated with the ball back in the ECL 22 at the Cardamom Oval. Also, they've got someone like Big Mirza Hassan in the middle order. They've got Umar Tariq. He's the only player to ever take 2 hat-tricks in one innings, and he did that playing for the Austrian national team earlier this year in Malta. So, look, I think it's going to be a real tough task for the Eagles against the ACT team. But as we saw yesterday, it's going to be unpredictable, this series. And, look, all the players here, I think they're pretty comfortable hitting sixes. And that's really what this form of the game is all about. Let's talk about the weather today. Plenty of sunshine. It's a beautiful setting here in Sabahn. And we're expecting maximum temperature about 17, 18 degrees, currently about 12 to get it going. But, yeah, the wind is always a factor here. And we saw the Grizzly balls flying yesterday, didn't we? So I suppose who can harness the wind, maybe adapt their shot selection accordingly, might have a bit of an advantage today. Well, I've really enjoyed listening to Rico Full again, like everyone else yesterday, as I was travelling from Milan, but I'm right here and I'll be over in the commentary box in a second. Rico, news from the toss in match number 6 is that it's the Eagles. They've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for a really exciting day. Day 2 starts pretty soon.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy back in the house and back in Austria, and looking forward to an exciting 5 matches today on day 2. Let's have a quick recap of what we saw yesterday and what a day it was. As Vinny said first up, it was Snazzy that were taking on Cricket at CC, and well, 81 is what they put on. It's the first time they were playing in the European Cricket Series. To cricketers, we saw them back in 2021. Well, they came back with a bang. Well, their captain did. Bilal Zalmai made 67 not out, playing the match performance, giving them that victory with 24 balls to go. And, well, Snazzy, nothing really was going their way, was it? Because in the second match against the Austrian Daredevils, once again, batting first and opting to bat first, they struggled. 79 they put on the board. There was some very good bowling from Tariq Ahmadzai, and it was Tariq Ahmadzai of the Austrian Daredevils who was playing the match, because not only did he take those 2 wickets, but 53 not out of 20 deliveries earned him that right, and he got a victory for the Daredevils with 15 balls to go. So it was a good start for a team that were making the debut. And then a team that we know all about, Vienna CC against Cricketer CC. This was promising to be an exciting match. And wasn't it an exciting match indeed? Vienna CC 126 for 5 with Abdullah Akbarjan making 40 not out. But it wasn't enough because Basirs Khan, the player of the match performance, when he put 39 on the board of 16 deliveries for Cricketer CC, got them the victory. And it was an amazing one because the 9th over, when it looked like it was going Vienna's way, the 9th over went for 27. Then there was also 5 penalty runs, and with that, that was it. The match was done and dusted with 6 balls to go. Vienna CC then took on the Austrian Daredevils. They were looking to bounce back strong, the home side. Once again, Abdullah Akbarjan, 46 not out of 22. Helped them to a score of 90. That was an important not because it was enough. Austrian Daredevils only got to 70, and it was Abdullah Akbarjan who took 2 for 14 as well and got him the player of the match performance. Vienna CC finally getting the win they were searching for, winning that one by 20 runs. And then, of course, there was the match that Vinny was talking about. Match number 5 will be talked about for a long time. The Austrian Daredevils putting 103 on the board. It looked like it was going to be a close match. Cricketer CC, well, they were out of it. They were done and dusted, you would have thought. And then, well, the last over, needing 26, and Waka Zalmai, well, he went to town. It was a dot. Then 6, 6, yeah, 6, yeah, another 6, and then 2 required at the last, and they got him. And, well, that sparked some jubilant scenes as Cricketer CC, well, they went the day without losing a match, and that's why they are sitting pretty at the top of the standings there with Vienna CC and Austrian Daredevils just picking up that 1 win apiece. So now it's time to see a new team, Vienna Eagles. Good luck to them on debut here at the European Cricket Network up against the Austrian Cricket Tigers, a team that we know all about on the European Cricket Network. Remember that we saw them also playing in the European Cricket League last year. They're a good team, full of good players, quality players. So this is going to be a tough introduction for the Eagles, but you saw there that they did win the toss and elected to have a bat first. I'm expecting to see their captain, Karambir Singh, right up there at the top of the order. Maybe someone like Kumar Jha is going to be a key player for them as well, but he'll be relying on a score of around about 110, I think, first thing up in the morning. One thing that I can tell you, and you saw that on the introduction, that the grass has been cut today. The weather stayed good yesterday, and you can have a look. It's had a haircut. It looks pretty good this morning, and I reckon we're going to see a few more runs. So if we saw plenty yesterday, now a lot of them were aerial. I think today along the deck, the ball is going to run pretty quickly along there as well. A very good morning to everybody on the chat. A lot of people are on there already. Hello to Matthew Hodson and also Nick Devonshire. Nick, good morning to you as well. And Rob Thompson, it's nice to have you in the chat as well. He's saying a very good morning to Vinny Sandhu. Also, let's say good morning to our umpires. The Rajwinder is out there with Darwinder, and umpire Praveen is on third umpire duties. Of course, the umpires led by Tyrone Peters. Loving that shot there with the banner in the background. And we're getting ready to rumble in this one. And looks like the first over will be bowled by Aqib Iqbal. Aqib Iqbal, lovely young man. I've known him for about 3 years now. He's here. He's never out of place. I had the privilege of being allowed to touch it this morning. I tell you what, it was razor sharp. There he is, looking the business, isn't he? And he's a very good young talented player. Plays for the Austrian national team as well. And he's going to be bowling the first delivery, and it will be Karambir Singh to face the first ball. And here we go. The battle of bat versus ball. First delivery. And it's a good one. Oh, well, does this carry? I think it does, you know. I think this is an opportunity. It was a spicy one. It was a good job it didn't go to that man as well. But anyway, look, this was spicy. It goes quickly. It does carry. And I don't think it gets him on his hands. I think it smacks him on his knee. And, well, that might have been Ashan Yusuf, who we do know does normally, or has in the past, captained the side. Just handing over the reins, I suppose, to the youngster, Aqib Iqbal, the captain. And he was unlucky there. Karambir Singh, he could have been gone first ball. Yeah, well, spicy chance. Now we get a chance to see Kumar Jha. plays this well. Goes as far as the man at mid-off. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sassri akal. One very good morning to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. It's a beautiful morning. It really is. The sun is shining. It's not as chilly as yesterday. So this one gets played away, and the fielder just takes a little bit of a Tortuga bounce, I think this. See the fielder just going one way and then just, I think, hits the deck and just deviates. But will just be a single. It's being backed up there by the man at mid-wicket. Just have a quick look at this field. So 2 men back. They obviously have done their homework on Karanbir Singh because square leg and mid-wicket back on the boundary. Digs this one out. They think about the single, but a swarm of red of the Austrian Tigers close in on the ball. Don't allow the single. Yeah, beautiful day. The sun is shining. And the scenery around this ground, I know I was harping on about this yesterday, but it just takes your breath away. As Iqbal comes in again, shorter delivery, and asking the question, he's gone. And gets a little bit on this, and no mistake from Ahmed Chaudhry, the wicketkeeper. So the catch has been taken. And the trap was set. I think they obviously know about Karanbir Singh, that he likes to play on the leg side. Bangs this one in short. Karanbir goes for it. And gets a little bit of an edge. Yeah, gets the edge. You can see the guilty look from the batter. He's looking behind. He's hoping that the umpire hasn't noticed it. And the umpire, well, he hears the appeal and puts the finger up. And the captain, Karanbir, will have to go. And goes with just the one on the board. So Iqbal getting the breakthrough. So the battle of the 2 captains. It's the bowling team captain, Aqib Iqbal, that gets the first wicket. The first wicket for his team in this European Cricket Series. And, well, unfortunately for the captain of the Vienna Eagles, he's the first wicket to fall in their start to a European Cricket Series campaign. This one always doesn't know too much about this. The chase is on. Under, Iba, and that's the difference. When you get a haircut, the ball goes a lot quicker. And that one yesterday would not have gone to the boundary. It would have just slowed up. So once again, I highlight the fact that we're going to see a lot more runs today. You can see a good shot of that there. Thank you very much to Elsa, part of Spring Productions, and Gunners, who's up there in the tower, and Karina, our team from Spring Productions. Yeah, nice shot of the ground. You can see he's had a cut. I know 1 or 2 people yesterday in the chat were asking about the ground, whether the grass was a little bit too long, and I do remember saying that because of the weather, the cut it was due was overdue, but it was cut early this morning, and you see there a good example of how quickly the ball goes. That was really just a defensive push, goes to the boundary. 6 for 1 at the end of the first. A good over from Aqib. Hussain is the new batter that came out and got that boundary. Slower delivery, has been hit high, and it will be 4 runs. A great effort from Aqib, and even after that, he's here. Miraculously stays in place, but that's 4 runs. And it doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. It's quite at the bottom, but it's a good shot to play in the power play. Gets plenty of it, and there's Aqib there. Just tries to flick it back. And that's the little rock and roll. It gets up with hair perfectly in place, just like me in the morning. Asif, the bowler. It's nicely played, nicely timed shot. Won't they be looking for 2? No, they won't. It's a good pick up and throw. Gentle breeze playing across the ground. Forecast, as you heard from Vinny today, is good. It's going to be more sunshine than cloud. Hopefully it stays that way. This is hit, but to the fielder, and he puts it down. Oh, there's another one that goes down. Now, that's a real surprise. Because, I mean, that man out there, he's a very, very good fielder. Umir Tariq, well, we know all about him. And what he can do with the ball, of course, he's the only man that I know that's taken 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. But he puts that catch down. That's a big opportunity. Hussain dropped on 4. one will be a wide. It's a genuine leave. Nice take there behind the stance by Umar Chowdhury. Just losing his line slightly there. Let's see once more. That's well struck, and it beats the fielder, and will go to the boundary 4 runs. I think there's even a touch on this, you know. It's a splendid effort. This one's been hit hard, and there's the dive. A bit of fingertips to it, but still, though Aqib chases it, can't stop it. 4 more once again. Another example of a ball racing to the boundary, which yesterday probably wouldn't have done so. A good clean hit by Kamujah. Now he just plays this out onto the onside. Quite happy just to take a single. Tukir Asif. Bunny with a good bit of pace. Slower delivery, and he does him hook, line, and sinker right on the money. Jaga there, football style, and the stump's blown over of Mohammed Hussain. So that drop catch from Umar Tariq on the boundary, well, that won't hurt so much because he doesn't add any more after that. Very good bowling, just takes all the pace off it, just rolls the fingers around it, and he gets it right on the money. Knocks over the middle stumps, Jaga there, football style. And that is the end of Hussain, and was lucky, wasn't he? He was lucky with the boundary you've got off Iqbal, with just a sort of defensive block which ran all the way down to the fine leg boundary, and he got dropped, and then he has his stumps knocked over. Fine bit of bowling from Tukir Asif. Hussain, 1 boundary for 4. Goes for 5 off 3 deliveries. Bowled beautifully by Hussain. Takes us to the end of 2 overs as well, so 18 for 2. Vienna Eagles, remember, team on debut. I think it was a brave move for them to win the toss and bat first. I like it. The captain making a positive stance, saying, well, look, you know, it's a nice day. It's a good day that we should have a bat. It makes sense to. Aqib gets an edge, and it flies away to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. Fortune does favour the brave. And Kamujah, he gets another boundary. This one goes like a bullet. No chance for the keeper. It's over his head and flies to that boundary in rapid pace. The Aqib just goes for a slightly shorter delivery. This time around, it's the batter that makes the most out of it. Now he goes for that Yorker, and oh well, this is not a good bit of work behind the stumps there from Ahmed Chowdhury. I think it may have been a slightly slower one, but Chowdhury gets this all wrong. His positioning is wrong, and in fact, this is pretty close to the helmet. In fact, he gets a little bit onto that. Otherwise, I think he would have gone on and clocked the helmet. So that's 4 byes. And just like that, the acceleration that they'll be wanting in the power play starts. So 4 off the bat and the edge. 4 in byes. There you go. It's another. It's a short delivery again. And this time he tries to be defensive. You see, it's better to be brave. The first ball, when he swings wild at the short one, he gets an edge and it races to the boundary. Aqib then goes for the shorter delivery again. This time the batter a little bit more defensive, gets an edge on it, and no mistakes from Chowdhury. And that's a fine bit of bowling though. I always remember, all my coaches saying, if you're going to bowl short, then it's got to be right at the batter, right at him. Don't give him room. And there's no room here at all for the batter to play anything on it. That's a big wicket. So Kamujah, he'll go for 15. And in the power play, lost another wicket, 3 wickets down now as a new batter will have to come in and join Kazim Saeed, who himself is yet to face a ball. So the experienced Austrian cricket Tigers are getting through the top order pretty quickly. It gives us a chance to see the depth that the Vienna Eagles have. As it is another Hussain that comes out in the middle and he gets another short one. I'm just wondering, yeah, that one does get called as one for the over. It's going for the short ball approach here as Aqib Iqbal. So Naveed Hussain is the new batter. This one is the slightly fuller one, but it just gets the area slightly wrong on those ones. But this one, at least, has been well dealt with by Chaudhry. Doesn't let this one go through. Get the feeling that Chaudhry at the moment is just finding it a bit difficult to find where he wants to be. I think he knows that keep the shorter balls are coming through pretty quick. So he's standing where he is and that works fine. But with the ones he pitches up, they're not quite carrying through to him. So just having a few issues in where he wants to be standing to those deliveries. Just a slight delay here. Looks like we're just waiting for some of the scores to update. It gives the batters an opportunity to have a little chat with each other. Well, it looks like we're ready to go again. It's up in the air, chance and taken. It's another. So the 4th wicket goes down and Aqib Iqbal, the last ball of his spell, takes his 3rd, 3 for 10. A fine bit of bowling. And Naveed Hussain will go without scoring. And, his eyes light up. He wants to go for the shot. He's looking to hit it over the top of those fielders in the cover area. But he's not able to do so. And we can say good morning to Derek the Duck. Good morning, Derek. Hope you're well. And Derek welcomes Naveed Hussain back into the dugout. The 3-ball duck for him. Not the best of starts for his European Cricket Series campaign, but it's a good start. It's a good return to European cricket for the powerful Austrian Cricket Tigers. 26 for 4. The end of the power play. And probably would be a good time for a bit of spin here normally. They've got plenty of options. And one man that always makes things happen is Hassan Yusuf. Very intelligent spin bowler. Doesn't look like the game with spin straight away though here. It looks like Adil Tariq. And looks like he could get a wicket with his very first delivery, and he will. You're not going to drop this one. And, well, there's a big man himself. They're looking forward to seeing him with the bat. This one, he swings hard at it, just guides it up in the air. And Mirza Hassan makes no mistakes. Once he takes a catch, he indicates that it wasn't that easy because there was a bit of sun in the air. But he takes it. It's another batter that has to go. And, well, it's another duck. Because, well, Kazim is going to join Naveed without scoring. And, well, Kazim Saeed, it works for him. Looks like he's going to go first ball. So, Derek, over to you. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. What I do like about it is the batters are going out there. It's a positive mindset. They're looking to score runs. Look at the score runs quickly. Adil Tariq. A wicket of his very first ball. Now we got, again, 2 new batters out there. Haven't faced the ball, and it's going to be Lal, who's going to be getting ready to face his first delivery in the European Cricket Series. Well, he wants to get off the mark straight away. He hits and goes. He takes on Akib Iqbal and he wins the race. Deepak Lal does get off the mark. Now it's over to Nandeep. Sugi. The wind just picks up. It's every so often we get a gust. It just blows a few things all over the place. Sugi works this onto the onside. Two batters look like looking to rebuild, just probably saying to each other, well, let's not worry about the big shots at the moment. Let's just try and stay here for a bit and get a partnership going. Probably realising that it's probably not too much in the terms of recognised batters to come now. So probably important phase of the innings for the Eagles. This one is a bit of an inside edge, but fine leg is back. Does his job, just keeps it to 1. Shorter. Outside the off. Plays and misses. Very tidy, as you'd expect the Austrian Cricket Tigers to be. Just the 1 wide in the innings early on in the first over. And those 4 byes that went through Chowdhury. Whips this away onto the onside. So looking to get the ball into those gaps. I just wonder if Iqbal may be tempted just to bring the mid-wicket in to the 30-yard circle to start with, just to apply a little bit of pressure on the batters, not to allow them to take those easy singles. But singles are not hurting them at the moment. 4 overs down, it is 30 for 4. Just a 4 coming off that one from Adil Tariq. 1 for 4 from him, but pick of the bowler so far, of course, Akib Iqbal, the captain. 3 for 10. And right on cue, it is time for a little bit of spin. And it's a good time for something like Ashan Yusuf to come on to bowl. It's the one thing that I remember that the Tigers did so well last year. Once they used the pace bowlers early on, then Yusuf would come on and clean up. This just gets once again nudged away. So once again, looks like they're pretty happy, these two, Alal and Sogi, just to take the singles for now and get the rebuilding work happening. Yusuf, nice areas from him. What I remember about Ashan Yusuf is his Yorker delivery. It's a quicker one, and it got so many scalps last time round. That's where he can be dangerous. This one's just a little bit shorter, but he's hit straight enough. And the umpire, a little shake of the head. Let's have a look at this again. The height probably seems okay. The umpire obviously judging this one, perhaps just going down the leg side. He goes for the similar delivery again. This time just gets worked around the corner. Get the single. I've seen so many of these left arm round the wicket bowlers pick up wickets on the network. This one gets played away into a bit of space. Takes the score to 34, so approaching the halfway point. And looking forward once again to welcoming the man himself, Vinny Sandhu, into our box. And I'm sure he's been appreciating the beauty surrounding this ground. This one gets played into the deck. So now, without further ado, it's time to introduce the legend himself, Mr. Maximo, all the way from Milan.
That's right. Hello to everyone. Well, that's a picture of me, but if you want to see the real thing, I'm right here. Hello, everyone. Morning, Rico. How are you?
You good? Good to see you.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Such a beautiful place. I mean, I actually was a bit jealous yesterday. Look at this background. I don't remember so many grounds with such an ambience about it. Not so serene on the field, though, at the moment. I mean, ACT doing a bit of a number on the Eagles on ECN debut. But good morning to everyone. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you stay with us because we had some great action yesterday from here in Vienna. And I think we're going to see much the same today already. Derek's had a bit of a workout this morning, hasn't he? Anyway.
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah, well, the reason you don't probably remember this background so much is, remember, it was 3 feet of sweet corn last time we were here.
True. As we'll see what I think is going to be a no ball.
Yeah, I think this is pretty high, Vinny. The 2 umpires are.
Yeah,
they've called it straight away. Good work. Good teamwork between Rajinder and Darwinder out there.
It's a pretty easy one, to be honest. So free hit coming up as this is a deal Tariq coming on to bowl. But when I was here 2 years ago, it was pretty much like this. So I have seen it like this before. That's one of the beauties of the agricultural nature of this ground is it does change during the year. But yeah, pretty good, pretty windy, just like I remember as well.
Yeah.
And you said this is a light breeze. It's a light breeze for Austria. Anyone else would call it heavy. Anyway, here's a free hit, which is just knocked out to deep point for 1. Did notice the ground did get mowed this morning, so I think it will be a bit quick. I think we're seeing a bit of that already, although the only issue is the Vienna Eagles having a few problems getting these ACT bowlers away. As you'd imagine, as ACT very experienced in this form of the game. Of course they are, former ECL representatives for Austria.
Tariq, it's well bowled, right up there. Once again, these two just trying to do some repair work. The thing is, it's all ticky-taka at the moment, isn't it? And, well, what sort of score can they end up with at the moment? To carry on at this rate, maybe they can get into the 70s. So a little bit similar to another team that made the debut yesterday, Snazzy. Just not able to get the balls away against a tightly knit unit like the Austrian Cricket Tigers.
Snazzy, one of the coolest team names we've ever had, I think.
Oh, there's a camera that's just appeared. Is that a camera gone?
Does it feel like
hold on to it.
Watching a police chase. This is one of the areas. It was Claire Kailash 2 years ago that he hit the main camera. So, yeah, not the one you see. Yeah, this camera you're watching right now. Oh, well, this isn't hit. This has hit the stumps, and Tariq was shooting to kill earlier. Now he's shooting for the wickets, and he gets them. And now Vienna Eagles have lost a 6-wicket, 39 for 6.
Yeah, Deepak Lal, he'll go. He was going at run a ball pace, wasn't he? But this one was too hot and spicy for him to handle. And look at the movement on that as well. He gets a little bit wider. That's Adil Tariq. He angles this in. He darts it into the middle stump. The stumps go over. And Lal, well, his resistance has been broken.
Just have a look at where this bounces. It bounces right between the batter's feet. Just have a look at this. We'll slow it down a little bit. Look where it bounces. Bang. Right between his feet. And that's the genuine Yorker. And you can see that batter couldn't deal with it. So 39 for 6. Yeah, so I remember Claire Kailash hit the main camera. And the camera started, it had a kind of out-of-life experience where it started zooming in by itself. It was...
You know, Gunners, he can hear us. He's right there. Now you've said that, he's going to be even more worried. He'll want a helmet.
Well, Gunners, don't worry. We're talking about the camera that's above your head.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's beanie time. You said it's a bit windy. Well, the new batter, Surah, is taking no chances. He's got the beanie on.
Yeah, I'm liking his approach as well.
And, well, he plays this one pretty well. Would have been a wide. And he gets 4 because there's an error from the fielder. And that is Michael Subban.
Well, I was just about to say what a great field position. So I'm going to go 10 points for the field positioning, 0 points for the fielding. And Subban saying, how did I miss that? Just, needed to get behind it. Went straight through his legs. And I don't think Adil Tariq is too impressed about it. Having said that, it was a little bit leg stumpish in the first place. But Vienna Eagles catch a break.
Yeah, well, that's a nice start for Suruya.
I do have my beanie and my scarf in my bag, and I think it'll be coming out pretty shortly.
He goes for a similar delivery, and it's the same man doing the
yeah.
fielding. Now, this is where, if there was a load of people behind him in the crowd, they would have all cheered and given him all sorts of...
I like gives himself a bit of a clap as well.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, so he deserves it.
Well, that's the one before.
There's the first one, and there's the second one. There you go. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again as you get to the end of the 6th over, and it's 44 for 6. Yes. How was your first day? I was watching, and I missed kind of middle of the day. I had to catch up on that because I was on the plane, but I did get to Vienna in time for the last innings of the day, which was something quite crazy. The most runs we've ever seen come off the last over to win a cricket match.
Yeah, it was just unreal. I mean, I made reference to the fact before that over was bowled that it's not completely impossible, because we did see an over go for 27 in the day against Vienna CC, when Vienna CC lost the match that they had total control of over, and over Cricketer CC.
The 29-run over where it was fine for the first 4 balls, and then went completely wrong.
But of course, the other thing was, because the over itself took so long, we're talking about the Vienna and Cricketer CC one, where it took so long and 27 came off it, that then you had the 5 penalties.
Yeah, so you add that on.
So it was actually an over that went for 32 in hindsight, and they lost the game as a result of that.
Yeah, it was a crazy finish to the day, and it kind of shows you that my point of no return is only 99% effective.
Yeah,
I think it did get up to about 31.5. I mean, that's
you
less than over to go.
were at one point in the chat, and I do might say, well, we've had Vinny Sandy on the chat. At that point, the rate was 19 required per over, and I did turn around and say, well, Vinny Sandy on the chat, he would now be saying there's the point of no return. So we're going to have to modify that.
99% of the time effective is pretty good.
Oh, he's in trouble, and he's going to be gone. And that's not the way to do it. And Suraj, well, he started with a fortuitous boundary, but nothing here. I mean, he's running into trouble. There's not a single here. He leaves, he wants it, and then he gets sent back, and he doesn't make it back. Yusuf knocks him off. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, try and work out where it all went wrong here. So he's backing up and he's looking for this single, and it was pretty much straight to the fielder. And he's just overcommitted there, Asuri, at the non-striker's end. But ACT, they're a pretty professional outfit, aren't they? They just do the little things well. There was no real stress there. Sometimes you'd see fielders panic and throw at the stumps. He knew he just had to throw it kind of 3/4 pace to the bowler, who, being a spinner, he doesn't have too much work to do to turn around and get back to the stumps. He doesn't have a huge follow through. So, Eagles, a bit of a rough one so far, 45 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, that was straight to Adil Tariq, and you could see that the non-striker, Suraya, really didn't even look where it was going. He just started going, so he's only got himself to blame.
Sogu that hit the ball didn't really take off for it. It'll give him a false impression that he was going to run. But anyway, it's looking a little bit rough on debut, but I mean, it's a learning experience as well, isn't it? I mean, it's great in Austria that we've got 11 teams this time around. It's the biggest European cricket series we've ever had here. So there's been more matches, more teams. I think that's certainly, we'll see all teams improving over the couple of weeks.
Bit of a genuine lead there from Miguel. What about you? How was Milan?
That was brilliant, of course. I was going to say, in my book, I think this is a wide, because I don't think it comes back inside the line. It goes straight over the line, but I think the umpire didn't get a great look at it. Hassan Yusuf just kind of acting like a human blindfold there, the umpire. But anyway, no, Milan was awesome. I went to a couple of new restaurants as well while I was there. Had a bit of a carbonara binge at times as well. Some handmade tortelloni.
Well, you must have been good because your trousers are still fitting. So
just it's 46 for 7 after 7. Well, I've come from Milan, but let's see where we're going next. I know that obviously we're here together in Austria. I'm going to sit the Bulgaria one out, and you'll have Charlie Hunt, who's been doing some really good things for us lately, just off the Jib series, of course. But Charlie and Rico will take through Bulgaria. Really exciting series there. It's going to include Istanbul KSK from Turkey as well as one of the teams. Yeah. So that's going to be brilliant. And then we'll be in Stockholm for ECS Sweden. And you know who I've got? I know you that's your 2 weeks off. I've got Andrew Ryan to join me in Sweden. And plenty more cricket coming up after that. We got Romania, I think, after that, and Hungary, then Czech Republic, Switzerland, then we go Germany for a couple of series, then I think Rome, and then moving on for the ECC. So rocking through the summer here on ECN as we get back to Umar Tariq. And here's a guy, he took 2 hat-tricks in an innings last time we saw him on ECN. That was in the Malta, Austria best of 7 ECI series earlier in the year. Took 6 for 22 in that game. I was isolating his best 6 balls and worst 6 balls. His best 6 balls was an over that took 6 for none. His worst 6 balls were none for 22.
Yeah.
So he kind of bowled a perfect over and a magical over in his 2 overs, essentially. But, let's see what he can do here. It's a good death bowling option.
Some wild swinging at the moment here from Sugi. I suppose he's decided that he's got to try and get some sort of score on the board. I was saying that they were at around about on pace to get something in the score of around the 70s, but at the moment looks like they may even struggle with that. But of course, the other thing he'd be worried about is the number of wickets. Only 3 in hand now. Oh, he slips here. So he's gone all over the place. What's happening? Is he going to get there? He is amazingly going to get there because this is synchronized slipping. You won't see it all together. First of all, watch the fielder. The fielder goes down, and while he's going down, the batter is on the floor eating grass. And watch, he just, you know when you go, have you ever done stump running? That is stump running when you go down.
It's synchronized slipping, you called it. It was both trip on a worm in the same play. It was almost like a sympathy slip, wasn't it? And the 2 slips cancelled out.
The batter is thinking, Sugi there, I've gone for all money. He don't know what's happening with the field. He said, I'm out, I've had it. And he can't believe it. He picks himself up, he gets there, he makes it in.
Well done to Vienna Eagles, who do reach the 50 mark. Let's see what they can gather in the last 2.5 overs, if they can indeed bat them out. Yeah, so I don't think I've seen that often. We saw some pretty crazy things. I mean, Gibraltar, we saw a bat ejection where the batter tried to whack the ball, lost control of the bat landed in the outfield, and then the ball was inside edge for 4.
Yep.
I don't know which one went further. And then we had some pretty interesting moments in Milan as well. But yeah, we had a great series there. Here's Omar Kell trying to get his first run. This will be a no ball off the pitch, I think.
Yeah, it's been called straight away.
The wind kind of throws everybody, including the bowlers. I think you would normally see Tariq missing by this much. That's an attempted slow ball, just goes wrong, kind of floats out, misses the surface. So free hit coming up. What a great opportunity for Omar Kell to get off the mark. So yeah, more about Milan in a second.
Goes straight, and as a result of that no field is in that position, and comes to throw. They're thinking about 2, still are. Tidied up by Ahmed Chowdhury behind it. Of course, you had the Fresh Tropical, the
Fresh Tropical,
there.
3 Milan series, 3 Fresh Tropical wins, and they did an absolute number on Brest CC in the final, keeping them to 55.
Yeah.
And there were no dramas. I was thinking it could be another low-scoring thriller like we had 2 years before that, where it was 2 teams in the 70s. There's another wide. But really 11 very competitive teams there. It was super congested in the middle of the table, so a lot of teams 5 and 5 out of their 10 games. Each team won at least 3 games. Each team lost at least 3 games. So, you know, different conditions there this year. I mean, when we were there last year, there was no grass. Yeah. It was a drought. There was water shortages. You couldn't water the field. The streak comes in.
Whipped away nicely. It's going to take some stopping, and it's not going to be stopped. So we do see a boundary. It's been a long time in coming. To finally get another one, and Sugi gets one away.
Definitely quick up today. You know, that one just keeps on rolling, doesn't it? And picks the gaps. That was all about the placement there. So 4 valuable runs. They're trying to put something together. I mean, this is the kind of score. It was actually pretty competitive in Milan if you could get into the 70s, because this time the grass was there, and it was quite a thick grass. Even when they cut it, it was pretty thick. Didn't roll that far. Sometimes it would hold a bit of moisture, especially in the morning.
Shot, and this one would go all the way. Bolle, Guinness on up. Well, Maximo, I was getting worried that I had Maximo in the house and no Maximo's in the innings, but we got one finally. I can take a sigh of relief.
That was a good one, actually, from Sogi. He's gone
up and over mid-on and over long on too. 63 for 7 after 8. There's a little bit of an uptick in that run rate. I mean, we had one fairly low-scoring game. I think it might have been Game 4 yesterday. It's Vienna CC eking out a win. But, yeah, here I feel like you need to be 100 minimum in that first innings. Yeah, so it was slightly different conditions in Milan, but, yeah, it was interesting to see, for example, infielders could be a bit more attacking. They could be closer to the bat to cut off singles because if the ball got hit past them, it wasn't necessarily 4. You know, they could chase it down 1. There were a few more 2s out there because of that. But we saw some teams really bogged down. We saw some epic collapses because of that. We saw Romania lose 5 wickets on 27 on the weekend. So we decided 27 is like their 87 in Australia or their 111 in England. And so, yeah, and then the next day, sure enough, they lost a wicket on 27 again. So that's a new tradition. They lost 6 for 1, in fact, in that collapse. We saw twin collapses last Sunday that ended up in a golden ball. So Cricket Stars lost 17 for 8 to tie the game. And that was after Trentino Quill lost 13 for 8 in the first innings. And that was a crazy one as well. So there were a few collapses around the place. This will take some stopping as well. In fact, it won't be stopped. So you're seeing it there again. I think we're going to see some higher scores today. Yeah. This is a really good fight back for the 8th wicket for Vienna Eagles.
It's good. I like it. And Sugi is leading the charge. And he's playing some really nice shots. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was saying that based on the way the conditions were and the ground was, that I was saying that I think it was a sort of a 110 sort of pass score. I think now with the grass being cut and we can see the ball really racing to the boundary, I think we're looking at 120 easy here.
We saw some big hitting, didn't we, last year when we were here in a 1-week series? One thing I really enjoy is watching the wicket keepers on this field as well. We saw Name last year throwing himself around. He wasn't the only one, but the ball really flies through here. There's some good pace in the pitch. And there's also some pacey bowlers in Austria.
Yeah.
Turkey trying to get on target. Yeah, so Milan was great. Danny Hudacek says hello, by the way. He's looking forward to meeting up with you pretty soon, actually.
Gone. And that's the danger, really. I think when Sugi's not on strike, Amakel has tried to give him some support, but this one is right on the money. Good comeback from Asif. He's lost his line a little bit. The wind doesn't help, actually. It's pretty difficult for a bowler when this wind is sort of blowing right across you. But no issues with this one. He goes wide and gets the ball to come in, and Amakel plays all around it. And once again, the stumps get knocked over.
Now you see that side on. Bounces right between his legs. They haven't always got it right this morning, ACT, but when they have, they've been good. It's not the first time we've seen the stumps knocked over by a good Yorker. So the good partnership comes to an end, though. But they came together with a score at 45 for 7, and were kind of like staring down the barrel at that stage. But they do put on 25 for that wicket. And look, even though Mikel 2 off 6 doesn't look that pretty, but I suppose what he did do, he didn't get out, and it allowed Slogan to kind of grab a couple of boundaries. So I think there's still a good partnership. 70, so I mean, with a bit of luck, let's say maybe he can get to 90 with a couple more big hits. Yeah, Surki, the batter, coming out number 10.
Yeah, danger is that Sugi's at the non-striker's end, and he needs to try and really control most of the strike. And that's exactly what he does here. He gets to the other end.
I think he hits this onto his pad. I think there's a signal from the umpire.
You know when you're told, just go out and block it?
Yeah.
This is exactly what you try to do.
It's a weird one.
I don't think that hits the bat, you know. But I think it's doing too much. I think the ball is probably doing too much.
It might have hit him outside off if it... This is an interesting one. Yeah, because I assumed it hit his bat.
Well, let's see here. He goes for the defense.
Yeah, I reckon he's hit that. I reckon he's got a bit on that.
All right, I'll give you that.
He gets a run for it.
Oh. So he's going for that area again on the onside.
So he was quite quick to get down there.
He's got to be thinking of a single here now, though, isn't he?
Yeah. So, yeah, he was pretty quick to go down there, and everyone was appealing, so no one really paid attention while they snuck that run. We saw something in Milan, which I'd only seen once before. It's when you and Rhino were in Lanscone last year, which was a run out going for the 5th.
Yes.
Like a 4 all-run plus
We
run
had
out.
nothing to do with that, by the way. We had nothing to do with it.
It reminded me of the time you pretty much ordered them to go over a 5th. Difference is this time they got over halfway there for the last ball of the innings. Anyway, last ball of the 9th coming up.
And it's whipped away for 4 runs. Well, I thought he may be thinking about taking a single to stand strike, but he said, I'll put it away, get another boundary. He's had to move to 75. Remember, at one point in this innings, it looked unlikely they were going to get into the 70s. So Soggy really has given them something. He's given them something to bowl at.
Pretty good shot because he pretty much takes that off stump. I think it's still a good option. You're not going to turn down a boundary, are you? You just got to trust that your partner can get you down the other end now. 3 for 10, Aki Iqbal. He's such a good player. I always love to watch him play. Takira Sif finishes 2 for 23. Adil Tariq with a couple of wickets as well. Hassan Yusuf didn't take a wicket, but only went for 6. Newman was a little bit expensive in his first over, but he's going to come back here, and I guess we'll see if he can do a little bit better in his second over. Well, yeah, but you got to take the boundary there. Who knows? You might not get another chance to hit a boundary. Yeah. So 75. Now Suki's got one job, and it's to get out the way.
Well, the two batters did come together there, and of course, Suki said to him, "You know what you got to do because I'm coming." Well, let's wait. Yeah, let's see how quickly he charges down the wicket.
I think he's coming no matter what. Anyway, here we go. 10th overtime.
There he goes. Oh, well, that's a lovely shot. I think this is, well, it is well stopped there as well. Oh, well done. Good bit of cricket from Suki.
Leg by, but it's good leg by. Yeah. It would have been a wide. In fact, would have been probably a better result if...
That's well stopped, isn't it?
Yeah, if it was a wide, I feel like it could have caused a run out. So,
Subhan,
they'll take it.
Makes no mistake this time. Now, this is where I think, well, Umar Tariq has got to get it right. He's been bowling a little bit short for me, and that's where Soggy will like it. He'll be looking to go down the leg side here.
Yeah, this should be good. Maybe that could have been a run, actually. It did fly down to fine leg. I thought it was off the leg. Probably doesn't matter that much. Surkey probably would like to get off the donut, though. Let's see what the final decision was there.
Making a change in the field. This makes sense to me because Suki hasn't hit anything on the offside, so they bring the man that was on the boundary in the offside in. 2 men now back, and they've got all the others on the leg side.
Was a leg by in the end. Anyway, this is where it counts.
He whips it away, and he's not afraid to take the single. Don't mind that. You gotta have some faith in your partner.
Field looks in great condition though, Rico, doesn't it? I mean, it's looking really nice. Looks like the club rooms. Grandstand area had a little bit of an upgrade.
It has. Yeah, we've got some more facilities in there now. And yeah, MSP's been busy.
The net's here.
Nice played away. Good running, good backing up.
Well done to Surkey. Finally gets a run.
Yeah,
so
well
I'm happy
Surkey.
for him. And he's done well, just getting off strike. Now they're chasing the ball. I don't know how it ended up there, but it probably doesn't matter because I think Soggy wants to face as many of these as he can. He's done well after a pretty slow start to get back to 29 of 21. He just had to kind of stick around, didn't he? A very straight long off at the moment as well. So overcover's an option.
It's well hit. Unfortunately, though, he finds the fielder. They'll take one. So it looks like it could be a sort of score. I remember Snazi making their European Cricket Series debut yesterday. They got to 81. So that could be that sort of score.
Looks like could be. Yeah, just having a bit of a tough time with his control this morning so far. 2 to come. Surkey does go the big hit now. Yeah.
Plays it well. And Subhan being busy.
Well, I think they've gotten the fine leg. And they've come back for 2 here out of nowhere. Well, he took a long time. I thought they weren't even going to be looking for 2. And they decide, you know what? If you're not going to throw it in, we're going to go for it. Surkey saying, well, I'm going to score that many runs, I'll take everyone I can get. You see, pretty much runs straight through a stop sign from Surkey.
He says, I'll take it.
Looks like he can bat a bit. That was a pretty good shot. I was just going to say I like that fine leg because there's so much pace on the ball. You can't really see them taking him over cover at the moment. So here's the last ball, 81 plus this.
And plus nothing. He loses his wicket. He got overconfident, you see. He said, yeah, I'll go back and strike. I don't mind that at all. So it is exactly what Snarcy did yesterday in the very first match of the series. 81 it is.
Yeah, Surkey's reign as the preferred batter is a short one because he does get back on strike even against the wishes of Surkey. He gets absolutely castled. But look, they do well to get to 81 in my opinion. They were 45 for 7, don't forget, and it wasn't looking too good. So look, it's something to bowl at. But I think ACT, vastly more experience. They've played ECL cricket, the Champions League of European cricket. They've played a higher level of this sport. And I think they'll feel they've got the batting to do this and maybe do it quickly. But still, I'm happy for the Eagles that they do get something competitive on the board here in match 6, the first of 5 today on match 2. On
Yeah,
day 2.
I mean, it could have started with a wicket straight away, couldn't it? That was Singh being dropped by Ashan on 0, but he wasn't able to really capitalise on it and make the most of the chance he got as he snicked this one behind to Ahmed Chowdhury. Chowdhury, well, safe hands behind there. Well, this was a nice shot. It was the first boundary of the day, just got enough onto it, and Akib Iqbal threw. Though he tried very hard to try and stop the boundary, he wasn't able to, and he wasn't able to get to this one as well. So early on, there were some nice shots being played, and it was Kumar Jar that was playing those shots. But, well, that bowler was on the money, and that was the end of Hussain. And then the wickets, well, they fell pretty quickly, and that was a good comeback from Akib Iqbal. Remember, before then, it was 4 runs with an edge, 4 byes, and the captain came back well, and, well, he finished well as well, because there was this one as well, a nice catch taken low down on the ground. It's another wicket to Akib, who got 3 wickets for just 10 runs. And that was a fairly straightforward one taken there by Mirza. But the bowling was good, good Yorker length deliveries. You heard Vinny saying about getting the ball, look, just pitching more or less in between the feet of the batters. And well, this was one that Subhan wouldn't like, but he did get it right eventually. And after that, he was a busy man over there. Made some very important stops in that important fine leg area. And this was unfortunate. It's the run out, really, of Avinash Suraya. He came out, he looked like he could hit the ball pretty well as well. But unfortunately, he was running nowhere. Talking about running nowhere, well, the batter here was running nowhere. He thought he was running into trouble, but somehow he picked himself up, dusted himself down, picked up his bat, had a cup of tea, and still got himself back in his crease, because it was a fielder who was having similar difficulties the other way. But difficulties were with these Yorker length deliveries, and too many times that was Asif this time, knocking the timber over. Then right at the end, the brave fight back from the Vienna Eagles came to an end with that wicket there of Surki, and Umar Tariq picking a wicket up as well. But like Vinny said, we know the Austrian cricket Tigers very well, and it's a score really that you'd expect them to get to fairly comfortably, but we don't really know too much about what Vienna Eagles have in their bowling attack. Let's have a look at the scorecard. A fine 30 not out from Nandip Soghi of 22 deliveries, well batted, and also Kumar Jar there early on at the top part of the order. But you can see really that apart from him, the top order did nothing, and it was a tail that wagged a little bit for the Eagles. With the bowling, it was 3 wickets for Akib Iqbal. He was, as you'd expect him to be, sensational, and his short ball worked well for him today, and he directed it well. Asif, 2 wickets for 23, and 2 for Adil Tariq as well, who bowled very well. Umar Tariq, a little bit expensive, but he did pick up a wicket right at the end with his very last ball, and Hassan Yusuf, as you'd expect, though no wickets, very, very economical. Only 3 from per over from him. His economy was very good, and only 6 runs coming from his spell. So midway through the first match on day 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Austria, it is Vienna Eagles, a team on debut that put 80 on the board, 81 to be precise, and losing 9 wickets in the process. So 82 for victory for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Join me, Rico Paul and Mr. Maximo. Good to have him back as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 6. Hasta pronto.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires have made their way out into the middle for the conclusion of match number 6, the first here on day 2 at this European Cricket Series in Austria. And what a sight that is. Well, look at that view. It's absolutely breathtaking. This is the Seebahn Cricket Ground, and they're just about an hour outside of Vienna. And it's absolutely beautiful. A little bit windy today, but we're not complaining. Not when you sat here in the sunshine watching some superb cricket. We are seeing Vienna Eagles. They're a team that are making their debut in the European Cricket Series. They've had a bat. They put some scores on the board, 81. So 82 required for victory for the Austrian Cricket Tigers, a team that we know a lot about. Just a very experienced team. We've seen them play in the European Cricket League as well last year. And you'd expect them to knock these off pretty comfortably, but well, let's not write off their opponents just yet. Vienna Eagles, let's see what they've got in their bowling attack. Rico Full here, and alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back. And yeah, I think ACT, they want to make a bit of a statement to the competition here, chasing 82. It shows you how much conditions make a difference. I think 82 was winning a lot of matches. 81 winning a lot of matches in Milan last week and even across the weekend in the internationals. But yeah, here, I feel like it'll be pretty hard to protect, especially against such a powerful opening combination as Hassan Yusuf and Imran Asifu are out there. And they're both really big hitters, left-hand, right-hand combination. But let's see how the Eagles go, their first time in the field. And it will be Kazim Saeed there to open the bowling. So finally they've sorted out the fact that it's a left-hander. They've got probably the finest third man I've ever seen as one of the outfielders. The other man at deep backwards square. Here we go, 82 to win. And it starts with a wide.
Yeah, first delivery. And one which won't be the best ball that Saeed's bowled, but he's got it out of his system. There's got to be a few nerves for some of these guys.
It's a great ball to a right-hander, wasn't it, first up?
Yep.
I want to say quick hello to Julian Dawson. He's saying such a picturesque ground, one of the best. Couldn't agree more. Hello to everyone. Feel free to jump in the chat.
Another wide. Whips it through. Got a whippy action, hasn't he? And I don't know why. I mean, it's probably worth trying. I mean, the action that he's got to perhaps come around the wicket. But Yusuf, now, one thing we know about Yusuf, he doesn't hang around, does he?
Oh, yeah.
His job is to, he brings the power to the power play.
And he can crunch it. He can absolutely crunch it. Anyway, third time lucky, is it, for Saeed?
It's going to be one.
That's an interesting one, because it
Does
kind
it go over, you reckon?
I don't know, but it kind of misses the inside of the bat. I don't know. I feel like it's probably still a wide.
Yeah, I think
if
that's
you'd
a
be
wide.
technically accurate. The other thing is, it's almost a second bounce with the over anyway. And we'll cut him a break here. The Eagles on debut. They're already up against the wall.
This one does strike Yusuf. But I mean, it's probably the similar line to what we saw Akib Iqbal was bowling in his second over. It's hit short, but not short enough to be called. It's not over the shoulder, that's for sure. Well, that's under my armpit, says the Yusuf, as he gives it a bit of a rub.
He wears one, doesn't he? It's yeah, look, yeah, Eagles. Let's just see the kind of hustle they've got in the field. One thing I really like about this format is each team gets 10 matches, so they get a decent run. We were only here for 1 week last year, of course.
Well, you're only going to go so far. Where's this one going? The wind holds on to it, but unfortunately the fielder doesn't. And it gets put down. For one moment, I thought this is clearing everyone and going into the car park. The wind blows his back in, and the fielder, well, he puts it down.
Yeah, the wind's pretty strong left to right, so it actually dips on him, and that's why he ends up trying to take it low, and he couldn't hold on, could he? So Yusuf takes on the hook shot and wins. Case for missed opportunity. So yeah, I think with this win, I think the right-handers are enjoying it a bit more. Kind of goes into their power zone to the leg side.
Yeah, it's going to be, I suppose, disappointing for the bowler. He's been put out there for that. I mean, that obviously was the plan. Is it the same plan to the right-hander? Yes, it is. But this one is going to end up in the fields. Good luck finding that. We're going to have to start putting GPSs on these balls. You know?
Yeah, it's a very unfun Easter egg hunt there, because This is asking for it. And this is the difference with the right-hander on strike, hitting with that wind. That one travelled so far off the bat. And he might have, has he found it? It's a fantastic, well, it's a ball. I don't know if it's the ball, but yeah, Imran Asif goes Maximo, first ball. ACT already got what they need off this first over.
Yeah, well done to Soraya, who finds that one. But yeah, but let's be honest, I mean, he knew what was coming, didn't he, Asif?
Yeah.
He knew it was going to be short. Every ball was short, and that's plummeted away. And I'm guessing this one may also be short. So I think you might have to send another one out there.
Great position, got across really well there, Imran.
A bit fuller. They decide not to take the single.
Still, near his side, just lacking a bit of control, but he's certainly bowling with good pace at the moment. And if anything, okay, yes, it's very strongly left to right, but also slightly behind the bowler as well. So we haven't seen a lot of batters banging it back over the bowler's heads today, partly because the bowlers are bowling with a bit of extra pace, and also it's a bit tough to get it to go further straight today.
Better to get a little bit of respect. End of the over. So the short stuff almost worked. Could have had Yusuf back in the shed already, but wasn't to be. 42 matches now since the golden ball, and of course you were at the last one.
Yeah, well, I actually was at Charles's wedding, and I was walking in at 11 in the morning just as my phone blew up, and it just said, it was from Andrews, our director, it just said golden ball. So I flicked it on straight away. I was that guy. It was, yeah, Charles's wedding celebration, of course, the sheriff, Charles Croucher. And so I did what any reasonable guest would do. I snuck around the back behind a wall, and I turned on ECN and I watched it live, and it was a good one. It actually got caught by the fielder, but he stepped over the boundary for 6, so he couldn't stay in the field of play. So the batting team won. It was Fresh Tropical that won that against Bergamo CC. But we had 2 golden balls in Milan, and I'm pretty surprised, considering how the internationals went, that we didn't get a third. We got really close a couple of times. We saw France pull off a pretty dramatic chase in match 6, the first game on Sunday morning again, so exactly a week later. And one time that went right down the last ball, 1 to tie, 2 to win off last ball. That was the situation last night, wasn't it? Here as well, 1 to tie, 2 to win. That's kind of, for me, it's the most likely scenario to get a golden ball if the last ball is 1 to tie, 2 to win. But on the one in Milan on Sunday morning, it was guided away past the fielder for 4. So yeah, we saw some really, really good matches, both in the domestic ECS and the international ECS.
Well, there was a close one also, the last match in Gibraltar, right? In the T20Is as well, which was a victory for Malta. What a match that was.
We saw 2 games on Sunday in Gibraltar go right down to the wire. We saw the 10th wicket partnership of Junaid Khan and Suman Gamire knock off about 32 or something like that. And they did it in like 10 balls, you know? Like it's like they needed 32 off 35 or something like that. As this is cut away, and this is going to be 4. Asif loves it short, doesn't he? Throws the hands and it gets the boundary. And wind or no wind, that was always travelling over the ropes.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I mean, when you say that, a lot of people be surprised about it. We're not. We know the way they bat. Yeah. I mean, we
but it's just funny that, but normally, no matter, even if you're aggressive, if you're 9 down and you need to run a ball, you normally still are just kind of like, okay, we'll knock these off in ones, because we don't need to take too many risks, because one time you're out. They didn't. Also, Gibraltar bowled, well, I would describe trash towards the end. Anyway, this should be gone, and it will be the first wicket for Vienna Eagles, and it's Hussain that's able to get a little pop back as Asif gets a leading edge. Naveed Hussain does the work to finish the dismissal. So Austrian Cricket Tigers lose their first wicket, 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing shot in the end, isn't it? I mean, you said he's an aggressive player, Seth, but he goes defensive on this one. And I bet he's walking back wishing he didn't. Just got in 2 minds, I think. He's going to have to depart for 10. And he's going to be a little bit disappointed. And he's going to have to make his way, trudge off the field. And well done to Hussain, though. Naveed Hussain picks up the first wicket for the Vienna Eagles on debut. That's one that they'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really just going back to the Milan series, how many close matches we have. I mean, you expect that when there's a lot of talent in northern Italy, and the pitch is a bit of an unusual one for an artificial pitch, in that because of the composition, you'd remember it from last year as well when you were there, that there's a little bit of variable bounce in it. So we didn't see batters being super confident, playing the ball on length and just kind of like whipping it away. There's something in it for the bowlers too. Naveed, that was a pretty good first one to Aki Bikbal. He's coming out at 3. He's also got the captaincy this series, Aki Bikbal. So it's a nice moment in his development as well. He's had a couple of really good summers in European cricket for the Austrian national team. He's been a real leader there, and his batting's come a long way.
Yeah, it has done, and it's good to see that he's injury-free as well. I remember that even at the ECL when we saw him last time, and since then he's had a few issues with his back, but seems to be right now, and that certainly was noticeable with his bowling earlier today.
And the Austrian national team in, I think it's July, will be going to Scotland for some World Cup qualifiers, which is going to be a really high quality series. Germany, Italy, Jersey, Scotland, Ireland, just top of my head. So again, challenging, but you need a challenge, I think. Austria have a lot of talent here. And what I quite like in Austria as well is the talent is quite distributed between a number of clubs as well. So obviously that's kind of what you want in a domestic structure.
Yeah, that's important, because that means that you're going to play more competitive cricket domestically. Otherwise, it gets too one-sided. Talking about one-sided, well, this one might be one-sided. We don't know yet, but that's a lovely shot from Aki Bikbal. Just rocks back and plays it beautifully. Good shot also to play in the power play. There's nobody back there. Once it gets over the ring, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, so it's 23 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, lovely shot. So Yusuf hasn't really got going himself yet. And, he's had a lot of short stuff at him, which he hasn't been able to get hold of. It looks like he's going to contend with a new bowler this time round. A quick look at the standings there, Vinny.
Yeah, and so, yeah, most teams haven't actually played yet. Obviously, Cricketers CC with a perfect start, 3-0. But yeah, Donnerstadt, the defending champions there, up next against the Eagles. You got Indian CC Vienna still to play. You got Vienna Danube team we have seen before as well. You got Pack Riders, who are a new team to the ECS. And yeah, GCA, Graz Cricket Academy as well, taking part in this ECS. So 11 sides. It's the most sides we've ever had in Austrian ECS. This is Barty, I think, who's coming into the attack now. So you can just see how it's a hard ground to defend, isn't it?
Yeah, Barty coming round the wicket to the left-handed Shan Yusuf. This one's going to be another wide. He's getting a lot of swing, and with the wind that also seems to be blowing that way, it's going to be quite difficult to control. But it's one of those. Once he gets one in the right area, then he'll be able to hopefully regularly hit his spot. At the moment, just having a few issues. A couple of wides to start with. This one is down the leg side. His wind whipped away. And it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. There is a man out there. But that was pretty quick. And that's what Yusuf can do. This time, though, better shot from Yusuf. He's not trying to hit it too hard. Controls it. Gets on top of the ball. And the fielder not able to stop it. And the same man who unfortunately had the opportunity to get rid of Yusuf without scoring. And he got put down. Barty once more. Misses out on this one. Better delivery though. Fuller, not so short.
Yeah, I think you do have to get full and challenge him to hit down the ground. That's something that's pretty clear to me today, especially with this wind. It still won't be easy, but yeah, I think you got to try and get the batter going a bit straighter, and maybe can set a field to that.
And this time he goes over the offside, and this is another one that will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Yeah, this is a lovely shot. It's an intelligent shot as well, because I think, well, Yusuf, he knows which way the wind is blowing, and he knows if he gets aerial on this, not that there's any risk anywhere in the shot, because there's nobody out there, but he knows that the wind will help him take it all the way. There's 6 more, and Yusuf finally up and running. The reply going to be here from Barty. Well, Yusuf, second time he's had that sort of length bowl to him and he swings and misses. Nicely taken there by Mohammed Hussein behind the stumps.
Yeah, so that's a bit of length, I think. And you can see that left-hander, Yusuf, he's pretty comfortable on both sides of the wicket, isn't he? And so the way he was able to go up and over the offside was pretty skillful there, using the wind.
Down the leg side, not a good delivery, and gets punished as well. 4 runs, just it's a little bit wayward. Barty just not able to get that line consistently right. Strays on the legs, and this is picked up beautifully by Yusuf. Just one bounce as it goes over the boundary. And if your bowler can't bowl you a consistent line, it's very difficult for the captain, Karanbir Singh, to set a field. So inconsistency hurting them at the moment. 39 for 1, last ball in the power play. Barty's gone for 16. And he's going to go magical as this one gets hit over deep extra cover. 6 more. Manos arriba, Mitro. Well, that is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai.
Yeah, and this is the issue if you go forward and get too full, but partly that's just the proactive footwork from Yusuf, who again uses the wind well, doesn't he? So 45 for 1 after 3. And at the moment, ACT making pretty light work of this chase.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Yusuf far better, as you see there, when he keeps his shape, doesn't rush into the shot. And, well, we'll have a few moments, I think, here. While we send out a search party to find that ball, I think we might find them having to come back. Because just have a quick look at the way things are looking and see the power play is 45 in comparison to the 26 for 4 where Vienna Eagles were. It looks like they're going to have to be called back here and send another ball out. Well, all sorts of things flying around at the moment as that wind gets a bit gusty again.
It does. And I know we don't have too many of the kind of vertical flags, probably because they blew away. I remember when we were here a couple of years ago, well, we lose just one of our banners. That's okay. Didn't really need that one anyway. It's yeah, this is a light breeze here. I'd say, in a word, I would call this ground unprotected. And if I had to turn into a sentence, unprotected from the elements. So when you do get the wind here, it really does whistle through. Anyway, looks like we're going to have Kumar Jar bowling over number 4. Another thing, and you mentioned it yesterday as well with 11 teams, that's something we saw in Milan as well. It's, you know, net run rate could be the thing that splits teams in the end. So even if you have a game like this where, you know, Eagles, it's a tough one for them to pull back and get the victory, the longer they can make this last, the better for their tournament. Change of pace. I like the fact Kumar Jar's coming in now. They hustle through for a single first ball.
Yeah, Iqbal didn't wait around there, did he? Didn't want to have a look. Comes down the wicket to him straight away, and he's a bit fortunate he gets a little bit of something on this.
It's true.
I'm liking that look there from the umpire. I'm loving that. That's the way to do it. Liking the positioning, both the umpires there, Rajavinder and Darwinder, get into good position. They've got the line in their sights, crouching down. Like it. Jar going to come through now, coming round the wicket to Yusuf. Gets a good bit of flight.
It just kind of drifts away with the wind, this one, doesn't it? It must have just stayed inside the tram line. Yeah, for me it's probably a wide. I think half the ball's on the line there, but again, umpires have been a little bit generous, I think, to the bowlers. Bowlers feel like they need something going their way.
Yeah, good. I like this area style. I like the lineage bowling. He's basically challenging the batter to come out to him, and the batter does. It's going to be just a single as Yusuf takes a couple of steps.
And just while I'm thinking about it, going back to that last over last night, when they needed to win off the last 4, we had the man-cat attempt. You know what I liked about it?
What?
The batter didn't leave early. You know why? He was watching.
Yeah.
And there, you know, we have all these debates about it. If you watch, you won't be out. Simple. And that's even on the last ball when they needed 2. So you can, okay, the bowler was thinking, oh, maybe more. It was just a signal like, all right, come on. Don't try and take off early.
Don't try and take off early.
So it probably wasn't about getting the wicket. It was more about sending a message to make sure they weren't stealing ground. But, yeah, that's how to deal with it. Anyway, that's how to deal with this. If you're fielding, that is, because Yusuf's going to hold out. Again, takes on the win and loses this time. Spin to win as Jar picks up the wicket, and Yusuf's going to have to go for 24, 48 for 2.
Yeah, good catch taken there by, I think that's Saeed. And Saeed was the bowler who was banging them in at Yusuf, and could have had Yusuf caught in that same area. But he takes the reins of that fielding spot, and he makes no mistakes. That's a very good catch. And Yusuf will have to go.
Yeah, very, very good catch, actually, in these conditions. Even when they're flatter, they can wobble a little bit when they go sideways. So good little cameo from us and Yusuf as he departs 48 for 2. End of 4 overs. Nice over by Kumar as well. So yeah, I suppose that is a tactic. We saw spin be really important in Milan, I think, on that pitch as well. Just could bog the batters down a bit, force them to make the play. And so, yeah, run rate taking a bit of a hit there, but still ACT in control of this game. And
there were some sensational bowling figures in Milan. I mean, you saw not
we had
only
2 5
hat-tricks,
for 4s, we had 5 for
fifers.
3.
Yeah, and quite sensational. And a lot of them were, again, the slow bowlers. I think Jagmeet, very well, bowled
player
really
of
well.
the series in the ECI across the weekend. He's worked so hard on his bowling. Now, Sogi, who was pretty important with the bat, now he gets a chance with the ball. Single first ball. Who else? I mean, yeah, spin was super important. Damith Kosala was brilliant as well. Ali Hussein of Romania. He was his first weekend playing for the Romanian national team. He was brilliant. And yeah, Romania, even though they had a couple of close ones to go against, I mean, they looked like a new kind of team.
Yeah.
Same kind of names for the most part, but I know they've been doing a lot of fitness and group fitness over the winter, which I love. The coaching staff had allocated a certain amount of kilometres they had to run, and they had to work it out between themselves. So they're all like basically G'ing each other up to do it.
That's good.
And I've never seen them in better shape, to be honest. And they had a really good approach. France, again, amazing. So France, although they had a couple of injury issues, I mean, again, with the ball in the field, they were outstanding. I saw them in the ECC doing some amazing things. Anyway, this is pretty amazing as well because it's going to be get your boots on time, Maximo, and guess who that is? That's big Mirza Hassan muscling the first ball of his series out of the ground.
Well, you said France were amazing in the field with that ball. Talking about fields, you've got plenty of fields around here, and it's quite difficult to find some of these balls. Well done to that man. But yeah, Mirza Hassan, we know what he does. He hits big. Gets that one away. And
he's loving that in movement, and he probably wants to do the exact same thing this ball.
Plays this out. This time will just be a single.
So here's what we realised as well. France are a bit of a mystery to us because we haven't had ECS cricket in France, but we would like to. It looks like maybe next year we'll be there.
Yeah.
We're always thinking that the Drur guys are not eligible. My whispers are they are eligible. Right, so imagine if you throw the top 3 Drur batters into that bowling lineup, then that would be something pretty significant. So I don't know about individuals, but I just think that there are some issues with them getting to training because of the geography of where they are, and maybe just there's probably a little bit of politics in it as well about not picking them. But I think it's time for them to come together because if France can get their batting and their bowling going, they could grab another trophy. To be honest.
Firmly hit. Fielder has to watch the bounce. Dust deals with it nicely. Good bit of work there done.
Throwing Nabi and Hamza Niaz and Mohamed Nisar into that with one of statistically the best bowling teams we saw at the ECC last year. But their problem is, they have trouble making scores with the bat. Anyway, right here, last ball, the 5th.
It's up in the air. Will this go to hand? It will be a very good catch if it does. He makes good ground. And once again, we know that side of the field, the ball will hold up for you. So he has a bit more time to get there, but unfortunately, not able to take the catch. Yeah,
it wasn't easy, but it was easier because it did blow back towards him. So you can see that it's not a matter of the fact that he couldn't reach it. He just misjudges it in the end. So it takes us to the end of the over and the score. 59 for 2. Yeah, so just speaking of the ECC, well, there we go. Of course, we had that revealed around about 2 weeks ago now, but... the plans are, before going into it, next year could be even more teams than this, which is crazy to think about. But right now, how about Group A? And I have a feeling it'll start with the Spain versus Isle of Man clash. As we're going to see a stumping And
No, he
we're
doesn't
not
have
going
the
to see a
ball.
stumping. It's a fake stumping. And now, well, you're probably going to get two because there's no stumps anymore.
Look at the batter's reaction here. Watch the batter. He knows he's gone and he thinks, hang on a minute, he ain't got the ball.
To
Let's
be
go.
honest, he sold that one to me and I bought it, Mohammed Hussain. I mean, that's actually a no ball.
It's a no ball. I reckon this is a no ball because
No,
those-
I don't reckon.
watch this. Oh, that's a big time no ball. Yeah. Just here, watch. And I think this the message will go out pretty soon to the umpires. So watch this. Watch the gloves here. There at that point, no ball because he's gone in front. I mean, if he's trying to catch it, it's
So
different.
He's broken about 3 laws of, well, not laws, 3 things he's done wrong there that I can think of. He was got in front of the stump, so it's a no ball. Plus, he's missed a stumping. We'll need a stumping because it's a no ball.
Yep.
And he didn't set the stumps back up so that he could knock them back over. And they could have actually got another run. Anyway, so free hit coming up. That's just a little bit of an experience thing for Hussain. Anyway, better do it in a game like this, I suppose. It's a free hit.
And it's been hit big. Well, I reckon good luck finding that. And one man who doesn't need the license to go to full Monty is Mirza Hashan. And he says, thank you very much. Well, it's free hit or no free hit. It was going there anyway. That absolutely clobbers it.
Yeah, had the immunity cloak, didn't he? Mirza, oh, he's certainly one of the most exciting players to watch in that, you know what he's going to try and do? He's just going to try and whack sixes, and we've seen him do it for the Austrian national team. We've seen him do it for ACT. We've seen him at the Cardinal Oval in Spain a fair bit. Those marquee tournaments doing the same thing, peppering the jungle. Different kind of jungle here.
Played out for a single. He's got to get his skates on here. And they're asking a question there. This may be closer than you think, you know, because he wasn't so quick going. And let's have a look.
What I will say, though, is that I'm not so sure the ball hits the stumps. He doesn't take it cleanly, but maybe the ball bounced on the stumps or maybe it's the hands. So let's have a look at this angle first. I think there's no doubt that he's out if the ball hits the stumps. I think the ball does hit the stumps, you know.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. I think it's on his hands, then onto the stumps there. I reckon he's gone there, you know, because the bails are dislodged.
Yeah, again, they'll probably want a confirmation.
They might have to go with whatever the umpire sees. I mean, just there, the bails. You see the bails are up.
I think he's out because it's not the hand hitting the stumps.
Yeah, ball hits the fingers, then onto the bails. And watch the bails here. The bails will go up before the bat goes down. Just keep an eye on it. Maybe you get the next frame in here. Bails will go up. And the bat's still in the air. Just at that point. Then he's gone.
Yeah, you can see the way that the bails go up is that it's the middle stump that's been impacted. And so, yeah, there's the decision. Well done by the officials as well. It's a bit of an awkward one. Yeah, because you could tell the bowler didn't.
Yeah, just watch him go here. Look how slow he is to go. He's only got himself to blame. Watch this. He just, look at him. He's watching the ball, and then he gets the acceleration in the last few sets. By that time, it's too late.
It's almost like Mirza ran out of gas, actually, when he put his little speed burst in. Anyway, next one is going to disappear. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, meanwhile, Aki Bikbal resumes the attack at the striker's end as he goes large. And now only a handful needed to win. In fact, 9 more required for victory. Yeah, Mirza, that was slightly lazy running.
Yeah, it was lazy. Look, you mentioned Guernsey. I want to say to everybody that's watching from Guernsey, happy Liberation Day. A bit of a celebration in Guernsey at the moment. Of course, looking forward to seeing them also in the European Cricket Championship. And, well, this is another one that's out of here. Now, this match is going to be done pretty quickly. Well, at least it's easy to find in that field.
That's right. So this could be over pretty quickly. And a question from Shrug. How are the ECC groups picked? Long story, but there are 3 pools and based on rankings. So you get 1 from the top 6, 2 from the middle, and 3 from the bottom anyway. This game could be over. And a ball like that, I think it will be. Yeah. So it is whacked up and out of the ground. Maximal ACT, they cruise to victory with just over 4 overs to spare.
Yeah, nicely done. And he does it in style. Boom. Shaka. Yeah, that's out of here. 6 more. And it's a comfortable victory for ACT. And the Tigers, well, we know they're going to be roaring, and they were roaring. The thing is, though, for the Eagles, it's not going to get any easier because well, it's a difficult start for them. Not only did they have to take on the Austrian Cricket Tigers, but now they're going to be playing last year's champions, Donnerstadt.
That's right. So Vienna Eagles and Donnerstadt. Donnerstadt winning the toss, electing to bat. Just have a look at some of those names. Sabo Ndovitsi, Czech Republic national player, into the Donnerstadt team as well. But they've got batting, they've got bowling, they look pretty well balanced to me. Eagles, look, it is a tough start for their campaign, but they can only get better from it, I think. But yeah, they might be chasing leather. But having said that, they do have some good bowling options. I liked the kind of zip of Kazim Saeed opening up. So maybe a few early wickets could throw Donnerstadt. Don't forget Donnerstadt playing their first game of the series in that one, coming up in 30 minutes' time. Let's go to the highlights. And it was Hassan Yusuf and Imran Azif to open the batting. And they had to deal with some spicy stuff, but they had the answers more often than not. And they set up this chase. Having said that, Vienna Eagles, they did a couple of good things during this innings. Again, just a matter of not having enough runs on the board. Azif just chipped that one back, didn't he? It was a fairly easy return catch. Naveed Hussain, the first wicket for the Eagles in their ECN journey. But really, they probably learned a few things here about where to bowl and where not to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will. And the one thing I think they need to improve, and of course the batting, maybe in the next match against Donnerstadt, the top order will fire. Well, it needs to, because you know Donnerstadt, well, they are the reigning champions. They're here to defend that magnificent trophy. Well, that was the first, another wicket. Good catch taken there by Saeed, but Akib Iqbal was still there and he was on song. And this was the no ball where the wicketkeeper, well, he made a number of errors. One, he encroached over the stumps before the ball came to him. He missed the ball anyway. And then, well, this was the run out, Mirza. A little bit of lazy running from him, but it didn't make too much difference because Akib Iqbal, who's quite rightly the player of the match after taking 3 for 10 and also scoring a very healthy 28 of 11 deliveries. The captain finishes things off for the Austrian Cricket Tigers.
Yeah, had a good game, didn't he? As we look at the scorecard, Yusuf with 24 and Asif 10. Get them off to a decent start before Iqbal took over. 28 off 11 for him. Mirza, again, a couple of big bombs from Big Mirza as he scored 14 off 5 before running himself out. Guess he was running into the wind. And the 9 extras saw Austrian Cricket Tigers reach the target with 25 balls in hand. And look, for the Eagles, I think one thing they learned there, I think that Jar was pretty good when he came in first over. I don't think the second went quite as well. But yeah, maybe just changing the pace and changing the kind of type of bowling. In the end, Jar ended up with 1 for 28, so it doesn't look that pretty. The other wicket went to Naveed Hussain. I think Saeed was good early, but again, just a few misdirected. So I think control is everything. Sogi as well. He had a pretty good game when you consider that he was the one that kind of got them from 45-7 up to a score in the 80s. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 25 minutes. That's just one game here on day 2. Still 4 to go, and it'll be the defending champions Donnerstadt with a fair smattering of national team talent coming up as well. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo in Vienna with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Austria. Great to have your company today. We are in Vienna at the Seymour Cricket Ground, and time for the second match of 5 today. Match 7 should be a good one because we'll get to see the defending champions. It will be Vienna Eagles on their first day of ECN cricket, taking on the really experienced Donnerstadt. And well, I think this probably looks like a bit of a mismatch on paper, but still we know that the Eagles, they'll be a little bit better for the run. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters hands the two captains.
Raz to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's a head.
You want to bat first.
Lovely.
So Razmal Shigawal, who is also the Austrian national team captain, he wins the toss and he elects to bat. No surprises there. I think they want to get runs on the board. They feel like they've got a lot of big hitters, no doubt about that. We saw them hitting a lot of sixes last year, and then they bat all the way down. I think that's the key to their success as well. So they'll all take chances. Razmal Shigawal in particular, he is a player I love to watch. He's so stylish. He's got the power, but he's got the kind of the finesse as well. He's a very, very good player technically, and I think that he extends that into aggressive strokes really well in this form of the game, and he's done it at the highest level in international cricket as well. Let's talk about Vienna Eagles though. I know they struggled with the stick a little bit, so that's probably one thing that I want to work on. I did like the work of Sogi as he kind of turned that innings around and got them at least to something in the 80s. But against Donnerstadt, I think they'll probably learn a lot here. Having said that, this is ECN and we know it's unpredictable. So defending champions Donnerstadt winning the toss and batting in match 7. Over to Rico Full as we get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. The umpires Praveen and Darwinder make their way out. And of course, you see the Vienna Eagles are taking the field as on the start. You saw there from the coin toss electing to have a bat first, and I think they're looking to pile on the runs here. Look at the two teams there. I think we'd expect Iqbal Hussain to be opening up with Saboon Livazi. They're certainly looking to get to a good start. Razmal Shigawal, I mean, being off the boil a little bit with the bat the last few times that we've seen him, but we know that he is a key player. And in terms of, well, all-round top scorers here in European Cricket Series, and Razmal Shigawal, he is the top run scorer at 544. He has scored to his name with something like Mirza Hashan that we saw earlier with 485 before the start of today. So you've got some key players. It's also it's a difficult start, though, isn't it, for the likes of the Vienna Eagles. They had two very tough matches to start off with their campaign. The first one, well, it didn't go so well against the Tigers. The Austrian Cricket Tigers were just too strong for them, winning by 7 wickets with 25 balls to go, chasing down their score of 81. Let's see how they fare here. I did like the way that they started the ball. This man did bowl very well, Kazim Saeed. He's certainly got a bit of pace. Let's just see if he can get his line right. It was a little bit short to start off with. Here's the first delivery, and it's a good one. Pulls it out nicely to the left-hander, gets off the mark, does the VZ. Once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's watching around the world, and hello to Maya. Maya, great to hear from you. Maya sending hellos to everybody and warm hugs. Well, warm hugs back to you. Well, Maya can definitely do with a few warm hugs here. It's a bit chilly. But welcome to everybody. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here, coming to you from Austria, from this beautiful Seabound Cricket Ground. Hussain to face his first delivery. Just works his way, and well, this is going to take some stopping. The fielder just gets there, nicely backed up there as well. Avanesh Asaraya makes the stop. When he's taking no chances, he's got his beanie on. Donnerstadt, of course, the reigning champions. They won by 25 runs against Pakistan CC last year, 123 to 98. Obviously got some top players in their side. It's a swing and a miss. And the last year, the likes of Lukman Zai was in fantastic form for them. Also Basir Khan. Basir Khan, of course, has moved camp this time round. It's moved to, we saw him yesterday playing for Cricketer CC. Upish, chance and taken, so they get the wicket of Hussain. Well done to Saeed. Seems to have got his line right. He's a little bit fuller, and just by doing that, he's creating a few problems. So the first wicket goes down with the score on 3. And it's a good breakthrough for the Eagles, and that's just all about the pace. Hits the deck hard, the ball really does come up on the batter, and he's not able to control it. And the first one goes down. And fine time to welcome back into our commentary position to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, and what a great start that is for the Eagles. They need to take these early wickets and try and put Donishta in the back foot. That's not going to be easy when you look at their batting lineup. Super interesting to see Davitsi out there, of course, Czech Republic national player, and he'll be taking part in the ECIs at the end of this 2 weeks. So he'll be playing for Czech Republic, and when that happens, he'll be playing against Razmal Shigewal, who he's batting with right now. Shigewal's the Austrian national team captain. So yeah, Davitsi, because I suppose the proximity of these two cities, Prague's about 4 hours or so by train from Vienna. So he's been invited to play for Donnerstadt, who are the defending champions, makes them even stronger. He's just faced the 1 ball at the moment, but here is Shigewal facing up for the first time in the series. And he flirts at one, and Said once again gets good pace and carry out of this pitch.
Yeah, and he's just that slight adjustment, Vinny, in his line. It just goes a little bit fuller, but creating problems. And look at the way that carried and the bounce on that. And that's exactly what Hussain wasn't able to deal with.
Pretty good location. One of the things with Said earlier is that he bowled with good pace, but he struggled bowling to the left-hander. He was bowling that exact same kind of line and going down the leg side to Arsene Yusuf. But yeah, right now he looked pretty dangerous, didn't he, in that first one? Just 4 for 1 after 1. As we just remind you, if you'd like to, you can always follow us on our social media at European Cricket, and you can follow me at Mr. Maximo or Rico at RicoFull on Instagram. Thanks again for all the messages. If you'd like to send us messages, you can. See a lot of questions. Which team is stronger? Well, I'll tell you what. If you go to EuropeanCricket.com, you'll see all the match preview. And I think you'd be able to kind of work out, if you did a bit of digging around the website. You've got Donnerstadt, you've got the defending champions, you've got Vienna Eagles, who have only played 1 game that they lost pretty badly. So using that big thing of muscle or whatever it's called inside your head, that thing, then you should be able to work out Donnerstadt are going to be big favourites in this game.
A good bit of movement here, a lot of swing. I mean, just look where the keeper, Mohammed Hussain, ends up taking this.
This one doesn't really swing. It stays straight and it disappears. That's gone all the way. Maximo Hussain. Yeah, I like his kind of slingy nature, but yeah, some go, some don't. So he's just drifted a little bit into the front knee of Razmal Shigewal, who makes him pay the price, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. I mean, you got to feel for the bowler here. He's thinking, okay, the one before swung so much. Well, maybe if I start this around leg, it'll swing, and it doesn't. You never really know why sometimes the ball does what it does.
Yeah, that's true. Swing is a bit of a dark art, isn't it? Naveed Hussain did come up with a good wicket early that previous game. Low arm action, you see. So if anything, he'll skid through. This pitch, though, is certainly got a lot more carry, I think, than the pitch we saw in Milan. We'll see the ball flying through a bit. And Donnerstadt have got some pretty good bowling options of their own, don't they? You've got Idibasha Dida in there. You've got Sahil Zadran. Nuramidzai as well. And so, yeah, Donnerstadt, previously known as Vienna Afghan, up until the 2021 season, renamed, so maybe give a bit of representation of where they are in Austria. And yeah, they're going to be a tough team to beat, but I do think they'll have a fair bit of competition at the top end of the table. And who knows? I mean, if certain teams that we were certain would be semi-finalists in Italy, such as Gina Brescia, made tough work of it in the end. Jandra Brescia, another team that had a really good start, missed out on the 4. Because it's super important, all these group games, with only the 4 out of 11 qualifying. It's so different to, say, 4 out of 5 or 4 out of 6. I mean, you do need to play well all the way through the tournament. If you have a flat spot, you make things really tough for yourself. This one's whipped away straight to the fine leg though. They won't get a run. And that's the end of the second over. And, Maximo and the single, but nothing else off the second. It's 11 for 1.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. Here's the batter. The VC plays a nice shot either side of the fielder. Probably would have got good reward. Looking very pretty. The ground had an early mow this morning, so as a result of that, we're expecting the ball to travel along the ground a lot quicker. And we've seen it already. Should be high scores, but that's what the standings are looking like so far. Donnerstad looking to put some points on the board as well. The reigning champions, and the Eagles, that was a difficult debut for them against the Tigers, looking themselves also to get their first points on ECN.
Early days, and so in Milan you needed 6 wins out of 10 to get in the 4, and that's kind of the target I'd be looking at. As this is short and it's hooked away, and with the win that's going to fly a long way. Maximo will say trying out the short stuff. Didn't work too well before, doesn't work this time either. 6 more.
Yeah, Razman Shugwal, 126 runs he scored in the series last year. Wasn't always at his best. We saw him struggle a little bit also for Austria when he was playing in the ECC with the bat. And he had went through a patch of first ballers, didn't he?
Yeah,
but we know he's a quality player, so he's looking to show us and the world just what he can do. Got an aggressive nature about him.
Yeah.
He doesn't hold back.
Form is temporary, class is permanent. This is a good delivery from Said. See how that's just a bit fuller? It's probably a metre or 2 fuller. And so it's not an obvious ball to pull.
Yeah, good comeback, isn't it? It's a good seed, this one. And moves away slightly as well. Really well bowled.
Yeah, so yeah, Shigwal, he's fairly philosophical about it, I think. He's just keep playing his game. One touch shorter, but only a touch, and that's all it has to be to Shigwal, who rocks back on the back foot and pulls him away again. Maximo, a second in the over.
Well, he's not going to shy away from it, is it? I've already said he's aggressive by nature. He doesn't get flustered. He'll always play the same way, and once again, he's quite happy to take on Saeed. He's got a bit of pace about him as Kazim Saeed. Shigwal rocks back and hits his second maximum in the innings.
Really good shot. It wasn't that short. It was short enough. 20 off 9. Razimov's off to a flyer here. Tries it again though, but this time it's the top edge and it's blowing towards the field and he drops it. The wind causing problems for the field. To say that's Barty out there. Had a chance to get rid of the Austrian captain, but he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big opportunity and you've got to take it because we know that Razmal Shigwal can certainly now go on to hurt you. You've got to try and send him back early. And Saeed, of course, he's disappointed. He's been a bit unlucky here today.
The leg side, it's been called a wide. They won't take an extra. Yeah, taking a chance is so important, especially when you're playing a team that's, I suppose, considered to be favourites. You've got to get those balls in their hands. Not easy though. I mean, the wind causing some issues for the bowlers with the control. The field is obviously making it more difficult to catch. Even for the batters, certain areas of the field pretty difficult to clear the boundaries. Davitsi steps across and just whips this one away, and that running away for another 4. So Said pretty expensive here in the third over. Still a ball to go in the third.
Yeah, this is just straying down the long line. It would have been another wide for sure. But Davisi says, no, he'll rather take the boundary. Just a little delicate touch, and that races away for 4. So still continuing to have those issues, Saeed, with the left-handers.
Last ball, the power play then. And he just kind of freezes up on this, guides it down off the gloves for nothing. But still, Donnerstadt, a decent looking power play. Maybe a bit of a draw though. I think 29 for 1 after 3. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, I think so. I think Donnerstadt, first time they're having a bat, first match in this series. I think they'll be a little bit cautious as well. I think they will know that Vienna Eagles probably are not so strong in the batting department, so they'll be looking to get a steady start, maybe get to a 50 or 60 score at the halfway point and then get the acceleration in with wickets in hand and try and post a I think they'll be looking for around about a 120 plus score here, between 120 and 135 perhaps.
So time for the middle overs where you can have up to 5 outfielders. I think they've gone for pretty much a straight protection. And as this is skied, it's going miles in the air. And, well, he's just completely lost. That's the long on. That just loses at the critical moment. And has to go down as a chance, because if he'd seen it, he would have had a chance of catching it. And Shigwal gets lucky again.
Yeah, I mean, he gets there and then totally loses it, has no idea where it is, and starts to take this defensive measures. So another chance for Shigwal.
O'Makel did see it, but he was too far away to do anything about it. And the next one gets drilled down the ground. Sight screen buster, Maximo. Shigwal gets 2 off the skied ball that was unseen, and the next one disappears straight out of the ground.
Well, Karanbir Singh, the captain of the Vienna Eagles, will be looking with daggers at the fielder, Sadiq, that, didn't even get the attempt in on that one. And we know what Rosmal can do if you don't take him early. He's given you 2 chances and they haven't taken them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. Yeah, Kazim, after his 2 overs, he just went down the line. Couldn't hold on. Now the next one is picked up, and it's picked up really, really well. That is a big hit. That's 6 on any ground. Maximo Shigwal turning it on here in match number 7. The first time we've seen Donnerstadt, we've seen the Austrian captain going to town here.
This was brutal, wasn't it? This was the message. Well, you've dropped me, now pay. And he absolutely clobbers this one. That is gone many a mile. I think that's the biggest one quite easily that we've had in the series. You can see the umpire say, hey boys, come on back, we'll get another. And well, hang on a minute, they found it. Well, there you go.
It's a miracle. Yeah, well, Shigwal, top scorer 96 versus Romania. That was back in the ECC in 2021. If he keeps batting like this with 10 opportunities, who knows? Maybe we'll see him crack the triple digits for the first time in EC and T10 cricket. But yeah, right now, it's really tough to bowl to.
Did you really say that already? Already, you're going to snooker him now. You just are. You just know it.
The reason I'm saying it is because if you throw the luck in there with how good he is, he's been dropped. He's also had a ball that he hit into the sun that Kazim Say didn't see. And I think it could be a bit unstoppable. Meanwhile, Davidsi's just kind of getting used to things. It's a slightly different pitch here in Vienna than it is in Prague. A little bit more bounce to it, I think. A bit quicker. So you've just seen him rushed a couple of times. He's a good player in his own right. I suppose the question with Davitsi is always, can he do it when the opposition is up a notch? So, you know, he has a lot of success in the Czech domestic competition, but he plays in a pretty strong team as well. The question is, can he do it? And I think he can. Just needs to show he can. Anyway, this is another 6 for Shigwal. Maximo. Slightly slower ball there, I think, from Karanbir Singh, the captain, as the 4th goes magical and the 50 comes up for Donnerstadt. It's 51 for 1 after 4.
Well, the battle of the captains, and it's a captain with his bat in the hand that is winning this one. Though Karanbir Singh, quite rightly, will say, well, I could have had him, I should have had him, but instead he goes magical. And, well, Shigwal is turning on the style. I think Vinny's decided that really he shouldn't be there, but as he is there, he's going to have some fun.
Right-hander's paradise, really, out here with this wind, especially when the ball's just kind of curving into you. Because you get any piece of it, it's flying over the ropes, and that is climbing. That's like the old-fashioned worm. It's just going up. That was Corey's criticism of it. Well, this one's just going up. It's not because of the worm itself. It's just because of the acceleration that's come in the last couple of overs from Shigwal. So 48 off 20 this partnership, but 42 of those runs have come off the bat of Razmal. As they're going to turn to some slower stuff, and it's going to be Avinash Asuria who's going to bowl first up to Sabuan Davitsi. Pretty good one first up, blast through the cover, and that's going to be 4. So the 50 partnership comes up, but this one should have been stopped in the infield. This field's quicker. That was a little bit too quick for the man at cover.
Yeah, well, Davitsi gets 4, but really it's not good work from the fielder. Lets it go straight through him. And that's not the best bit of fielding.
or bowled. I mean, 2 balls have been pretty accurate from Masuria so far in this over. And I think they've gone for him instead of Kumajar because they think that he's a bit of a better matchup. As far as just the way that he moves the ball, he might be a little bit quicker as well. Let's see. Because right now, Razamal's taken apart the paceman. Now it's full toss, and he gets enough of it. That one's out of here as well. Maximo, as he rockets to 48 off 16. This time, it's just an attempted Yorker that turns into a full toss, and the form that he's in at the moment, that one was always going to be headed for 6.
Yeah, he waits for it well, doesn't he? Doesn't get excited quite often. When you see a slow full toss, you want to go for it big time, and you miss out on it. No such thing with Rasman. And now we'll go for another one. Bolle, kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, he's doing it in style. It's a sensational hit.
Yeah, brings up his 50 as well off just 17 balls, and at this pace, there's no real safe length. Maybe a perfect Yorker, but this is just short of that block hole, and he just steps, he hits, and Razmal is on a rampage here in match number 7. He's scored 54 off 17. That's a rate of more than 3 a ball. And this one's in danger of going magical too, and it might, although this is a bit of a top edge, but with this wind, it is flying. Maximo! Razmal hits 60 now in 18, and this just keeps on getting more and more out of control for Vienna Eagles.
Well, he just intelligent batting, really. I think he's decided, well, with the way this wind is blowing, and with the line that's been bowled to him at the moment, just a little bit short. And I mean just a little bit, but he's a quality player, and he's going to make it count. And at the moment, everything that's been hit into that cow corner is just sailing away. Look at that.
Look at the wagon wheel.
The story.
Yeah, because he just probably feels that he can hit pretty much any ball there at the moment with this wind, this movement. Maybe except that one. He goes over the offside. This is one that probably would have been a wide. He gets a bit lucky. It's off the end of the bat. And so it is 24 off the over. Shigawal, 61 in the first half. I'm just going to say it because I think he's unjinxable. I'm on century watch here. And the score is 75 for 1. Just a reminder of what's coming up on the European Cricket Network in the next few weeks. We've got Austria, Bulgaria, then Sweden, then we'll have Hungary, I believe, after that. Then we head to the Czech Republic for a couple of weeks. That's where you'll see Danny Hudacek as well. I know that you'll get to go to Prague for the first time. I know you're excited about that. And so after that, we'll be in Switzerland for the first time since 2020. So looking forward to that as well. Kumajar comes on. They're going to stick with spin. And the next one is going to be hit down to long off for 1. So assuming he gets enough balls here, I think he's going to be pretty hard to stop. But yeah, it's a classic jinx I've put on him. Let's see if he's good enough to break it.
You've said it twice, so let's see. Now, mind you, he's been given 2 chances as well, 2 lives. Let's see, Jar.
Yeah,
Good delivery.
He hasn't had too much to the strike at all, has he? He's only had 8 balls out of the first 31, but it doesn't really matter. He's got the best seat in the house right now. I don't know if Sub is happy about this or not, because don't forget, Sub will be representing the Czech Republic against Razmal Shigawal. He might have a different opinion of it then. As this is cut away really nicely. Shigawal is going to get a couple. Yeah, and it's kind of the nature of cricket these days. We see in franchise cricket, for example, you see international adversaries playing on the same team. I think it's just brought the whole community together, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get aggressive at somebody in an international match if you genuinely like them. And I think in the last 10 years or 15 years since the franchise system's been there, international players have mixed. It's kind of ushered in a new era of like being quite social, like it was like in the 70s, for example, and when you'd go and you'd mix and maybe have a drink in the opposition rooms. As he misses out on this one. Kumajar, I like his bowling. I think he offers something a bit different if he can get it right.
Yeah, I liked his bowling first time round. I like the way that he's prepared to give the ball a bit of flight. He gets it in the right areas. You can see he's setting his field. He knows what he wants.
Nice bally over. And Davinci goes after it, but they got protection there. It doesn't matter though, because into the gaps, 4 more. And so Donnerstadt running away with this innings, end of the 6th. It's 84 for 1.
Yeah, they are racing away, as you say. Daviti's probably decided there's plenty of batting still to come. It's a time that whatever delivery that come his way, he's going to go after and attack it as well. And I think that's what both the batters are talking about here. Of course, the captain, Shigiwala, is saying, look, let's just go for it. You know, we've got plenty of players out there. He'll be hoping and wanting some of the other guys to get a bit of a knock as well.
I'd say that Kumajar is a player that he always impressed me with his bowling when I've seen him before. I have seen him for Indian CC Vienna before on the network. And it wasn't the worst over. Went for 9. In the context of things, that's actually not too bad. But anyway, time for over number 7. Naveed Hussein's going to come back. He bowled the second. He's going to sling a few here at Shigarwal. And that's a crazy one, really. That's the baseball equivalent of a walk, where you just give him an extra couple of runs to get Shigarwal out the way.
Yeah, Mohamed Hussain actually does very well to stop that. Diving to his left.
Yeah, left-hander. Was actually a pretty good ball to a left-hander. Let's see if he makes the adjustment. Kinda. But this is up and away, and that's 6. Maximo. So, yeah, Hussain just getting the length wrong. There is full where you kind of do want to be full, I think, but this is too full. Yeah, and Dutzy just stands and he just gets deep in the crease. Yeah, just escorts that. He plays that shot really well down on one knee.
Yeah, well, a nice shot of Sam Williams patrolling the boundary there. And, well, he's into the crops to find that one, and between him and the fielder, they do find it. Wasn't it just over-pitched? The right areas, but over-pitched. Hussain, it's well bowled, though he sees Daviti coming at him. Gets the ball in the right areas, pitched up.
Yeah, I mean, like Hussain, I think, again, he's something a bit different to face. So he's got a slightly awkward action. He comes quite kind of round arm and low to the ground. But, yeah, right now, this partnership 90, it was causing all kinds of problems. As Shigarwal swings across this one. He probably got a bit too leg side conscious there. But yeah, the wind, it's an interesting one. It gets really strong, but then there's these periods where it's really calm.
Yeah.
But I do remember from being here before, the calm normally comes before the windstorm, and it comes back even stronger. So right now we have a slightly calm period. This one's a little bit short, and it is hit up and out of the ground. Maximo! Shigarwal swings his way into the 70s, and the 6s just keep on coming. This one was kind of in that zone. Wasn't that short again, but he's very organised. He gets his weight back on that back foot, and he pulls it out of the ground again.
Yeah, that's number 10, 6 number 10, just from him. And anything that short, he's onto it so quickly. The only other 6 in the innings has come from Daviti, who's put one away.
I was going to say I don't remember him hitting a 4, and the reason for that is he hasn't. He's hit 10 6s and no 4s. He's scored 60 out of the 71 runs in Maximos. Goes again. This one's off the end of the bat. It should be caught. It is caught. Well, the jinx is complete as Kazim Saeed gets his revenge. Remember, earlier on he didn't see one. That one he saw enough of to catch it. But Shigarwal, I mean, good signs though. Even though he doesn't make the 3 figures, that's still an aspiration he'll have, I'm sure. But he'll be super happy with that innings. He goes for 71, and the score is 99 for 2.
That one is on you. And you snookered him twice. You knew it was coming, but just fall short of the 100 partnership. But a good knock, and that is going to do his confidence a world of good. As I said the last few times that we've seen him bat, and hasn't been at his best, but he's returning to his best. That's a knock that's going to do him and his team a world of good.
Super humble guy as well, Razmal. Gets a good ovation from his teammates. And it doesn't even head over there. He just says, yeah, okay, take your pads off. That's my job done. Anyway, give somebody else an opportunity. Noor Ahmedsai, well, he is built for power, isn't he? We've seen him do some pretty remarkable things on this ground. I think he'll enjoy this situation. Well done to Hussain to get the breakthrough. He's got one more ball to bowl. And he sneaks it past Noor as we get to the end of the 7th over. And the score Here's 99 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Hopefully you are well. And yeah, I've decided to go the beanie and got my beautiful ECN scarf as well.
Yeah.
Haven't needed it for a little while, but I've always got it in the bag.
You did well to pack it.
Yeah, you got to be prepared. But you know, what an assault we've seen from Donnerstadt. They've certainly made a very strong statement in these first 7 overs, the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan. You knew that if they had the opportunity, they would bat first. That's exactly what they've done. And their captain, well, we've seen a marvellous knock from him. And it's not done yet. As Daviti goes out onto the leg side. You can see the difference to win here. I mean, hitting that sort of shot going the other way. It's racing to the boundary. Hitting it against the wind, it goes nowhere. That's Ahmed's there. Now goes back on strike. He's got one thing on mind, and that's to hit big. And
Tries. Oh, it's just carrying. No, I mean, that looked like it might with the wind, but yeah, Ahmed's eye gets off the mark. All right, maybe it's Davitsi time now. Maybe it's Sabah time.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people will be watching from the Czech Republic with interest to see how Sabah goes. Hundreds come up during this over as well for Donnerstadt.
Were bold, good areas. It's nice that Singh, the captain, comes back, gets the ball, going right across the left-hander. It's one area where left-handers do sometimes struggle. Didn't bowl in the first match, did Karimbeer. Slower delivery, might have gone a little bit too wide this time. Yeah, the umpire has a little think about it. Gives it a call.
Yeah, I mean, I like the thinking. Mixing up the pace a bit. But again, that's with the wind, I think. There's a lot left to right here. It just drifts too wide. This one's the pace on, so yeah, I'm liking that.
I like that. This is, he sees the batter charging and he says, okay, well, not only have I got a slower one, I've got a quicker one as well, and he gives this a little bit of masala. Yeah,
fair enough.
Like that.
Yeah, so he sets him up with the slower one, doesn't he? Even though that was a wide, had the batter not really ready and prepared. As Davitsi goes up and over, extra cover, what a shot, Maximo! So like I say, he hasn't had a lot of the strike here, but when he has had the strike, he's been pretty good. And yeah, Donnerstadt reinforcing their top order. A pretty handy batter to slot in up there.
Yeah, it's, liking this little challenge. This time, he goes back into his crease. He's expecting the fuller delivery from Karimbeer Singh, the captain of the Vienna Eagles. And he puts it away as well. So ball to come, 31 he's gone for of his spell so far. But can he pick up or wicket, the captain?
There he goes leg side. And this would have been out by a lot. And they're going to take an overthrow because the outfield's all the way back on the boundary. Davitsi will get 2. And the score is 110 for 2. Yeah, Sabah's an interesting one. I think he benefits from there being lots of good players around him, because I don't know, in teams where I've seen him as the key, or you know, where there's a lot expected of him, sometimes he just hasn't really risen to the moment. But in teams where there's quality around him, I think that he just has a certain freedom out of his batting. He doesn't put too much pressure on himself, and that's what you're seeing here. And he's cruised to 32 off 18, kind of overshadowed by Shigawa. Well, Shigawa was there, no doubt, but still, Donnerstadt in a very good position with 2 overs to go. Having said that, I mean, we saw a high 120s chase down in pretty dramatic circumstances yesterday. Kumajar coming back for his second over. Well bowled. Again, batter thought that might have gone for a wide. It stayed inside the tram line.
Yeah, good start. Ahmed's eyes looks like he's looking for anything that's around on the stumps or on his pads. And it's not giving it. That's close one.
See,
very close to the line.
For me,
I like the reaction from the bowler here. What's the reaction from the bowler?
That is a wide. That's straight over the line. That's something they probably have to improve on. Yeah, the bowler's really happy. Bowler actually thought it was wide. That's why he was
so.
upset with himself. But yeah, the ball. If the ball's, yeah, if the ball passes completely inside the tram line at the point it passes the batting crease, then that's fine. If it isn't, which that last one didn't, then it should be called a wide unless there's like a significant movement outside the off stump before the ball's bowled. Anyway, Davitsi does this again. He gets it on one knee and he smacks it over cover point. Maximo. 6 is still coming for Donnerstadt.
This is an outstanding shot, really. And he gets down low, and he gets plenty of power.
Gets so much
to hit
power
that out.
from that base, doesn't he?
He does, and you can see that the bowler there, Jar, just having a chat with the captain and says, well, there's nothing I can do about that. It shouldn't be going for sixes. Well, it's all the wind, he's saying. It's the wind. Hava both hava chal diye.
Well, this one is in the air, and it's holding up. Fielder comes in, but he can't get there in time. It'll be one. I know that Maya is saying Davitsi plays a lot of the anchor role. Well, he won't be happy with being called that because anchors weigh you down. You know, he's just a stroke maker, as you can tell. I suppose maybe that's the role he's played in this innings, given what's been happening at the other end. Mohamed Zayed swings and misses all the way through this one, end of 9. And the score is 118 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder if he comes out of his crease here. Let's watch this again. See the reaction from the keeper.
Yeah, maybe he kind of lifts the heel. Yeah, no, it just hasn't quite been on yet, has he? 118 for 2 after 9. 1 for 22. Not bad figures for Kazim Saeed and Naveed Hussain, the openers, but some of the bowlers have been a lot more expensive than that. Kumajar, though, as I said, formerly of Indian CC Vienna, he put in a decent shift, 17 off his 2. 2 decent overs, 9 and 8. Anyway, time for the last dash, and it's going to be Sahil Bharti to bowl, over number 10. And the first one is whipped away. And they think of a second, and it's almost a run out, but there isn't. Everyone was kind of frozen with what to do there.
Yeah, he sort of starts, and it's almost like he's waiting, and yeah, the keeper...
He thought of then throwing it, said, well, it's not actually saving us a run, and he's not hitting them that well, so it looks worse there.
I think there was an opportunity.
But he was a metre behind the stump. Something like that side on doesn't show, because he couldn't reach him. So he had to either step forward or try and flick the ball at the stumps. And he said, you know, it's probably not worth it, because if I miss, I'll probably get another one. But anyway, Mohamed Zayed, he's a guy that I've seen hit about 30 runs off 6 balls. He's only 2 off his first 6, now 3 off 7. Davitsi, though, you see that his offside shots have flown further because of that wind, the left to right wind. Anyway, gets left armour. I think he's gone here. Little edge, and well bowled by Bharti. He'll only get the one over here, but he gets the ball to kind of swing with the breeze left to right, and that little bit of movement does Sabah. See, there it is. It's a fairly healthy edge through to Mohamed Hussain. So a decent start for Davitsi in a Donnerstadt's shirt. He goes for 40 off 22, and there's half an over remaining. It's 120 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good little fight back this towards the end here. I mean, ever since they took the wicket of Shiguwal, the runs have slowed down. Remember, it was 75 at the halfway point. So at that point, you're looking at like a 150 plus score. And I was saying that Donnerstadt will be looking really for something around about the 130, 135. But they're going to have to go some to get there now. 3 balls to go.
Zadran comes out. This is Sahel Zadran, and he does like to be super aggressive again. He'll be aggressive with the ball as well. Probably see him opening the bowling, I imagine, for Donnerstadt. And so, Bharti putting in a good shift, isn't he? And you probably have to ask yourself questions how he's not going to get 2 overs here.
Yeah, I think it was all to do with the issues. As this one's high up in the air. Can he get there? He's chasing after it. It'd be an incredible catch if he does.
And they'll get 2, or I think they'll get 2.
Oh, well.
Where is everyone? Well, the keeper had started chasing towards the ball, even though he was never going to get there. So he intercepts it. Yeah, but I'm probably more to do with the fact that Karambir bowled 2 overs for 33. And so they bowled, Karambir bowled himself, even though his first over went for 22, and he bowled himself another one that went for 11. Okay, not too bad, but maybe it was an opportunity to bowl Bharti 1 and see how he went, and then one of them gets a second over. Anyway, another ball's hanging in the air a long time. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. Well, that's pretty well done, and it hasn't been very, very easy catching conditions because of this breeze swirling around, and so that will be a wicket to finish. No, it'll be 122 for 4. Mohamed Zayed and Sahil Zadran not really able to use the balls they faced that well. They faced 10 between them and could only gather 5 runs without a boundary. But, yeah, Vienna Eagles, I suppose they do fight back pretty well at the end. I mean, there was only 8 off the 9th over, 4 off the last. And so with the score 122 for 4, nice catch by Deepak Lal at the end to finish the innings. But there's a lot of work to do for the Eagles. Having said that, we know that the ball has been flying this morning on day 2. Outfield's a bit quicker as well. They'll need to go quickly, but I suppose that comeback at the end for Vienna Eagles gives them a glimmer of hope. But really, it was all about the stroke making, particularly of Shigawal, who came out on a mission, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. But of course, there was those 2 opportunities. I mean, Barty was the man that put him down when he was on 20, and then when he was on 22, Sadiq put him down as well, and he did make him pay. We knew that he would. 10 humongous sixes that he hit, and he certainly showed how to deal with the slightly shorter delivery. You won't see at the other end, he really was, the best seat in the house as he was watching Razman Shigawal do his work, but he played some nice shots himself. But there was a lot of deliveries that had to be fetched from the wheat field at that part of the ground. It was a catch there taken, nicely held, and it was Saeed, the man that could have had his man earlier, that takes a very good catch. But then Davidsey decided he had to get going. He played some nice shots before this one was sneaked behind. And also, well done to Barty. Barty in the match before was, he only got the one over. The reason for that was he went magical. So he wasn't given another one here until right towards the end. The captain, Karanbir Singh, that finally did go back to him, and he delivered. He bowled very well, taking the wicket there. And just only conceding just 4 runs as well. So well done to him. But Donnerstad maybe slightly below where they were looking at, especially the way they were going early on, while the captain Shigawal was there. 75 at the halfway point, finished on 122, but I think a 120 plus score was what they had in mind. 40 from Davidsey of 22 deliveries, but it was all about Razman Shigawal. 71 he put on the board of just 25 deliveries. With the bowling there, I think we already said that we were very impressed with the bowling from Kumar. He really did bowl beautifully well. And then Barty, Sahil Barty, just rewarding the captain with his faith, picking up 2 wickets for 4. It's outstanding from him. And I think the captain himself was a little bit expensive, but I think the other bowlers, when you consider what the conditions are like, and you consider that they were bowling to batters that were well set, the likes of Kazim Saeed and also Naveed Hussain, I think bowled very well as well. So match number 7 is the halfway point. You can see that Donnerstad, the reigning champions, have made a good start with about 122 on the board, and they'll be hoping to put a good defence in against the Vienna Eagles. The Eagles, we haven't really seen too much of their batting. Their top order didn't click in their first match. They are making their European Cricket Series debut, and they're hoping that those top order can click in this one, and maybe we can have a surprise result. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 7.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And on a start, the reigning champions playing in this match number 7 have put 122 on the board, up against the Vienna Eagles, a team that started their first ever European Cricket Series campaign earlier this morning when they played the Austrian Cricket Tigers. And, well, they batted first and put 81 on the board. It wasn't enough as ACT knocked them off with 25 balls to go. And now it's a big uphill task for them. They've got to try and see out some of the top bowling lineup of Donnerstad and try to get to 123 for victory. A very warm welcome to you around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Hello to Liam Day. I hope you're well, my friend, and hello to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Hope you're enjoying the action from this Seebahn cricket ground here in Austria, just outside of Vienna, as we get ready for the end of match number 7. It's the second of day 2. 3 more matches coming up later. Here's the first ball off the innings. And Singh, well, he swings hard. It's going to take a tremendous effort from the fielder to try and stop that. And he throws himself at it. That's Itibashar Didar. But he can't stop it. 4 runs to start. And the captain swinging hard, and he gets lucky. 4 carreras. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el capitán de Vienna. A good start, 4 runs. Not where he meant it to go, but you've got to be positive. That's the thing here. Got to be positive, and got to be brave, and got to back yourself. Can the captain lead by example and give his team a good start? And needing around about 12. Just over 12 and over. Zdran has got some fire behind him, bit of pace. Bangs this one in. Once again, going with the shorter stuff. Singh swings wildly, misses out on this one. Beautiful country, Vienna. Talked about some of the facts about it. The Austrian flag, one of the oldest national flags in the world. Flag of Austria. Oh wow, was totally losing his shape here. Slow delivery as well from Zadran, but it's all about shape and balance. The art of cricket, the art of batting, and you can see Singh here. Oh, he's all over the place. The interesting fact about Austria, Fernando Porsche, the founder of the German sports car, was from Austria. There's more short stuff. This one's called a wide. The umpire at Square judging this has gone over the head of the batter. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a fair call. That's nicely done. That's umpire Pravin working well with umpire Dewinder at the bowler's end. The men in black have done a good job, an outstanding start from them yesterday with the umpire Rajinder as well, led by the tournament referee Tyrone Peters. That slow delivery once more. Guides it, but straight to the fielder. Unfortunate there from Singh. So Zadran walks back to his mark. And of course we all know the former Hollywood actor Arnold Schwarzenegger grew up in Austria as well. Known, of course, for his picturesque landscape and the mountains. Slow ball, but I think this one might be too high. It's going to go for 4 runs. Might have to have a look at this side on as well. I know it was slower. It may be dipping, and perhaps Singh came a long way out to meet it. And I think it was on the downward trend, so I think it'd be okay with this. I think if the batter is standing inside his crease in the upright position, that one would have been okay. It looked higher because the way that Singh came up. And well, they're calling that. Well, I'm not sure. I don't like that call, to be honest. I think you've got to call it with the batter standing in his crease. If he was stood in his crease, that was never going to be too high. So that's worked in the favour. So free hit coming up. and goes for it, and he gets it clean. This is the biggie. Look and watch out in the tower. Well, where does this end up? Oh, that goes all the way. And that's a good hit from Sings. So he makes it count, doesn't he? Well, there you go. X marks the spot, as they say. There it is. Well, as soon as I saw that one up in the air, thought our man in the tower was in a spot of bother. There's Gunurs who's up there. Gunurs, you okay? Give us a thumbs up. Hey, he's fine. That's what I like to see. Yeah, he's got the gloves on. I'm not surprised. If we're feeling it down here, it's even colder up there. So Zadran, he's gone for 16. A ball to come in the over. To the perfect start so far for the Vienna Eagles. And it's that shorter delivery once more. But this one, I like to see the height on this, you know. I would like to see side on. Because if it's over the shoulder, this one needs to be called. Let's have a look. Oh, that's got to be called for me. That's got to be called. That's the second one. He's already. Oh well. That's a couple of calls. I think that. Well, I suppose maybe it works both ways. He was lucky to get the free hit, and he's not going to get it. He's not going to get another one. Welcome back.
Two wrongs make a right. Look, what I will say, the high one was dipping, but it did hit it like trying to chest high. So the umpire decides it's not going to get below the waist. As we see, 43 matches since golden ball. Pretty good start in this one. Not sure this will be a golden ball, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, that's just a blown call though, because wasn't there there was a wide, right?
Yeah, there was a wide for over the head height.
There was a wide for height. So that's one I just think they just made a mess of their communication there. Something they'll work on, I'm sure. But you couldn't make a case for that being under the shoulder. And we already know that by definition, the fact there was a wide for height was above the shoulder. So that was just a little bit of a breakdown there. Anyway, it's going to be Idi Bashardida to bowl over number 2. And Kumajar out there. I'm sure that the Vienna Eagles top order is keen to make amends. I mean, that's a measure wide as well. I don't think that passes inside the line. I think it hits the line. Anyway, the only way is up. Hello to a few people in the chat as well that have joined us. Oh, this is pretty close if it's leg, but maybe a bit of height.
Yeah, there was a woody sound to it. I'm not saying.
Yeah, was it off the leg or was it off the bat?
Wasn't there? I mean,
it hits him just real high. I think look at where it actually hits him. It takes off. There is so much bounce in this pitch, so I think it was going miles over the top. But certainly decent line there. Yeah, but hello to Liam. Hello to Maya Patel as well. And yeah, a lot of people excited that we're back in Austria. It's an exciting brand of cricket they play here. And this is whipped away nicely. That'll be 4. So Kumajar, he's a player we have seen before for ICCV. He gets off the mark with a bit of class. And this isn't easy, especially after that previous one that really reared up on him. This was a bit fuller, though. And he took it off the stumps and whipped it through the leg side.
Yeah, delightful shot. Kumajar made 15 of 9. He looked like a good batter before he departed. So I think if these two can make, I mean, they got 16 of the first, a solid start. This game on, you know. He wants to take the single, but he gets no response at all from Singh, the captain. Just have a look at the captain here. He's like he's planted himself into the ground. Look, he doesn't back up at all. He's just standing dead still. No foot movement at all. And he's saying, nah, stay there. Stay where you are. He's got to really take a couple of steps towards the striker once the ball's been released, really. Once again, see, he just stays put. Good bit of pace from Didar.
Yeah, Didar's good at mixing up his pace as well. We saw Didar and Javid Zadran form a really good partnership. That for me is another wide. No, missed. So it's going to be hard to get these 120s. Again, it's a bit of an adjustment, the way that we analyse wides on ECN. But yeah, the whole ball has to be inside the line. I don't think it was. That one was. And it's sliced up in the air. It's running away. And it will be 4. Just a spin, I think, doing the fielder. That's Mahubulat Shenwari out there. So there's a bit of swings and roundabouts in these first 2 overs, but they pretty much are on the pace. 24 without loss after 2.
Yeah, they were. And you're absolutely right. When that ball goes up, you know it's going to spin. And usually it's always going to spin if you're looking at it to your left. And, well, Shinwari doesn't account for that. This is how it's looking at the moment. can see that Donnerstadt and Vienna Eagles are pretty keen to get themselves on the board, and they'll be level with the likes of the Tigers and also the Daredevils that we saw yesterday. And Vienna CC, that's the plan, and with further matches today, maybe go on and perhaps even be right up there with Cricketer CC.
Yeah, so Zadran coming back for his second over immediately. Oh, that was a spicy bouncer, wasn't it?
It's been called a wide as well.
Well, considering how he played this, I don't know if it was over his head because I thought it was going to crack him in the head. Yes, he is advancing. Yeah, for me, standing at the crease, I think that probably knocks him into the next life. So for me, that probably wasn't a wide. But like I said, there's probably been some that should have been called that haven't been.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here now because he's bowled that short one already. It's been called. So anything short that's over the shoulder, it's going to be called a no ball.
I will say it's a really tough call in real
tough,
time when you square to the wicket and it's coming so quick. This is pitched up a little bit more, and it's going to be cracked all the way. Maximo! Well, what we're seeing here, the Eagles had a few issues losing wickets in the first half of their innings in the first game, but their batting certainly packs the punch, and right now they're really sticking it to Donnerstadt this power play.
Yeah, well, we didn't see any opener do anything. I mean, it was Nandeep Sogi who scored 30 not out coming in. I think he came in about number 5 or 6. We didn't see the top order. So maybe it was just a blip. And what we're seeing here now from Singh, you can see why Zadran wants to bowl short to him because he likes the ball pitched up and he hits it powerfully.
Yeah.
We just saw that there now. But having used that short ball already, he can't go short.
Oh, this one is a huge swing from the captain, Karanbir Singh. Comes up with nothing. So, yeah, I suppose he feels that he's anticipating that it's going to be full. So he's kind of getting on that front foot. But, yeah, that time he just tried to go a bit too square, missed out, and he's lucky he didn't knock his stumps over. I like the bounce of this pitch, though. I mean, it's very... I come from Perth originally. It's a very bouncy pitch. The Wackett's famous for that. This reminds me of it a little bit. There's the slower ball. It's like a fast leg cutter that he bowls. Just spins the ball and drags the hand down the left-hand side. He bowled a very good one the first over, which also didn't bounce a lot. And that one often will kind of shoot through.
Yeah, that's a good option, I think, to Singh. And I think after this over, they may even think about taking the pace completely off the ball because Singh looks like he certainly likes the pace. Be interesting to see how he deals with the spin.
Goes after this, offside, flying away, and it will get to the boundary for 4. So Kumajar gets in on the action. This power play is going really well at the moment. Again, partnerships are going to be required if they're going to chase down this target of 123, and it's a very promising opening partnership at the moment.
Yeah, promising indeed, with both batters hitting boundaries, both prepared to play their shots.
I'm interested to see if Sabu and Davitsi bowls as well. He's normally a bowler that Czech Republic will use normally at the end of an innings, though he can bowl early as well. Here's that slower ball again.
It's going to be 4 runs, you know, gets it through the gap, and with no protection out there on the boundary. It's really nicely played, and once again, we emphasise the fact with this the outfield being cut, these sort of deliveries yesterday probably were slaying up. It's nicely done. So Zadran's been expensive here.
He has. It just hasn't had a few things go his way. I think he's bowled his slow ball pretty well, but then the field wasn't there. They had the long off back, not the long on. I know it is the power play, so you can only have 2 outfielders, so I can kind of understand that. Just a really well-timed shot by Jar. Last ball of the 3rd coming up. And he finishes well, but I think he'll be frustrated when he looks back on that spell. At the end of 3, Vienna Eagles making a real fist to the chase. It's 40 without loss.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I mean, they brought the rate down as well a tad. They haven't lost any wickets. I mean, okay, this is going to be the test now because, of course, Donnerstadt will use all their experience and spread the field now and get the P guys in the right areas. Be interesting to see, though, when they do go for pace off. They haven't at the moment. Looks like they still want to keep with the pace, but I'm just, from what I'm seeing from both the batters, I think if I was the captain here, I'd be pretty keen to take the pace off. But he's going with Didar. And going to bowl Didar out as well, as well as Zadran.
He went .4, .4 in his first over. I would have been tempted maybe to just change pace completely, but they do have a pretty pace-heavy attack. That's the thing. Donnerstadt, here we go. Well, that's high-ish. It's been caught, and well, the batter is going to have to go, I think. I might get saved here by the high.
Yeah, I want to see it side on. I
think it's just below.
He stays into his career. I want to see that called, Vinny. I think it's too high. I think, look at where contact is made. And I think it just, I mean, it's thereabout. If it gets called, it wouldn't surprise me.
It's one that could go either way, really. Because waist high there, but it's still going to come down a touch. In fact, I think it has been called. It certainly looked high live, didn't it? And he's gonna get the turnaround here.
I like that call. I just think when you're bowling at this pace, if it's borderline, you call it.
Yeah.
You got to call it.
So he's going to get saved here, Cobra Singh, and he's got to get a free hit. Yeah, there's one in the first over. Yeah, you said it might have been a bit dicey. For me, I didn't mind the first one, only because, yeah, it was dipping, but it was significantly higher than that one. That one wasn't a slower ball at all. That's the thing. Indeed, well, he can bowl better balls than that. That's the thing. So it will be Columbia. And we'll face the free hit because they didn't run off that ball. Now he'll get some bat on it. Just get the one this time. There's Davitsi doing the fielding down there at deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
Partners, talked about partnerships. It was almost broken there. It was a game of inches. I think typically that's the way that playing condition is interpreted in ECN cricket. It's that if you're not sure it's below the waist when you're standing at the crease, then it's going to be called. And that one, so if they're iffy, they get called, because I think, you know, morally it's the right call. This one's good pace, but down the leg side. Good keeping as well. It's Iqbal Hussain doing the keeping for Donnerstadt today. Iqbal was playing for Vienna CC as one of their wild cards in the ECL a little bit earlier this year. And he's always a guy that provides us a lot of entertainment. Interesting that Dees is bowling like in the first phase and not the middle overs for Donnerstadt here. He gets good bounce. It's called a wide this time.
Yeah, just having a few struggles here. He's over pitched one that was called a no ball, and then he's gone down the leg side. This is now too wide outside the offside.
Yeah, it's the wind, I think. Just kind of, that doesn't allow you to get rhythm because it's blustery. You know, like sometimes it's stronger when you're running in, sometimes it's not as strong. That's a better location. So Zadran will do the fielding, gets everything behind it, keeps it to one. So it'll be pretty interesting to see the red line graph at the end of the over, see how they're tracking. My feeling is they'll be pretty much on it, maybe just ahead of Vienna Eagles. Good game. Something about the ECS this year, it's giving us a lot of good games. That's well bowled by Dida. And this is what he did so well when he bowled in tandem with Javid Zadran for Austria at the ECC last year. Really shut things down in the middle overs. As it is, they'll have to go for two new bowlers now. Donnerstadt from here. They do have a few options. I'll be curious to see who they go for.
Yeah, I think the captain might come on just with his a little bit of pace off. I think that would probably be what I would be thinking as Dida comes back in again.
Yeah, pace on this, but Zadran again cuts it off. Partnership worth 46 now.
Yeah, we're seeing Vienna Eagles on debut here today, and of course, match number 8. We're going to see another team making the debut, the Pack Riders, and they're up against. Again, we saw that the Vienna Eagles had to start their campaign against the Austrian Cricket Tigers, as do the Pack Riders. We're going to see the Tigers back in action after we saw Akib Iqbal lead his team, captaining it this time, lead his team to victory with a player of the match performance. Picked up 3 wickets and also batted beautifully to lead them to victory. That's the next match coming up, match number 8 this series. Always great to see new teams, and that always shows me really how cricket in Europe is growing. I mean, if you look at the number of places that we've been this year, and we're seeing new teams come on board and perform well as well, getting bigger and stronger all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing with this expanded ECS format with more games. 59 games as opposed to the 48 last year, and still leaving time for ECI cricket in the last couple of days, where we'll have an international tri-series
opposing side. I don't think this is hit. I think it's a good call. I think it's a wide, you know. I think he's hit the ground as he's played at it. That is a good call, I think. Didn't hit the pad. It was outside the pad.
Yeah, another wide. So having a few issues here, Didar. I mean, that's going to be a fantastic series. I mean, Czech Republic, we talked about, but Hungary coming here as well. I mean, along with Austria, the host, 3 very exciting teams with excitable players. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker that weekend.
See, Banner wants a wide here. I've got a feeling this is a wide as well. That's been missed. Look, is this over the line? Yeah, it's a
wide
big
ball.
wide. Yeah, they just missed a few of these, and that's frustrating because it costs you a ball and a run. As we get to the end of the over, and well, as predicted, 49 without loss after 4. They are bang on that red line. The only problem is, looks like they're intersecting. I think that the Eagle will be hoping that that trend doesn't continue, where they're doing the opposite of what that yellow line's doing.
Let's see what option the game would here now. So it looks like they're going with Nur Ahmadzai. He's being given the ball.
Just to clarify with the wides, I mean, in a lot of competitions around the world, that line kind of belongs to the bowler. So if they get it more in than out, or even if they get any of that line, then it won't be a wide. Whereas in ECS and T10 cricket, because you want to encourage, you want to discourage negative bowling, that line belongs to the batter. So any ball that passes the crease that's not completely inside that wide line, then it should be called a wide. And we've just seen several now, for both teams to be fair, in this game that haven't been called. And yeah, if I was a batter, I'd be pretty frustrated about that when I look back at it. I suppose when you're batting, you don't really know at the time because you're not in a position to judge. You just have a feeling. Anyway, it's Nur Ahmadzai that's going to bowl. He knocks this down, makes sure there is no run off this. So now the question is, Vienna Eagles, they're on the pace. Can they keep this pace up? And yeah, the other thing about the waist high one, you know, the playing condition on ECN states if the umpires aren't completely sure it's below the waist, then it's no ball.
Yeah.
So again, that's something slightly different, and that's just partly for safety reasons, moral reasons, I guess. Shouldn't be bowling that high at all.
Yeah.
It shouldn't even be the waist, but there's no other obvious body part that I could tell you on television that you could use as a guide. You know, because really you should never be bowling a full toss that's above the top of the pads.
I
you know?
just thought it was great yesterday in that Vienna CC match against Cricketer CC when Cartry bowled that 9th over. More on that after this one.
Yeah, Zadran handles it, just a single.
Yeah, so Cartry bowling the over. Of course, we know it went magical. 27 came off it, but what you have to remember is the last ball was actually bowled by a different bowler because he had to be taken off because of 3 high balls. But once he bowled the second, he thought that was it. He just walked off because I know that this one's up in the air. This one is probably just doesn't carry once again, so don't quite get there. That'll be just a single. Yeah, he thought like in some regulations that it's 2 and you're off. So he walked off, took his cap, walked off, and everyone's thinking, well, what's going on? And it's me thinking, well, hang on, I know he's bowled 2, but you allow 3. So they had to get him back onto bowl. He didn't want to bowl it. Then he did bowl the genuine 3rd, and he was taken off. It was all thoughts happening.
Oh, well, this one almost takes out the umpire. Zadran knocks it down. They didn't really get a good jump on that, otherwise they might have got 2, but it'll just be a long single.
He does well.
You've got hit by flying chairs, have you?
Yeah,
it's very windy conditions.
We've already put a few things on its side because they're playing around. Now the chairs. Now the question is this...
There, the 10 will be the last thing to go.
Is our
it'll be the
structure
most
gonna
dramatic. 50's up here for Vienna CC and the 50 partnership. Last ball of the 5th coming up. They'll get 1, but with a clean pickup, that's all they'll get. So it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 53 without loss. And speaking of international cricket and the fact that we will finish with the ECI, let's have a look at the groups that each of the teams that we'll see are in. So Austria are in Group D with Ireland as well as Hungary, Finland and Turkey. So Austria and Hungary will meet each other in the ECC in the group stage.
Yep.
And yeah, pretty interesting history, of course, between those countries. Czech Republic in Group A with Spain, Isle of Man, France and Greece. And the other thing, don't forget, Rico, that 10 nations are making their debut in the ECC this year. So it just keeps on getting bigger and better.
Yeah, bigger and better all the time. See that Guernsey there in Group B, and of course to everybody in Guernsey, happy Liberation Day to you. Now that some of the celebrations happening there. Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. And of course, it's going to be the same format as the ECL.
Yeah, and that was super fun, intense, emotional, and action-packed. That's what we've got to look forward to. As we see a very quick single. They think about it, an overthrow, they won't get it. So Caribbean moves to 26. Again, that's pretty well played. This ball is crashing into the stumps. It's a wild throw, though, from Chiguwa. It was way too high. And Ishak Safi, the bowler here, almost loses a finger or two. Kumajar, 20. We've headed into the second innings already. Second half of this innings, I should say. Dragged away to the leg side. They'll just get one. And yeah, you can see that with that good fifth over for Donnerstadt, you know, Eagles are kind of playing catch up again, aren't they?
Yeah, just the last couple of overs were pretty tidy, did he? Even though he struggled with his line, he only went for 9, and that last one, just the 4 that came off it. So they want to get going again. Singh, I think he holds the key with a big shot. Let's see if he can get after one here. No, he certainly can, and this one is big. It goes into the field behind us. 6 runs, boom, shakalugya. And that's the way to do it.
What a shot. I mean, again, it's slightly into the breeze, which is a lot left to right. It's a little bit behind the bowler. And he just stepped and flat batted that. That goes over all the things that have blown over. And what a shot that is. This would be a remarkable chase if they could pull this off. Oh, it goes again. It's even bigger, Rico, as it goes up and out of the ground. Maximal. And for me, it's a slightly better shot because he had to play it a bit more straight bat and just caresses it out of here.
That's a beautiful hit. You're right. It was better because I think the bowler this time actually goes for his pads, sees him moving, and angles it into the pads of Safi. But Singh still puts it away, so they needed this. Once again, they're starting to get up with the rate. No wickets haven't been lost yet either.
He goes after this. Is going to get lucky. This is going to run away for another boundary. And I'm not sure if this has gone for 4 or 6. We'll see what Idibasha Dita says. And not sure we'll get a great look at this either. But let's have a look at it.
It's high up in the air. Well, that won't tell us. That tells us it's dropping before the camera. So I think it's going to be 4 runs. I'm not sure what Dita is saying about that one as well.
It's 4. I think you can kind of tell from this one that it doesn't go all the way. Bounces in front. Anyway, right calls made. As this over might go magical as well. It won't, because that good finish from Safi, but still 18 come off it. And that is the one that gets them pretty much back on the pace. Ups and downs here, but still no wickets at 71 without loss after 6.
Well, what a good fight this is from the Vienna Eagles team making the debut. And they were beaten earlier by the Austrian Cricket Tigers, but they're certainly making a fight of this. We didn't see the top order perform at all in the first match. They're starting to perform here, and the captain, Kanbir Singh, certainly showing us what he can do. He's moved to 42. Jar is on 21 as well. Hey, you know what International Day it is today? One of my favourites.
Tell us.
International Alphabet Magnet Day.
Oh, yes. I used to love that. On the fridge.
On the fridge.
On the fridge.
I love leaving those messages. Great for kids and for adults alike.
Ramazar comes back. Remember, he's the one that kept it really quiet in his first over. Yeah. And then, of course, there's the spelling out of words that may or may not be appropriate for on the fridge.
Yeah.
But that's probably bigger kids that get into trouble. That I've even seen little Scrabble, like square ones as well. Sometimes Scrabble style, which you can use. I like the big colourful ones. So.
Oh,
well, this is a slow ball, but I think this is one you got to call.
They're looking at each other. Well, surely he doesn't dip that much.
Well, where does it
side
bounce?
on? I want to see this side on. Let's look at it full on first. I mean, that's got to be. Yeah, there we go. It's side on. Let's look.
Maybe they're seeing if they can call it like a double no ball, because it's pretty much over his shoulder on the full. Yeah, well, sometimes it's good to check. And the third umpire says, yep. I can tell you.
Yep,
No,
here we
that's
go.
no ball. No complaints about that one. Free hit coming up then. And, well, again, touch and go, but it's called fair by the umpire. This is a really close one. Remember, this is a good example of one where does it pass completely inside? Maybe. It does seem back a little bit. Maybe had 99.9% of the ball inside. That's an umpire's call for me. Now, this one goes to Shigawal, who tries to pull off a run out. For some reason, he's picking him miles over the stumps and will have at least one overthrow, even though the batters ran miles through. And that'll be a long two.
Shigawal's radar is well off today. I mean, normally he's so good and so tidy.
Well, Razmal needs to go field in the outfield because then he can throw exactly the same and it'll be perfect. He needs to switch. But he does field there all the time. Maybe he's gotten stronger in the off-season. He just hasn't adjusted
Could
for
be.
it yet.
I mean, normally he doesn't miss.
No, exactly. Good pace from Ahmed Zai. This partnership continues to build. It's the fact that they've kept these wickets in hand and kept these set batters in. It's another wide.
It's a real roller coaster, isn't it? You seem to get one good
frustrating.
over and then one tight. It's going up and down. Yeah, very tight. I suppose they're being consistent. Both
I will say
those
that
calls.
they have been consistent, but yeah, consistently wrong isn't really what we want. Anyway, it's up, it's in the air. Zadran comes around, takes a great catch. Well, that's a fantastic bit of work, isn't it? Because he had to be conscious of the boundary. He had to get in a kind of an unnatural position. He's a great fielder down the ground. So Sahil Zadran takes the catch and finally breaks this opening partnership. Jargo's for 23, and it's 74 for 1.
Yeah, he's a nice-looking shot, but he doesn't quite get the power in it. But what a good catch that is, because he's having to take it at the last moment, taking his eyes off the ball because he's taking it above his head. That's a cracking catch.
So the reason he takes it there is because he did it. Normally he would take a step back and get around the ball, but he's worried that he's going to step over the boundary line. So he says, look, I know I'm fine here. I'm not confident I can go back in case I step over the line. You can't be watching the line and the ball at the same time, so he's having to make a guess. So he takes it in a slightly unnatural fashion, but he's just got such good hand-eye coordination that he pulls it off. And so that is the first wicket. Ahmedzai gets a good reward for his work. As we're going to get the keeper, Mohamed Hussain, coming out at 3. And he completely misses this first one. So Noor Ahmedzai, great spell from him, 1 for 7. And 7 overs down. It is 74 for 1. And look, those 2 overs, you can't underestimate the importance of them from Noor Ahmedzai because he is the reason that they're playing a big catch-up kind of game in the last 3 overs. Let's have a look at match 8 and what's coming up. Austrian Cricket Tigers take on Pack Riders. So yeah, Pack Riders led by Cameron Naeem, who he's quite a fun guy to watch. And Amir Naeem at the top of the order. Watch out for him. He is an acrobatic fellow behind the stumps. Also gives the ball a real crack. ACT though, I mean, they're 1-0. They put away the Eagles first up this morning. Haki Bikbal leading the side. That one's coming up in around about 35 minutes or so as we get ready for over number 8. Starts with a miss hit from Karan Beer, just a single.
Yeah, this is where now it becomes important. That rate is about just under 17. Hussain just gone out there, the new batter, but he can't chew up any delivery. He's got to get bat onto ball. They've got to try and keep the ratio of boundaries going. Otherwise, you just feel that one more good over here will kill this game and take the steam out of it. This one will get called wide. Yeah. It does.
It's literally those 2 overs from Noor Ahmedzai, 4 and 3. They couldn't hit him for a boundary. And that's taken them from pretty much right on the rate of 12 and over to making them chase a lot more. So they're 15 short in those 2 overs, and that's 15 that you need in the last 3 overs. So you need, that's why the rate's gone up to 17, because it's 5 extra per over. That's all to do with the economy of Noor Ahmedzai. Some people thinking they might be in for a penalty here. I'm not so sure. I think they're probably going to be okay for time. Normally I work off about 4 minutes and over. And even the last over, you could probably knock over in 3.5 if you really hustle. But they are pretty pace heavy, Donishnath. there's that slower ball. Someone Davitsi coming on. And I thought they might use him towards the end. That's the way Czech Republic typically use him these days. And you can see why. He's got this good slower ball, rolls out, and again, not a great looking swing from Karambia.
Yeah, it's a very clever delivery, and that's an art in itself to get your wrist in that way to deliver it. Good delivery, clever.
This is another ball which goes out towards the boundary, but just have a look at the fielding, and that's what champion teams do. Snor Ahmedzai having a brilliant game. Maybe not with the bat, but certainly with the ball and in the field. I thought this was going for sure, especially with the awkward bounce. But he did well, slid and used the whole body there.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? We quite often say you've got to get down, you've got to get dirty, you've got to get something behind it. When he does, the whole body stops it going past him. A vital stop.
Well bowled again up in the block hole. This has been a really good closing style over from Sabuan. Saw in the chat, saying Rahula Abdurrahimzai, bit of a mystery man for Pack Riders with no fantasy ranking or player role. I think because he was a late addition to the squad. But if you stay tuned, I'm sure maybe their following game he will be included, certainly for the games that they play later in the tournament. Anyway, last ball of this over. Badly need a boundary. This is going to be a one hopper. I think this one's okay for height, but certainly a bit higher, I think, than Davitsi wanted it. Yeah, I think because he's crouching there, it's probably okay.
Yeah, it's a long way forward as well, so he gets away with it as well. So that's okay. It's the end of the over. The score moves on to 81. And you can see, though, that not too long ago where it was.
Yeah, it was prophetic, wasn't it? The the inverse relationship between those lines, as one was heading up and one's heading down. And Vienna Eagles, after such a promising start, looks like they're falling away in this one. This is Ishak Safi coming back, and this will be cut off in the outfield as well. Having said that, some positives for the Eagles. I think if you take out the innings of Razmal Shigawal, for example, and you have a bit more of a reasonable target, maybe a 100 target instead of that 123, I think they probably could have done this. And yeah, they're no mugs with the bat. I think just first up this morning they were just caught off guard a little bit by ACT, who came out firing and had them 45 for 7.
Oh, well, this one surely will be a wide. Banks this in, Safi. And,
well, Safi's almost blown his big toe off with this with this bounce. It was so short. Yeah, that's an easy one for the umpire to judge. And, one more to the total. Current be out. Personally, I'm sure he would love to be able to knock up an ECN half century from 46 at the moment. Hits this one pretty well. Maybe he'll find Zadran. So just a single. Defended well, haven't they? Through the middle overs, once the field has gone back, for the most part, Donnerstadt, they've got these outfielders, they've got good range, they've got good technique with what they're doing. So yeah, they haven't really given the Eagles a look in here. Yeah, a big swing and a miss. Hussain has had trouble timing things up as well.
yeah, I think what they've done on the start, I mean, they are, of course, a champion side. They're winners, and I think the winners here is the teams that play well together. They never panic, and they didn't panic, even though we saw that start. I mean, Zedran's first over, going for 16, the power play going for 40. They just didn't panic. They knew that at some point they would get the good 1 or 2 overs in that they needed that will kill this game off. They weren't worried, they weren't panicked that they weren't getting wickets early on. They had the game under control. You can see now around that Donnerstadt players, Zedran and Alaika, got a good smile on their faces now. Ahmedzai as well, smiling, both of the guys. They know they've done the job here.
Oh, that's a pretty good shot, isn't it? He goes up and away. Maximo! And Karambir reaches his first ECN half century. And it's been a pretty good one, 53 off 28. Does seem like it might not be enough to drag them over the line, but as we saw yesterday, Rico, anything's possible. Fantastic captain's knock.
या बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग की थी अपने कैप्टन ने करणवीर सिंह ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली बहुत बधाइयां and he does it with a lovely shot as well, probably one of the shots of the day.
Last ball of the ninth. Goes again into the gap. This will take some stopping, but Zadran does stop it. You can see covers a lot of ground there. But he will retain the strike, Karanbir, and the score after 9 is 92 for 1. Well, we saw 26 off and over to win yesterday. At the moment, they need 31, so that would be a record. If you can do 4 in a row, though, maybe you can do 5 in a row, Rico. But here's the thing, you got Davitsi to come on and close. He looks really good in the 8th over, only went for 7. And so he'll be looking to close things out. Donnerstadt, I still think, despite the valiant effort from Karanbir Singh, looks like they're going to get the points here in match number 7.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Davitsi, the first ball he bowls is the slower delivery, because he knows that Karanbir is going to go after him.
Well, Akash says that the Eagles are going to win, don't worry. I'm not sure I'd be taking your advice. I'd be worried about their chances. 31 required, Maximo or bust, and here's Davitsi. Starts with a wide. Well, there you go. Just need the even 5-6s now. 5 out of 6. To be honest, I don't think, yeah. Well, to be honest, if there's anything that's not a 6, there's no strategy, is there? So I was going to say he should face all the balls, but if he doesn't hit a 6, you'd be hoping for a no ball or something like that. Well bowled though. He's really closed things out well. And yeah, see, I even like this throw because they're never going to take a 1.
Yep. Probably,
again, like it doesn't matter at this stage because it's gone over 6 ball now. Davitsi eyes off the cheap stat saying, all right, maybe I will run you out. Of course, he misses. So it'll just be a long dot. And Mohammed Hussain had that look towards Karanbir. Why aren't we running? Why aren't we running? And Karanbir had a look which said, I'll tell you later. Anyway, this is Sky. It's up in the air. To hell, Zadran takes the catch. And so Davitsi gets his first wicket in a Donnerstadt shirt. First wicket of the series. Karanbir, though, he tried to go large. He skewed it up in the air. And, well, his good innings comes to an end. He goes for 54, and it's 93 for 2.
Yeah, well batted, the captain, and he does show that, well, they've been the Eagles, as you said, if it wasn't such a big score and if it wasn't for that knock from the captain of Donnerstadt, Rajimal Siguel, then maybe they could have been searching and, for their first victory, but it's been a good response from them. It's only the second wicket to fall as well, but well batted to Karanbir Singh. He gets a half century for himself and for his team. And it's promising, and maybe it's the start that they needed with the bat to give them better performances later on.
That one was good. Sneaks inside the line. Mansandeep Singh saying, well batted, Karanbir Singh. It was good innings. Yeah, it certainly was. Davitsi's been brilliant here, though. Still think for me, Shigawal probably is the man of the match just for the brute force of his innings. Davitsi did put together a pretty good 40, plus he's bowled really well at the death. So he's probably a close second. And he's had the accuracy. I mean, that's one thing. I think a lot of bowlers have bowled with good pace today and kind of swung the ball around and had a good bouncer. But I think sometimes the accuracy has been missing, and he's kind of tied it all together in this spell, Subberwin.
Yeah, he has. He's bowled very well. And I think his Yorker has been top class in the slower delivery as well. And speaking of, there it is. The slower ball. Will he get him a wicket? Yes, it will. So, well bowled indeed. And this is such a good delivery from Davitsi. And just look at the wrist when he bowls this. I mean, it goes to show you just how difficult it is.
Yeah, it's not so much a back of the hand as more a quick leg spinner that he bowls. You know, he gets a bit of side spin on it sometimes as well. But that's a great catch from Noor Ahmedzai, because I think a lot of outfielders wouldn't have even charged in on that. But he knew that the wind was carrying it towards him, right? So he thought, if I really run here, I think this ball might just hang up in the air long enough for me to get there. And it does. So Sabberwin with a second wicket. He's got 2 for 8. And there's a ball remaining. The score 93 for 3. Barty will get 1 ball. He'll probably try to put it out of the park. And wow, I think this is more of the ball hitting him. They're not even going to take a run, so it'll be irrelevant. And we'll go to the end of the match then. So It'll be a 29-run win. Donnerstadt 122 defeating the Vienna Eagles 93. The Eagles had some bright spots there, but they couldn't really match it with the Donnerstadt team. The defending champions getting off to a winning start. And it was an interesting start, wasn't it? Because it was a fairly productive power play, wasn't it? As there were 40 off it. They were kind of ahead of the rate at that stage, but then the experience, I think, and the fact that Donnerstadt were able to protect the boundaries a bit more meant that they got back in the contest. But really, it was exciting stuff early as Karen Beer and Kumajar really went to town early on.
Yeah, it was a very good partnership. 74 runs it was worth. So once again, I think I touched on the fact that Donnerstadt just showed the experience that they have in this format. They didn't panic. They're well led, of course, aren't they, by their captain, Shiguel. And even though up until the 6-over mark, you know, they were still up with that rate. It was still even Stevens. But you said it, Ahmedzai, he bowled absolutely beautiful.
Bowled well. I mean, Shrug says that Ahmedzai is his player of the match. I can understand that as well. I think for me, though, I think the 70 that Shiguel scored, I mean, that's the reason they had that many to bowl at. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg situation. But you take nothing away from Nur Ahmedzai, who was the clear standout bowler. Then Da Vinci came and finished things off, didn't he? I think he bowled with variations and with control. And he made sure that there wasn't going to be any repeat of the madness we saw last night in the last over of the day. 54 for Karambir Singh, though. Good innings from him. 54 for 31. And again, hopefully he can carry that form into the later matches. Kumajar, 23 at a battle run a ball. That problem is, yeah, the batting fell away pretty quickly after that. You saw that Mohammed Hussain couldn't really get going. Naveed Hussain likewise, and Barty just faced the one ball in the end. So it was an interesting game all up at the bowling. Like we said, Nur Ahmedzai 1 for 7. He was amazing, and his overs were so crucial in keeping them ahead in the contest. 2 for 8. Da Vinci at the end executed his skills really well as well. And, well, let's settle it now. If I had a look at the player of the match, it is Razmal Shiguel. Yeah, 71 of 25. I just think that the magnitude of that innings in a game where no one else was really even able to score at 2 a ball. The fact he's going at, what's that, about 280 or so. That's what probably made the difference, I think, between the two teams ultimately. We will take a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to take you into match number 8. And it will be the Pack Riders who are fielding first after winning the toss. ACT will be opening up. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. See you very, very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Vienna. Great to have your company. Beautiful sunny day here in Austria. My first day here, but it is day 2, and we're heading to the midpoint now because we have the third match of the day coming up, and it's going to be match number 8. Austrian Cricket Tigers, ACT, taking on Pack Riders. Okay, Pack Riders, we have seen a little bit of those guys before, but it's the first time in a while here on ECN, and they will make their first match of this ECS here in match 8. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Pack Riders to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is head.
We will ball first.
So it is Pack Riders that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. So kind of going against the trend. Does seem like there's a bit of a trend towards batting first, but I suppose the Pack Riders, because it is their first match in this tournament, they just kind of want to settle in. Sometimes it's easier when you all do that together. You all get to go out on the field for the first time together, and I suppose they'll know exactly how they need to approach their second innings because they'll know exactly how many they need to get. ACT, though, pretty impressive in their first game. They swept aside the Vienna Eagles with over 4 overs to spare. So, I mean, they're a really well-balanced team. I think a really good T10 team. They are a side we have seen at the ECL before. I know they were disappointed to finish where they did in the ECS last year, not quite making it to the final. So they're on a bit of a mission. I think that, in particular, their bowling can probably tighten up just a little bit. It fell away at the end. Umar Tariq, for example, probably didn't have his best couple of overs ever, but they do have the kind of side to really make a statement here in match 8. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. They can tell you Pack Riders, they are playing their first match. They have won the toss. They're going to field, so we will see the ACT openers out there very shortly. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the start of match number 8.
Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, yeah, looking forward to this. And looking forward to welcoming another side, the Pack Riders, to the European Cricket Network. And making their debut here. It's going to be a difficult one because they're up against the Austrian Cricket Tigers who, well, they played Vienna Eagles in the very first match of the day, match number 6. Eagles were also making their debut. And, well, the Tigers, let's just put it this way, they didn't do them any favours as they won that one quite comfortably by 7 wickets with 25 balls to go. Ashin Yusuf, he was in good form with the bat, but it was all about Akib Iqbal with the ball, and with the bat he was in fine form, took 3 for 10 and then was 28 not out, leading his team to victory. And they've been put in to bat. I don't think they'll mind this at all, the Tigers. I think they'll take the opportunity. You can see some of the wheat in the background there playing around, so it's still quite blustery. And the wind, it's quite a strange one, really. It's quite blustery for a while, then everything just calms down for a moment. You think that's it, it's gone, and then it comes back with vengeance. And there you go, the wheat fields. And all you need is that reminds you of the gladiator, doesn't it? Just need him, the gladiator, to be walking through those fields and cue the music, and off we go. Look at that sensational view. It is a beautiful ground. So you get ready for the start of this match. The umpires to this one, umpire Rajinder and umpire Praveen, which means Dewinder will be the third umpire. So you get ready to start. Liking the kit, I have to say, of the new team, the Pack Riders. First up with the ball for them will be Sardar. The left armer. Left arm around the wicket. Dot ball to start with. Welcome back to everybody as well around the world. If you enjoyed your little break, we certainly did, thanks to the Federation here for providing us with a nice spot of lunch. Short and sort of hooked away to the leg side by Yusuf. Gets himself off the mark. Dangerous batter. Here's Ashan Yusuf, but what he has shown is if he gives you a chance early, you've got to take it. And he has got the tendency to give you that early chance. The question is, how will the Pack Riders be in the field? Will they be able to take the opportunity when it comes their way? Just like now, the wind just dies. Nothing. Sadar once more. Swans goes down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. Amir Naeem. Good movement across to his left to take that. It's quite strange. It's a bit like, you know, when you're at the beach and the wind's blowing and you can hear a lot of noise around you, and then all of a sudden you dive into the sea and everything goes quiet. It's a bit like that. Everything goes quiet when that wind stops. This is racing away. Fielder does well. They think about the two. A good pick up, an early release. Keeps the batters just to the single. Interesting action Sadar has. Just keep an eye on his wrist. So he almost, when he gets into the delivery stride, he almost sort of pauses for a second before he releases. So it's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander. It's not a bad delivery, and if he hits here, he could be out. Well, I think this would have been out. This would have been a goner. Bit of miscommunication between the two batters, Asif and Yusuf. And I think Yusuf is the guilty man here. He starts running and then decides, no, I'm going back. And Asif, well, he would not have been a happy chappy if he was left stranded there. Bit of excitement from the riders. Understandable, playing in their very first European cricket. So you see what I mean? He just sort of holds the pose for a while and then releases. It's been a good start. Just 3 of the over. Can he finish well? Yusuf will be looking for the boundary though. Gets tucked up, nicely bowled. So a good start for the riders. This first over was bowled by Sadar. Only the 3 that comes off it as the wind comes back. And I reckon we need to start to sweepstake to see at what point of the day, during which match, and which over that our house is going to get blown away. Because it's not going to last too much longer. Or maybe you can tell us on social media. There's a number of ways you can get hold of us. Myself, Rico Full, and also to Mr. Maximo. And don't forget, we also have our website as well, europeancricket.com, with all the information on there, not just about this series, but up-and-coming events as well. So go on to that, and I particularly find it useful to look at the players' stats as well. And remember, you can always go and have a look at how the teams fared the last time round as well. Sadiq, new bowler. Nice start from him as well. He's on the money straight away. So this is Naveed Sadiq. Last year, 5 teams battled it out over 6 days. This time round, though, bigger and better. 11 teams. And, this series will be for 12 days. And straight after that, well, we've got some international action. An international weekend where Austria, the hosts, will be taking on the Czech Republic and Hungary. So looking forward to that. I think that's going to be an absolute blast. Sadiq goes aerial. That's the batter, and he will go all the way. Bolle, manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. In other words, it's a Maximo. And speaking of Maximo, there's a Maximo in the house. Hello.
Wow, that flew, didn't it? Would have been proud of that one. As he just straight pulls that over mid-on. A little bit short from the bowler, Sadiq. And Imran Asif. He's a guy we didn't really see fire the first time we saw ACT today. But if he gets going, he is real hard to stop. What a shot.
Yeah, the first boundary. This is in the air. Oh, it's a chance. And, well, could have, if he was able to react quick enough, perhaps had a run-out opportunity as well. And it's gone quickly. It really has. It sort of smacks into the hands of the fielder. That pops straight out.
Yeah, it was a poke though, wasn't it? That's Sabihullah Nasiri that puts it down, and he almost grabs it on the second attempt as well. But, yeah, probably should have held on to that. I see a bit like Shigwal did in the first game, or the last game, I should say. Gets a bit of luck. See if he can go on with it.
This one gets through the fielder. Gets a little bit of something on this. That will just be the single.
Yeah, so, I mean, Pack Riders are a team we did see in 2020 in, it wasn't really an Austrian, it wasn't an ECS back then, it was called the Austrian T10, which was over a succession of weekends through July and August 2020. So Pack Riders in that tournament, they finished 2-1 in the group stage. They finished second in their group. They did lose to Vienna Afghan, now known as Donaustadt, in the semi-final. So they do have some ECN experience, but it's going back a fair way. Let me tell you one player I'm really looking forward to seeing, though, is Amir Naeem, who's behind the stumps at the moment for Pack Riders. He was quite incredible with the bat and also with the gloves. He loves to fly through the air. And so yeah, he's a player we're seeing for Pack Riders in this series, playing for Pakistan CC last year. Anyway, 12 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, it's early days, but you'd imagine a win here for Austrian Cricket Tigers puts him in good shape to maybe even overtake Cricketer CC at the top of the table if they can win their third game of the day a little bit later on. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting start, isn't it? Pack Riders, I think they're going to be competitive. I think they're looking at their lineup. They've got some good players in there. Cameron Naeem leads them. You've got Claire Kailash, who was playing for Indian Vienna when he smashed our camera. Still the only person to smash the camera that you're looking at right now. Cause all kinds of chaos. But, it's going to be Ruhullah Abdurrahimzai to bowl over number 3 now. Last over the power play.
It's a good looking shot, isn't it? 4 runs, no doubt about it. He's quickly onto it. And, well, it might even be 6, you know. They're just checking this, but how quick he's onto this. This is an outstanding strike.
Yeah, just the width, hey?
Let's have a look. It actually does. It goes all the way.
Yeah, surprising.
That is 6.
The wind does kind of switch around here a bit. At the moment, it seems a bit more behind the bowler than the left to right we saw earlier. It was pretty significant. But, yeah, these balls are really flying, these Grizzlies, aren't they?
What a lovely shot. That was very quick hands onto it like a flash. It's a slightly slower delivery. Just works his way, chases on.
This is an interesting one, because he's trying to leave it. Oh, by the way, he has to run. But the question is he trying to get out the way of the ball, or does he let it hit him? I think he's trying to get out the way of it.
Yeah, I don't think he plays a shot there, you know.
Well, he definitely doesn't play a shot. The question is, was he trying to get out the way or not? For me, it's probably a dead ball.
Yeah, I think that's a dead ball.
I don't think he's trying hard enough to get out the way. You know, like especially, it's on height that he decides not to play a shot. In the end, the umpires are satisfied that he's trying to avoid the ball, and it's been cancelled. Yeah, that's a good decision, I think, because he doesn't really make any attempt to get out the way. He just lets it hit him. If he made more of an attempt to get out the way, even if he's not playing a shot, if he's trying to avoid the ball, that's enough to be able to take leg byes.
Yeah.
But yeah, the result will be a dot ball essentially.
Yeah,
good umpiring, I think.
That is good, yeah, and I like the way that the umpires on the field of play. That looks like that's umpire Rajinder worked well with the third umpire.
Yeah, that's intelligent. I mean, the first time I saw it, I thought, okay, he's probably trying to get out of the way because he's hoping for a wide, but it wasn't really that, was it? He kind of stood his ground and never made any genuine attempt to avoid the ball. So I think that's intelligent umpiring and officiating.
Oh, well, this one could have been painful.
Doesn't avoid this one, does he?
It was right at him, and yeah, he's giving it a little shake of the leg.
Ooh, shake something. Imran, he's singing a couple of octaves higher tonight, but yeah, Abdurrahimzai bowled a pretty good over here, hasn't he? And yeah, getting good bounce out of the wicket, like the black and the gold strips of Pack Riders as well.
It's a good-looking shot, but doesn't make any contact. Just gets beaten by the movement, I think, there. I think he gets in line with it early on, but watch the ball move, and he ends up missing out on it. Looking to go straight because they haven't got the mid-off back. He's inside. That's what he was looking to do there. This time cuts away, straight to the fielder once more. So this is nice, tight work by the Pack Riders. They'll be disappointed with that one opportunity Then Asif was put down by, I think it was Nisri who put him down. But other than that, they've been pretty tidy.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet power play, really, all things considered. As we get to the end of the over, we've got those 18 without loss. Just go back to that dead ball. It does count as one in the over, so it's not like a dead ball where the guy doesn't deliver it. It's just a dead ball denoting it's no run. So really, it's a dot ball, not a dead ball. Anyway, let's have a look in the chat. Looks see Kushal Mendon watching from the Czech Republic there. Hello, Kushi. Hopefully you're well. Kushal plays his cricket for PCC, Prague Cricket Club there, and I'm sure he's keeping a pretty close eye on Sabun Davids, who we saw play really well in the first game of the series for Donnerstadt back in match 7 with a pretty polished 40 and also a couple of wickets. So now we'll head into over number 4. And it's going to be Naveed Sadiq coming back. 9 came off his first. He's going to be bowled out here.
Sadiq just making sure his field is right now that the power play is completed. And starts well. Nice Yorker length delivery to Yusuf, who's been kept pretty quiet at the moment. 6 deliveries, just the one on the board from him. And so I think he'll be feeling under pressure here now to play a few shots.
Yeah, for sure. Can break out at any moment, though. Hassan Yusuf loves this cricket. We've seen him also for the Austrian national team. Obviously.
And he does play a shot, and it's a good one. He'll go all the way. Well, that is hit hard, and that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of Gulab Jambu. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, what a great shot that is. He lifts it up and over the offside. Very, very good cricket shot, really. Technically a good cricket shot. Straight through the line.
Tommy drags it out towards the man who's at long on. It'll be a single. Just looking at this field, the head to the left hand has got long off back. Then everybody else is on the leg side to the left-hander. Now, they've got to get this right-hander to right-hander. Too many people out at the moment as they start to come back in from the offside. So square leg goes back. Long on. No mid-wicket. Mid-wicket stays inside the circle. Long off is back. And they get a sweeper out on the offside. So at the moment, I see just 4 men out. This one gets played away. Yeah, just going with the 4 men out at the moment. 2 on the leg side, 2 on the off. So keeping the mid-wicket inside the circle for now. I don't mind that at all. They haven't really raced away. The 3rd man is also up, and so is fine leg. So keeping a bit of pressure on the Tigers. Sadiq to Asif. Asif, well, he goes up and he gets plenty off this as well. It's slightly too short. Ill-directed, going down leg side, and he gets 6 runs as he swivels on it and sends it away. Nicely struck, and with the wind blowing the way it is, anything that you make half a good contact on that side, it's going to sail to the boundary.
Yeah, boundaries coming now. They're a bit slow in the first 3, but yeah, as if already a slice of luck, didn't he? He's certainly taking full toll. So they've been a bit expensive here.
Yeah, a bit of discussion about the field. I think you can see the captain probably trying to suggest to the bowler that maybe they can put one more out, but he's quite happy with it at the moment. This one has worked away to the man who is back at square leg. Will take the single, and that will be the end of the over. So 4 overs complete, 32 on the board. That was a slightly better one for the Tigers. Starting to get a move on here now, and with both batters have hit boundaries. Plenty of batting, of course, still to come. And we, once again, I think eyeing up a score around about that 120 area.
Yeah, so heading upwards, no doubt about who's responsible for that. Imran Asif, although it did like the one maximum we saw from Yusuf. So 2 dangerous hitters still there. I think, yeah, Pack Riders, looking at their batting lineup, they'll feel they're the kind of team that can chase the kind of 120. You know, I don't think they're weak at all. But it's going to be Adnan Nasir Nasiri He's going to bowl over number 5. So let's see if he can keep this good pressure on, although it kind of got away a little bit in that 4th.
Up-ish chance, and it's another one that gets spiked. And once again, hitting the hands hard. I think this is all technique. I think you see the fielder lunging forward at the ball, and just think the momentum there takes the ball away from him. It would have been far better. Zishan Arif just waiting and letting the ball fall kindly into his hands. It's another opportunity, and it's a Sif that gives another chance. Now dropped on 23 as well. Short. And let's see, Yusuf one in the wide. But nothing wrong with that. It's signalled as one for the over. Yeah, it's a good delivery because he sees Yusuf trying to move a bit early. But no, never a wide. So that's coming into him as well. Quick word had with a Sif. Seri, not a bad start from him so far. Goes short once more and beats him.
Yeah, so much bounce in this pitch. I'm liking it. That's why we're seeing pretty pace-heavy attacks for the most part, aren't we?
Yeah, just having a look at this one again and the height on it. If it is over the shoulder, there should be a no ball. I don't think it, looking at the side view there, I don't think it is. I think maybe they're just having a look at it. See.
I think it's over the shoulder. It's all right. Kind of goes armpit height.
Oh.
Yeah, it has been called a no ball actually. Surprises me. Yeah, anyway, back to the action.
Swings hard at it. He's going to get 4 runs. Gets the edge, Yusuf, and it flies quick to the boundary there. And now there is a man back there, the third man. He didn't have far to go. It just goes to show just how quick this ball is motoring along the outfield now.
Yeah, it really is. It's made a big difference, that haircut. And so, yeah, ACT, interesting start to their innings, hey? Been tied down a little bit. I still think they're a bit behind where they need to be. The 14-run 4th.
This is a nice shot because once again he knows there's no fielders out there. Just
good chase. Keeps it down to 1.
Good hustle. Just keeping an eye on this field. I mean, it's very unusual for teams at this stage not to have 2 men back straight. So they keep making this change. So they don't really want to put the long off back. They're keeping long on back. Just keeping an eye on this field. But they've got fine leg and third man back in the boundary. And that's why swing and a miss. And this one escapes the keeper, who gets the throw in. And they're not able to stop the buys. Yeah, with the fine leg and third man on the boundary, that means that square leg is back. Got long on his back as well. They haven't got the option to have both men straight back. Gets played away. No run this time.
So get to the end of the over. And so, yeah, halfway, no wickets, but really wouldn't say the ACT putting the innings out of reach at this stage. Pretty impressive return to ECN Pack Riders. Team we haven't seen since 2020, but they've got some good players, and I think that they're really giving a good account of themselves right now. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, here with Rico Full, and yeah, really kind of interesting start. There's been the odd shot in anger, but no real fluence. They haven't been able to get the runs of boundaries, I think, that have seen big scores built on so far in this series.
Yeah, it's not so far, but I don't think they'd be concerned. I think they know they've got plenty of batting still to come. They can get that acceleration in at any point. But in fairness, though, I think the Pack Riders, they've bowled well. They have bowled well, and though there have been some chances that have gone down on a difficult day for fielding, I think still, though, I think they'll feel that they're on top. I think they've managed to support the bowlers pretty well. And if they can keep it tidy like this, keep the pressure on. Because the other thing is, it's all very well having wickets in hand, but having batters to come out there straight away and go big straight away, it's not always that easy. So I think that's why these two are pretty keen not to throw the wickets away.
Yeah, I think you're right. But I mean, having said that, I think they probably need to take a few more calculated risks. They do have a strong batting lineup. You've got guys like Mirza hanging around. Probably can't wait to get out there. Anyway, this is a big wide down the leg side. Nasiri comes in. He was the man that actually dropped Imran Asif earlier. So let's see if we can get rid of him here in the 6th over. Yeah, just thinking about the batting to come. Run a ball for Yusuf. It's pretty unlike him. Would have been credit. There's been some good balls bowled as well.
Short, and this one is plummeted. That is a big hit. Manos arriba, arbitro. Burgueso es 6 carreras, but he goes for the short one, Nasiri. And the batter is onto it pretty quickly. That's a good shot. And Imran Asif now, they want to be lining a few boundaries up. I've seen the odd one now and again, and that's not been good enough at the moment. They haven't been able to get back-to-back boundaries. That's what they're looking to do here. I think both batters probably aware of the fact that it's time to open up. It's short again. Here's another Gandhi ball. Balle, balle, balle. Kinnasona Shaka Lagya. You can't be bowling it there. Not learning his lesson. Short, ill-directed, going down the leg side and walloped away. And that's exactly what the Austrian cricket Tigers needed. Back-to-back boundaries, and they're starting to get that going now. They're getting the flow, they're getting the movement. And it's Asif who once again takes control. The 50 also comes up now. So Nasiri has to pitch the ball up. And, Zabiula under a bit of pressure. It's a better delivery, pitched up, and it gets it out on the offside. Good pick up and throw once again.
It's also good goalkeeping from the bowler. I don't know how straight this was, but if this throw was going to hit the stumps, it would have created a run out. But the bowler runs back and kind of makes the interception here. Oh, maybe would have been in, I guess. But still, there's somebody backing up, so I probably would have let that throw go.
So now to Yusuf. Yusuf will want to make his contribution in boundaries as well. It's this fairly well, trying to get it past the fielder, but that's well fielded there by Abdul Razim. Gets his body behind it, makes the stop.
Yeah, that run rate at the moment, 9.7. So, we're going to end up here. I feel like it's either going to take off or it's not. I feel like it wouldn't be a bad thing to lose at the moment.
Oh, this has been hit very hard and really, really well stopped once again. Is Abaduram Zia, who comes across, gets his hand in the way.
That's brilliant fielding. Just stuck out the hand and judged it well, didn't he? So, I mean, this has been pretty productive over for ACT. Trying to build towards 100 plus. I mean, another thing about ACT is bowling attack. They've got a really well balanced attack, don't they, with the left arm spinner, Mus and Yusuf. You've got lots of different pace options, some good death bowlers in there. But yeah, for Yusuf, it's just not happening for him at the moment. That's why he kind of tries to hit across a little bit. I think the 6 that he did hit over mid-off, that was the shot.
Yeah. And
right now, he's bogged down. That's 56 without loss after 6.
Yeah, you're right. Bogged down. He's going at under run a ball at the moment. He's had 15 deliveries for the 14 that he's on. And get the feeling that there's probably a little message that's come across to him to say, right, okay, it's now or never, because we want to be. I think they still will be wanting that 120. You know, I know they've got to go some to get it. We know they've got the batters in the camp to do it. They've also got the batters out there in the middle that can do it as well. But one of them at the moment just misfiring. Asif though, he's on strike.
This is Adiljan Sada, but again coming back. Yeah. I love he's got Armani on the back of his shirt. I think I'll call him that instead. Anyway, this is whipped away, and it's whipped away handsomely by Asif. Maximo, what a shot. And Sada, who was the one bowler to keep things pretty quiet. He certainly just drifted onto the pads and he paid the price with 6 runs off his bowling.
This is quite an amazing shot because it's not a bad delivery at all. Look at this ball. It's more or less right up there, but it's just beautifully timed.
He clips it. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it is probably hitting the stumps, but it's just perfect timing.
And this time he gives him a bit of width. And to Razim making the stop. He's fielded well out there. Hasn't made any mistake as yet. Just a single. So Yusuf, I think he'll know he's got to get going here now. Otherwise, well, maybe he's the captain. Keep Iqbal might just call him back and say, hey, come on, you got to make way. The short delivery misses out.
I did hear a noise there, you know.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're a long way away and it's windy. it's all heck. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, maybe not. Looks like it was above the gloves. Must have been something else.
The thing is, though, it's another dot ball against Yusuf. Those dot balls are starting to mount up. No, that's more like it. That's the Yusuf we know.
Yeah.
Just strays down the leg side. That's Sadar, and that gets put away. 4 more. Moves them to 18 now.
Yeah, so yeah, Yusuf gets Gundy ball really outside the legs that he puts away easily. I'm just thinking even, yeah, it's not a knock on Yusuf, but I just think you might, just think he's not using all your resources here. You'd hate to post only 100, for example, and then lose when you've sat Mears on the bench for the whole 10 overs. Mears is the obvious one that comes to mind for me. He's got like a key Iqbal in there as well. I think given the situation, that's kind of what I'd be doing because, yeah, 18 off 18. Yeah, and he can do it, there's no doubt. But if you play cricket, you'll understand that some innings you got it, some innings you don't. And it's hard. It's no reflection of his ability, but I just feel like he's weighed things down at the moment. Anyway, last ball, 7th coming up for Sada.
Gets the wide, but you can see there that the ball before, I mean, 2 balls ago, he hits the boundary, the ball down the leg side, the ball just before that one there. It was a similar delivery which he misses out on. The head was nowhere really. And that one down the leg side is a wide ball. We'll go back to those events coming up after this delivery. It's another swing and a miss. Yeah, this is where I think if I'm the captain, Key Iqbal, this is where I might be calling them back. I think that is that the over now?
I think it is.
I think that should be the over now.
Yes, I feel like we'll see it. Here we go. They get the little tap, and it is 68 without loss after 7. Let's go back to that then, because of course we're in Austria now for a 12-day ECS followed by a 2-day ECI, and that is the trend this year. Wherever possible, we're going to finish the European Cricket Series fortnight with international matches. So you'll have Austria, the Czech Republic, and Hungary taking part in that one before we head to Bulgaria. I know that Charlie will be stepping in for me for that one, and then Rhino will step in for you for Sweden. So plenty of great cricket coming up. I think the next time you and I will meet after this will be in Romania, which is the one which is coming straight after Sweden. So again, just speaking to all the international players, well, they're super pumped to be able to play T10 international cricket, to travel together, to get a bit more preparation, not only for their T20 internationals this summer, but also for the ECC, which will be the biggest and best ever as well. So I know that the Italian, French and Romanian teams we just saw in Milan, they thought it was such a great experience. And actually, you know, the great thing about that ECI, sometimes we have kind of mismatches, I suppose. In that ECI, we saw Romania and France beat each other. We even saw Romania beat Italy, which was a great result for them. Even though day 2 didn't really go the way they wanted. France had a terrible day 1, losing 3 games. They did win 2 out of 3 on day 2, including a couple of close ones. But yeah, really great experience and to see these players develop their skills and be tested at a higher level. Anyway, 68, the partnership off 7. Still on that 97 pace. Abdurrahim Zai coming back for over number 8.
Take the single. So still sticking with Yusuf out there. He's 18 of 19 deliveries. Asif himself is Moved into 47, closing up on his 50.
Well, let's see if he can get going here in the 8th. Nope. But the thing is, I suppose he has got you a few runs by being left-handed, because there's been a few wides down the leg side. But yeah, I feel it's kind of on the captain, Aki Bikbal. It's a tough one because you got the former captain there too. So it's weird vibes. But I think this innings is ticking by.
Well, this one gets over the keeper, chases on.
I'll give you a captaincy quote. Oh, here we go. He's trying to run himself out now, and he's still going to fail doing that.
Oh, where's this ball going to end up? It's going to go to the boundary.
That's a 5. Well, he's getting you runs in
boundary.
ways that you wouldn't imagine. Arsene Yusuf, I genuinely think he's suicide 2-ing here. He's kamikaze 2-ing. He can see there's not a run there, but he's like, you know what, let's go. And then everyone says, what are you doing? And it blasts through 3 players, and it ends up being a 5. He's just got a boundary there. So hold on. Yeah, they're going to have to swap over because, obviously they only ran 1. They never crossed for the second. So it'll be 1 plus 4.
Oh, yeah, well, that
wow. That's one ball I did not expect to end up in the commentary box when it went about 100 metres away. And, yeah, it gets to a keeper, a bowler, and a backup fielder, and ends up with us. Let's get back to the action then.
Now let's see if the swings and misses.
Let's have a look at this one on the replay. How wide's this? It's been a funny day. That's a wide, straight over the line. They haven't been good on those today, I have to say. That one sneaks in, I'll give you that one. It's, well, it's had a bit of everything. Still got 1 ball to go on this over.
A couple of dot balls following from the 5 that we had.
I mean, look, credit to the thrower. That's great distance he's got. He's gone 1 boundary to the other on a throw that was mostly along the ground. Well done to the lawnmower that mowed it this morning. Anyway, this won't be 5. This will be 6.
Oh, my word. No. That is cricket and the Olympics all in well. Well, that is the high jump, and that has been done brilliantly by the fielder there. But that's sensational from Hayat.
He's got to go find the ball.
Sekunda Hayat. Well, this is fantastic. Look at this again. This is fantastic. He says he can't catch it, but I'll do the high jump. Oh, wow. I love it. Stronger together indeed.
You'll be seeing that again. Now you see him, now you don't.
Well, look at that. They're loving it. Well, I don't know whether they're applauding the 6 or the attempt from the fielder. Well, there he goes. And yeah, we are stronger together in the European Cricket Network. Even when we fall, we get up strong.
Oh, boy. Oh, it's not often I'm speechless. That over leaves me a bit speechless. It's 80 after 8. Let's crack on into the 9th. When they say it all happens in the 9th, well, that 8th has given it a run for its money, and now Yusuf continues to swish and come up with fresh air.
Isn't it interesting? I mean, Yusuf, you mentioned, he's captain ACT for ages. I wonder if he was the captain and this was another batter out there struggling, whether he would have called him back. And if he's thinking that, well, will he call himself back? And this one is a wide, so they get 1 more there. But, yeah, it's just not happening for him. I mean, I've never seen it. I don't think I've quite ever seen him struggle like this.
Yeah, and the harder you try, the harder it gets. You know, so I got to say now, I've got to call it a tactical blunder. It's not about that you're not backing Yusuf as he whacks the boundary. Well, that's good, you know, and that's the other thing. It does have knock-on effects if you retire someone out. He's pretty mature and he's played a lot. He wouldn't really let it bother him. He'd come out next time, probably crack a couple of boundaries early and be fine. You know, you might not want to do it to a young player or something like that. That's a good shot, I suppose. But tend to come. Now he's going to be gone, I'm sure. Comes around to his right. Of course, he's dropped. Now he tries to run himself out. It won't be out either. They get 2. Yes. So yeah, for me, it's not so much. It's not so much about not wanting Yusuf there. It's about wanting somebody there. Yeah. Someone like a Mirza that could come out and just go bang, bang, bang. And he's also got probably a more friendly wind to hit with.
Yeah, anyway. That's the other thing with the right-hander. You're absolutely right. Slower delivery, and well, he does go into that part of the ground. This time the catch will be held. He drops it on the celebration, but that doesn't matter. What matters is he catches it when he has to, so that's nicely done. And you know who's catching that? Is Sikandar Hayat, the man who was doing the vanishing act earlier. Now he's in the act and he takes the catch.
Oh.
So he's made a few highlights for himself. Yusuf, his innings finally comes to an end. He'll fall for 29 of 25 deliveries.
Yeah, somebody gets above run a ball, and here's the man I thought we would see coming out next, Mirza Hassan. Look, they get 87, 8.3 overs as an opening partnership, so it's not desperate times for ACT. But now they will get a chance to try a new batter. So why I say we need to move the banner back? This is what you got to know, though. That banner's the same distance back as, you know, for example, at Cartermore Oval, right, where we have, in fact, it's even further back.
Yeah.
I think it's just a total lack of awareness. It was there. You can have it as far back as you like. If someone's running full at it, then they're gonna run into it.
I think Sikandar Hayat is pleased that it's not the same format of banners that we have at the
And the
Cartermore
thing,
Oval.
he should have known he was like 5 meters over the boundary already. And so don't worry about the ball, worry about obstacles. Anyway, this is going to be a minimo time. That's a disaster for Nasiri. And there's 5 bonus runs for ACT.
Well, that's another 5 bonus runs, we should say, because, well, we saw the overthrows that went for the boundary, and this is a bad delivery. I mean, it's a new batter out there, Mirza Hassan, and the last thing you want to do is bowl a wide. You want to be bowling at the stumps, and 5 wides, but that's criminal.
Hello to Jason, by the way, saying hello, and the office has us on full volume this afternoon. How's the weather in Austria treating us? Well, it's quite pleasant and sunny, but we are getting blasted with the wind. That's the thing. So I've got my ECN. I'm proudly wearing my ECN scarf. I've had to dig it out. Haven't for a while. I mean, but right now it is, what are we at? We're at 17 degrees. So that is great. That element of it, yes. But we are pretty unprotected, as are all the players out there. In the grandstand, it's quite pleasant over there because they're just watching everyone
I think we'd be better if we were in the sun. Let's take the roof down. Mind you, I think the roof might get blown down.
Yeah, then watch the rain come from nowhere. Remember Bulgaria a couple of years ago when you said, looks like the clouds will just miss us, and then you looked like a drowned squirrel about 5 minutes later when you came back.
Well, Bulgaria has thrown us a few elements weather-wise. I remember last year when it was snow. Bulgaria.
Snow in Bulgaria. Hopefully you avoid the snow this year. They're a bit later in the year. Last ball of the 9th coming up.
Hit hard and to that boundary again. Well, the ball doesn't quite make the same sort of grisly impact that Sikandar Hayat did to that bit of banner work. But nonetheless, it's rewarded with another boundary. They needed that. As you can see, the win there. That tells you.
That's my current move. So we've got Ashwin as well from the office saying good afternoon, Rico and Vinny. The views in Austria look gorgeous. Hope the weather will improve and you get rid of your scarf, Vinny. Well, I'm not saying it's bad weather. I'm just saying it's next level wind here. I remember the first time I was here in 2021 and yeah, the flags looked tired. But that's just because this field's quite exposed, you know. So
hey, listen,
definitely had worse weather.
We should say congratulations to Asif. While we've been mumbling, he has brought up his half century as well.
We snuck that one past us.
Yes, while we've been saying hello to everybody. Yeah, hello to everybody in the office, to Jay and also to Ashwin. Great that you're tuning in and listening.
I think he did
it. Working hard.
He might have done it when the field tripped over the banner, so you can understand why we were distracted. Anyway, Mirza has the same disease Yusuf Hassan has, and can't put away a knee-high full toss. 97 with an over to go. This is Zishan Arif who's bowling.
Well, that's not a good delivery. It's a gundy ball. It's short and it gets whipped away. 4 more runs. 100 does come up now. So 101. There's still 4 deliveries to go, and they'll be looking to send as many of these to the boundary as they can. And one man who can do that is Big Mirza.
So Zishan Arif back now with Pack Riders. We've seen him playing for Austria and also for Vienna CC recently. But first couple not coming out the way he wanted. It's a bit better.
Should be looking to here. I think they've got to press. You've got to go for it. And he does. And he's going to get, well, they could go for another really if they wanted to when he gets the 2.
I reckon he misses the stumps here. Does he, Naeem? Let's have a look at this when it comes back in.
Gets the pickup, gets the throw.
Yeah, look at this. I reckon he air swing. Oh no, he just didn't pick up the ball. I thought he swung at the stumps and missed, but he was just wringing his hands by then. All right, I get it. So he got yorked by the throat. 100's up in the 10, and as you can see, he's trying to get those fingers working.
Dragged away out to leg side, chases on for the fielder, can't get there. It's 4 more, so it's starting to get to that 110 plus score here now. It takes it to 107. A couple of deliveries to come.
Right-handers field today. You know, I'm not saying left-handers can't score runs, but right-handers field. And St Mirza comes out and doesn't even get all of that, flies away. I know he's powerful than your average bear, but still. 107 now, a couple of balls remaining.
Oh, he misses out on this, doesn't he? He'd be disappointed. Mirza, that is right in his area, Mirza Shan. So gets a drop ball in. Arif?
Got to say, for me, I know Pack Riders haven't batted at all the series yet, but I think they might be slightly ahead in the game at the moment, considering some of the batting they've got. Oof.
This has been well hit, 4 runs. Well, that's a blast, isn't it? All the way along the deck, nobody's stopping that. Well, that's the end of the innings. They do get past the 110. It will be 111. The Nelson on the board. In fact, all the ones. 111 for 1 is how it finishes.
Asif's batted great for 57, but almost didn't get cheered off the field. He almost got carried off the field because that last ball went so close to him and it was belted by Big Mirza. Yeah, but it's all the ones. 1-1-1 for 1 as the Austrian Cricket Tigers, they gotta make it look hard work for the most part, as we could have had Asif gone before he even got going. There was a slight miscommunication with us and Yusuf, but yeah, case of a few missed opportunities. That wasn't one of them. That flew all the way over, and yeah, this is a pretty good uppercut for 6, but it was just a case of what might have been for a bit of it, because yeah, Asif clicked and he kind of compensated for the fact that Yusuf couldn't get too many away. But well, when it came down to it, I think Pack Riders, they've held ACT, but can they bat well enough? For me, it's more or less a pass score, maybe slightly under, but we know that the ACT have a really strong bowling lineup. So let's see, should be a good contest in the second half of this game.
Yeah, I think so. I think, remember, you got a key big bat will be coming into the attack. This was the 4, which was, well, you couldn't believe it. As Vinny said, it went from one for the field to another. And this, well, this was now you see me, now we don't.
I just want to keep watching that.
Again, that's fantastic. That also did bring the 50 up for Asif. Now we know why they were all standing and clapping. It wasn't for the attempted high jump from Hayat. And, well, there's that boundary again. Somebody's going to have to go repair that. Well, there he goes. Somebody is going to repair it as we speak. Alistair Priddle is going to put that boundary back together again.
Yeah, so I mean, they got a couple at the end, I suppose. I mean, how many came off that last over? They get 17 off their second last and 14 off the last. So 31 off the last 2. Get to more or less where they need to be. I think whichever team plays better cricket in the second half wins. I think if Pack Riders bat well, if they handle the ACT bowlers, they win. If ACT bowl to their potential, I think Umar Tariq's the one that didn't really click for them last time. The others did. If he can also bowl well, there's no really obvious bowlers to target. So I think the power play is super important. I know that Amir Naeem, who was the keeper for Pack Riders there, likely to open. I think he'll have a large say in it. Nasiri with the only wicket that falls in the innings, but some good holding jobs. Sada with none for 15 off his 2. Abdurrahimza with 18 conceded off his 2. But yeah, the combined 5th bowler of 30, just hurting him a little bit. We'll take a break. We'll try and keep everything from blowing away. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the chase. 112 for Pack Riders on ECS to get the points. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, here with Rico 4. We'll see you shortly for more action right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello. And welcome back to the Seabarn Cricket Ground, where we've got an interesting match number 8 developing here. The Austrian Cricket Tigers have had a bat first, and they've got to a score of 111. It was an interesting innings. Only one wicket went down. You saw that Ashan Yusuf, he really did struggle while he was out there. So didn't really get going, and batted almost all the way through the innings for 29. Him and Asif did slightly better. Got a half century, 57 and 29, but didn't really get going. And you'd have expected them to, with the number of wickets they had in hand, to get to a score around about 130 plus. But they didn't look too concerned, I have to say. And maybe the captain, Akib Iqbal, believes that he has the firepower with himself and his other bowlers to restrict the back riders to a score below 100. He's going to be opening the bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Amir Naheem, and the non-striker is going to be Claire Kalish. So let's see how it starts. For me, it's all about the power play. I think if they don't lose too many wickets and are around about the 35-40 mark, and I think the riders will believe they're in front. Well, they're going to start off with a bang, as this one, wind assisted, will go all the way. And Naeem, well, he says to Akib Iqbal, well, maybe you're not panicking, but we're not going to make this easy for you. And what a good start this is from the pack riders. Been absent from the European Cricket Series for a while, and they come back with a bang. First ball, 6 runs. Thank you very much. And a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, well, here's a guy, when he got going last year, was pretty much unstoppable. Naeem off to the races with a 6.
This time he's going to go 4, 6 and 4. And the saying we have on the European Cricket Network, 6 and 4, hungry for more, and he certainly is. Here's a good start, this from Naeem.
Yeah, great shot. And just, I mean, Akib Iqbal is a really good bowler. And so to take him down the ground like that, off the pretty much off the back foot, a really fairly centered kind of shot, but it's like a flat bat shot. Takes a lot of skill.
And he goes down the ground again, but this time it will get fielded. They'll take the single.
Yeah, last year, when he's playing for Pakistan CC, he scored 287 runs, including an 87 not out against Donnerstadt late in the series as well. So he's averaging 32 and striking pretty much at 200. So there's a guy that hit 22 sixes in that week. Bearing in mind it's just a 1-week series. So Naeem, certainly worth watching. Kailash is another really interesting one, who is taking strike now.
Oh, well, this is a chance. This is a catching opportunity. It's an interesting shot.
Yeah, this is almost over the shoulder, you know, and he's pulled it back down. Look, it's like the top of his head, and it's the last thing that Akib Iqbal was expecting, and he just couldn't get his hands organised in time.
Yeah, I mean, that for me should, I mean,
It's
I
one
don't
for
know
the
whether
over.
it was called, but that's one for the over. But
It
that's
is.
an opportunity. Kailash could have gone on 0. Good comeback this from Akib. It's a good delivery. Spicy one. Gets it through the batter.
And Kailash is certainly a pretty experienced player now. I've seen him playing for Pack Rider, I think, back in 2020. Also seen him playing for Salzburg, for Vienna Danube as well. Gets around, but he's normally a pretty attacking batter. Okay, Akib Iqbal, last ball of his over.
It's another dot, so they're going for a couple of boundaries. Comes out with the dot once more, so that will be the over. And, 11 come from the first.
44 matches since we've had a golden ball. And, well, we have one in Austria. Just scratching my head. I know some of my Romanian friends over the weekend saying they'd never had a golden ball, but I actually went back and had a look. They did have one in 2020. It was ICC Bucharest that were involved in one back then. But as for Austria, yeah, I think I had one on my birthday here, on my 40th birthday. Vienna Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt, with a dramatic one. So that's the only golden ball I can remember from Austria. I'd love to add to the tally, though. And this is the most matches we'll ever play in 2 weeks in Austria compared to when we've been here in the past. We did play 2 weeks here back in 2021. That was my first trip here, just the one last year. Yeah, but yeah, bigger and better now. 11 teams taking part. A lot of good talent spread out amongst them as well. Anyway, time for over number 2, and it's going to be Tukia Asif to bowl it.
Tukia Asif bowled very well in the earlier match. Swing and a miss as this one strikes the batter on the pads.
It was such a good comeback from Akib Iqbal, wasn't it, in that first over? After it started terribly for him. It was 6-4-1. And then when he got Naeem out the way, he was able to dot up Kailash 3 times. Now Naeem's back though, facing Tukia.
And, this one has been whipped away. 4 runs, just a little bit too short. Asif they got away with the ball previous, but not this time. Just helps it on the way. Uses his wrist really nicely. He just sort of whips it away, doesn't he?
Yeah, so because he's quite open, it means it's quite easy for him to basically, with his fast hands, just have a look at Naeem's stance here. So he's almost halfway between side on and front on. So then when he sees it short, it's just a little swivel, you see, and the way he pulls his hands through the ball, it's quite a productive shot for him.
This one strikes him quite high up, and it doesn't, again, it's a short delivery, but this time he goes for a bit more power in the shot, and almost gives his wicket away. Doesn't get that right at all.
Just misjudged the bounce there slightly, didn't he, there, Naeem? But yeah, it's all about just staying on the task here, staying on the rate, which is around about 11 and over. That's pretty much where they are at the moment. Yeah, be careful getting too short to him too often. Having said that, he's pretty strong on the front foot as well.
This is a crazy shot, it really is. That's outrageous as he smacks his out on the offside over extra cover for 6 runs. What a hit, what power.
Yeah, well, this is exactly why I said you got to be careful no matter where you bowl to him, because this is front foot, and again, because he's open, that's a very modern cricket shot. Kind of opening the front leg, getting it out the way and just swinging. He's 21 off 7. He has every single run so far for the Pack Riders.
And well, he picks this one off stump, and he sends this over as well. Manos arriba, Vidro, arriba. Portuguesa with 6 más. And, well, I tell you what, the Pack Riders, well, they're riding well at the moment. And hitting the ball well.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, with this wind, it's the shot, isn't it? It's just easier for right-handers to target that zone. We have seen some left-handers doing it. Davizzi hit a couple of really nice shots in that direction, but it's a bit more natural, I think, for a right-hander to target that right of screen boundary.
There's going to be 4 more, not a good delivery. It's not been a good over this from Asif, and that's why it goes magical. 20 come off it, is another boundary, and the score quickly moves into the 30s. 31 of just 2 overs.
Yeah, and he's all 31. Naeem with Kailash, just the 3 dot balls so far. So it's a really good start. Magical second over as well. Looking at the table, Austrian Cricket Tigers on 1 win. And the only team with more than 1 win at the moment, Cricketers EC, who they could potentially overlap if they keep winning and winning well, Austrian Cricket Tigers. But right now, it's looking tough after this start. It is only a start though, admittedly. But yeah, 31 off 2. I've got that rate down to something more like 10 and over. It did start at 11.2. Akib Iqbal is going to come back and bowl the second over. So yeah, he had a terrible start, but he is bowling to Kailash, who was able to get 3 dots on. He'll be hoping maybe he can keep Claire pretty quiet again here in the 3rd over, which is the last over of the power play.
Well, this one is going to go over for 6 runs as well, and this one is going over point, backward point. What a big hit this is. The umpires are just checking. I'm sure this goes all the way. There's no way I can see it not.
Again, it's the pace of Iqbal. Yes, that ball sails well over the boundary there. Probably 5 metres over the boundary. And yeah, again, that's Aki Big-Ball getting punished for being too fast.
Yeah,
And
too much width as well, Vinny.
off the mark. And now he wants another one, but oh, I think that's a nasty one. It's burst through the fingers, and yeah, I think this could be a bit of a nasty one down there. That's Anand, but I think it's burst through the hands and hits him more or less in the face. Look at this, bang. I really hope he's all right there. He's taken it well, and he's just going to trot back to his position. Yeah, but I feel like he might need a little bit more of attention. But, you know, these cricketers, they're tough, Rico. Yeah,
they are tough. He said there's no rolling around on the floor and making a meal of it and being carried off on a stretcher and coming back on. He'd say, no, I'm okay. He saw Sam Williams going up to him there saying, you all right? He said, no, I'm fine. And, it's another opportunity. The Kailash has been dropped two times now.
The wind seems to have changed around a little bit, just subtly.
This one will be a wide. Yeah, I think it's correct call. It's just catching a bit of that line and called.
I still think it's left to right, but it's more or less behind the batter now, not behind the bowler. So yeah, you can kind of see in the background. You can kind of see the little crops in the background that are getting blown in a particular direction.
This is whipped away, but they have got a man there behind square now.
Oh, yeah, so earlier on it was coming more or less from mid-off, but now it's kind of coming from third man. That's the difference. Still favouring the right of screen, but it means the batters probably have a little bit more of an ability to hit the ball down the ground with a bit more safety.
Oh, that's a cracking shot. That really is. Super hit. It goes for 6 over the cover area. What a shot that is. Nilkesh Patel will return the ball back. What a good shot. This is the quicker delivery from Iqbal, but the batter's response is even better.
Yeah, top of the bounce. He's already half a step out of his crease, so he's taking on Iqbal, who's not slow, but Kailash springs to life in this third over, scoring some runs of his own.
Trying to get it past the fielder. It gets a hand onto it. Good work there.
Yeah, it was well done by Imran Asif, who made a really good half century in the first half of this game. But, I mean, there's a long way to go, but Pack Riders in control of this chase at the moment. Remember, we just wondered, did they maximise all the resources available to them? ACT, could they have gotten more this 1-1 than this 1-1-1? I feel like they could have if they'd maybe made a tactical switch.
Bowled him. It's a full delivery. And Yorker length, well, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. And it's the wicket that they could have done with. Naheem will go. Quick fire 32 of just 11 deliveries. But look at the stumps. This is where you got to be, right on the money. Yorker length deliveries, trying to give himself some room, Naeem, still to play it on the onside rather than play straight. And that's his downfall. And the stumps get shattered.
It's a better length, but also some genuine in-swing there for Aki Iqbal, and rattles the timber. And that was the wicket ACT needed, because that was getting away from them pretty quickly. Still, pretty good cameo from Naeem, who scores 32 in his innings. 32 off just 11 balls as well, as he's the first to depart. It's also the end of the power play. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, needed that wicket pretty badly, didn't they? But yeah, you'd have to say that changes things slightly. I think if they'd stayed unbroken and in the power play, you'd have to say that the Pack Riders were well in front. But that wicket will change things. I mean, you said that Kailash just opened up a little bit there, but he's on 14 of 7. A new batter that comes out is Abdurrahim Zai. I can see a lot of stretching being done by Asif here, Imran Asif. You saw him even stretching during the over that Akib was bowling. Big over this.
Yeah, it is for sure. And well, how about that little Super Mario look? I think the message there is they think that the keeper, Ahmed Chaudhry, looks a bit like Super Mario. Well, let's see what you're saying. Skinner's up there. I don't necessarily see the resemblance, but okay. It's in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, Kailash needs to take over, doesn't he? He's been joined by Ruhullah Abdurrahim Zai. let's get going. Middle overs on the way. This is over number 4.
It's a bit over pitch to start off with. To just be a single.
I think you're just better off over pitching than under pitching. I think the short stuff for the most part is flown. And even shots the batters maybe not 100% in control of, it's still been flying away for 4 or 6. Whereas full, even if it's a low full toss, typically a Yorker I think does the trick most of the time here, as if was going for there. Because you can protect down the ground a little bit easier. Yeah, he gets a finger on that. If he didn't, I think the long off would have done his job. So it's a reasonably good start for Imran Asif.
Asif getting the ball pitched up. See that he's feeling the pain of that with his finger now. Now I wonder if he's done some damage here. So
yeah, maybe. He's blowing on it. I thought he was at the right hand there. You can see he's blowing on the right hand. Yeah, it is nasty. If you get it off the very end of the finger, it'll kind of hyperextend that top knuckle. I've had it happen many times, and then it just becomes different. With the swelling, it becomes difficult to bend it normally. He'll continue though. They're over double what ACT were at this stage. Remember, ACT had a pretty quiet power play.
Got him. Well, he took his time to get the blood flowing back into his fingers, and then he knocks him over. That's a good delivery. It's a good Yorker. 49 for 2. It's another boogie, oogie, oogie, grizzly fireball as he comes back. He says, you hurt me, I hurt you. Duck the fitness style. Boom. There you go. Down they go.
I've been calling for the Yorker. Look where this bounces. Right between the feet. I mean, that's been a length which has done the trick all day. I know that these guys all want to kind of muscle up and bowl bounces and scare batters and all of that. But I think if you want to be effective, if you want to take wickets and restrict runs, that's the ball you've got to perfect. Imran gives us a really good example. He's having a good game, isn't he? And now Kailash has to go. It's 49 for 2.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery, and you're absolutely right. You know, and that's a message to a lot of the young boys and girls that are learning to play the game. It's not about how fast you run in or how big your run up is. It's about getting the ball right up there in the block hole, and that's a perfect example of it. Brilliant delivery. So both the openers now back in the shed. As Sadiq is batter number 4, Naveed Sadiq. And he's going to be facing up to him, and Asif will have his tail up now.
Just feel the tide turning in this game, can't you? At the moment, we've got 2 new batters out there. Can they build a partnership? Here's Asif. Close, you know.
Question. And the umpire gives it. It looks long and hard, then he gives a little nod. And Imran Asif, well, he does have his tail up. Let's have a look at this. He goes for the full-length delivery again. And yeah.
It's touch and go, but the reason I said close is look where it hits him. It hits him, as I see it, hits him like on the middle stumpish side of that pad. Well, maybe not. Yeah, I mean,
I get the feeling with the angle the bowler's bowled, Vinny, and the way the ball's moving, that probably is going to go miss for me.
The issue there, and I was kind of fooled by it a bit as well, is live, the batter's falling away to the left. So if you really slow it down, probably looks like it might have just been sliding. But if you look at it just like the umpire sees, the umpire's falling across to off. So I certainly had the impression that hit him in front of middle stump. I think that when you slow it down, then you can see that the impact was probably more in front of leg stump, in which case probably sliding. But have a listen to what the umpire sees, right? See? He kind of falls across and ends up in front of off stump. So that's the kind of illusion. But having said that, it was a bit of a risky shot, wasn't it, from Sadiq? And
no, there's a hat-trick coming up. And so remember, we've seen a number of hat-tricks, especially of late. We saw quite a few in Cyprus, 3 in fact. We saw the one in Italy as well from Rajmani Sandhu.
Let's get some Austrians on that.
Let's get an Austrian on there as well.
He's got Tariq hogging the top. Anyway, here's a hat-trick ball.
It gets dug out, but good line being bowled here by Imran Asif, getting the ball right up there. And once again, to all our younger viewers, that's the way to be. Get the ball pitched up.
Speaking of, yeah, so let's just explain this at the top, because everyone's always saying, is that a misprint? You've double dipped on Umar Tariq. He took 6 for 22, which included 2 hat tricks. It's the only time it's ever been done in over 3,000 matches. He did it in match 4 of the Malta Austria ECI. earlier this year. And I just not sure we'll see it again. It's like a 1-in-100-year event. Let's get to the end of the over. 50's come up during the over. 50 for 3, but those wickets just changing the narrative a little bit. I'm trying to think about it. 2 hat-tricks in an innings. Maybe one day we'll see someone with a perfect over, 6 in 6. But we've never seen 5 in 5. We've seen 4 in 4, I think, 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a
ridiculous,
sensational thing to see, wasn't it? It was sensational to see.
That's what happens when you break the partnership. You can see the run rate heading back into more reasonable territory, but Pack Riders still ahead at this stage.
Yeah, it's all about buckling down here. They're 18 runs ahead of where the Austrian Cricket Tigers were at this point, 50 as opposed to 32.
Bowler. They 2 for 3. What an over that was in the 4th.
It's Adil Tariq.
Yeah, here he is.
Oh, that's a beaut. I'm liking this from the captain as well. I think Iqbal has probably sensed an opportunity to get another breakthrough here, so he goes with another spearhead bowler, Tariq. And this one really does cut back.
It really does bounce. A bit sideways, doesn't it? Adil Tariq muscles through again. Pacers have enjoyed this pitch, haven't they?
It's a lovely shot, it really is. He gets himself into position early. It's all about anticipation, this, from Arif. He feels that he knows what the ball is going to be. He gets himself into position early and does the MJ swizzle as he sends his away for a big 6.
Yeah, and I think he was just sweating on the short one there. He was kind of beaten for pace last time and a bit of movement, so this time Zishan, he's ready for it, and he makes it disappear. He played one of the innings of the season last year, in fact, for Vienna CC in the ECS. He whacked an 80, and he was unstoppable. He's also famous for whacking himself in the pad after getting out the Cardamom Oval and causing himself an injury that put him out for a game.
Oh, lovely shot. This time he's over-pitched, and he just helps it on its way. It's all about timing sometimes. I mean, there's power as well, but it's all about timing, hitting the ball well, and this is sweet. Sweeter than the bowler. Rasmalai, 6 more.
Brilliant shot, because the low full toss isn't necessarily that easy to pick up, but he made it work for him, didn't he? Zishan. This is the good Zishan we're seeing at the moment. 13 off 4, a couple of big maximos, and Pack Riders regain the control of this chase.
This is close. I think this could be out, you know. It is out. Yeah, it was full, it was straight, and it weren't missing. And after a couple of 6s, he's gone, well, I think they're sending him on his way. It's all friendly banter. Don't worry, everybody. Don't get up on your high horses. These guys all know each other. And I think this is all about saying, yeah, well done. Some good hits, but you get done by a good one. That's the perfect reply from the bowler.
Yeah, I think this one is a reasonable call. Again, check it out. This won't tell you much at all, but from straight on, the only question is it hitting the stumps or not? Hits him in line. See, this one does hit him pretty much in line with middle stump, and I think the umpire had no option but to give that out. So Zishan does get a bit closer. I mean, it's a productive innings. You know, they were kind of flatlining a little bit, so he did get them 13 closer to the target, I suppose. Doesn't waste too many balls doing so. Much as it's all fun and games, I think Ahmed Chowdhury's pretty lucky not to wear a bat there, the keeper, because even if you're mates, when you get out, you're annoyed. You get the red mist, if you know what I'm saying.
Nobody likes it.
So it's not a great look.
Yeah, what I'll say about Arif there, I think he's a young man. He'll learn more and more, but when you're in that position, after hitting those couple of boundaries, he didn't have to go for a big shot. I think he could have been a bit more respectful, just taking a single.
I think he got in trouble with himself with that little shuffle step outside off, you know, and then it meant that clip, he's playing across the line, and if he missed it, he was going to be in trouble. Credit to whoever knocked out T10. It is surviving an absolute gale at the moment.
Well, we gave it another hammering in between the break because some of the pegs are starting to come loose, so I just keep checking them. And again,
it's Captain Cameron Naeem who's batting now, and he'll get off the mark with a single.
Single taken, nicely fielded.
So, Riders, always great to start your series with a win. In a sense, it's a bit of a disadvantage that Austrian Cricket Tigers already played this morning, kind of got their eyes in a little bit. Pack Riders coming out for their first game, but this will be a real handy scalp if they can grab it. Here's the last ball for Tariq's over.
And he gets another right on the money. Jug their Fateh style. And Abdul Zahim is going to be another that goes. And the bowling, you got to say, I mean, though there's been some short stuff. And well, there's some proof in the pudding. Bowl short, get pumped to the boundary, pitch it up, and knock the stumps over, you get wickets. And he was under attack, wasn't he, early on, the bowler, Tariq? But hasn't he come back well? Takes another.
Just have a look at the lengths of these balls that are getting wickets. You know, it's another one that's pitched up. I mean, so often we saw early bowlers going short, getting whacked. But yeah, it's full. A lot of the batters, they're pretty much still swinging across the line. If they misjudge it, if you hit the target, and you're going to do well. So running out of wickets, that's the problem at the moment. 63 for 5 after 5. Having a look at the ECC groups. These were announced fairly recently. I had some questions about how do they get done. Essentially, teams are ranked based on their T20 international rankings, and there are some adjustments based on how they went in the ECC last year. But each team will have one from Pool 1, which is the 1 to 6 ranked teams, then 7 to 18 is Pool 2. They'll have 2 of those, and then 19 to 30 is Pool 3. There's 2 of those, and then there's some other things we have to move around, such based on other international cricket those countries are playing. But in the end, I think it's going to be a really great tournament. Asif's back, and he's going to start with the wicket as well. So he's got 3 for 3 now, and well, he was on a hat-trick before. If he can do that again, he'll be on a hat-trick again. But right now, running out of wickets, as Naeem goes for just 1, and it's 63 for 6. What a collapse.
Yeah, what a collapse indeed. Right on the money once again. What a good delivery this is from Imran Asif. Maybe just slightly slower as well. I get the feeling that he may have just held his back a bit, but he still gets the ball right up there, right in the slot, and that smashes into the stumps. He gets another and just casually walks back to his mark and says, send me another. And the next man who comes out is the man, Nasiri joins Hyatt, who's at the non-striker's end.
I mean, Zishan came out and he whacked a couple of sixes, but they've had 2 mini collapses here. The first 3 wickets went in the space of just 2 runs, and then those last 3 wickets have come in the space of just 1 run. Even if you add all 6 together, they've lost 6 for 16 here, and it's looking rough as Nasiri tries to come out to save the day. I mean, as far as the run rate required, just eyeballing it, it's around about the 10 and over required. So it's not an onerous run rate really, but the question is, will they run out of batters?
Yeah, I mean, ever since that first wicket went down, don't forget that Naeem and Kailash, they went within balls of each other. As a result of that, the collapse has continued. We saw Arif play some nice shots before he got blown away as well. And this is a nice shot, but talk about blown away. Well, this one's been blown away. It's going to be one of those sort of innings, isn't it? It's either going to be 6 or it's going to be out.
Well, this is very ECN because Sakanda Hayats came out. He had the blooper of all bloopers before when he tripped over the batter and disappeared momentarily. But right now, he's back and that's sprung off the bat. That's the difference when you don't quite get the Yorker right. It's on the way up.
Yeah.
And these balls are travelling.
And Asif, well, starts to come in again, but the batter just walks away. I want to see him smash one into that banner. That's what I want to see. I want to see, you got me, I'll get you back. Anyway.
Scans Hyatt, another guy with Austrian national team experience, and he's got a high score of 55. So he's not a bad batter at all.
This is well. Just take the single. It's Yusuf.
And one of those big hits and over, you feel like they'll get enough runs out of the over. You know, it's just about not losing wickets, if at all possible. It's going to be a really good game, you know.
I think what we're seeing here, we're seeing two sides up. We saw when ACT were there, they were more about keeping the scoreboard kind of ticking, but not losing wickets. They only lost the 1 wicket on their way to 111.
Yeah, that's right.
And that we're seeing here a different approach from the opposition, which is about, it doesn't matter if you lose wickets, but keep playing the shots.
Yeah, that's right. And it's the ultimate hit and miss strategy, high risk, high reward. We've seen both the positive and the negative aspects of it at the moment. This has been great, though. He's got 3 for 11. Would love a 4th here. Last ball of the 6th over coming up. Just moving his field slightly. Coming to Nasiri.
Gets flicked away to the man behind square. Sort of moved his field there, almost like he was going to, suggesting that he was going to bowl a short delivery, but he still goes to the Yorker. Finishes with very respectable figures, 3 for 12. And as soon as he finishes, you can see that Adil Tariq.
Pretty good with the wides in this inning.
Yeah.
Just the 1 wide in 6 overs. So, yeah, full, straight. It's been a good tactic. And I think it's kind of where they went wrong early. But again, that new ball does move around. All the bowlers have been controlling it today. This looks like it's going to be Adil Tariq coming back in over number 7. So, yeah, 40 off 24, just the 10 and over. I say just. 10 and over is very achievable here. I think it comes down to whether this partnership lasts or not.
2 for 13 in his first. So he too just aiming to get the ball right up there. Remember, he got a couple wrong, didn't he? So got hit for a 6 or 2, and then he came back and just showed the difference the length makes. You over pitch and you get put away, becomes a full toss, get it right, you knock the stumps over.
Yeah, but that's a low full toss. I still think you're better off missing on that side, even though you might still go, but yeah, it's a good approach to go full.
Okay, this one's been played away, looks to get it in the gap, and he does. 4 more runs, so
Yeah.
true to form, the Pack Riders, they keep playing their shots, they're not worried about the wickets going. This is nicely played as well. I'm liking this from Hyatt. He seems to have an unorthodox sort of approach to the way he holds the bat. He seems to, I wonder if he holds the, I'm going to have a closer look the way he's holding the bat here. Whether he holds it too high or too low.
He's got
Probably
a
a bit
slightly
too
closed
low, right?
faced.
Let's have a look how he plays this. Yeah, it's all lower arm. That's what I'm looking for. So he's all playing with the lower hand.
Kind of, yeah, chokes it up a bit, as we'd say. The ball before, that was an example of a Yorker that wasn't quite full enough. So the batter's hitting it on the up, and it just tends to travel a bit further. The low full toss, sometimes the batter's a bit late on it. They do time it up, and it'll fly as well. The series turn.
It's a bit respected, Maya Patel. Hello to you. I hope you're well. Maya on the chat, he's saying just 6 boundaries will do it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And they've certainly got the firepower to do it with Hyatt out there.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think this is a 50-50 game right now, because you can kind of pry the jar open if you can grab a wicket here or 2.
Take the single.
The series definitely the more careful of the 2. He's just more concerned about sticking around, letting Hyatt do most of the scoring.
And just remember, the other thing, Vinny, is remember the next 2 matches we've got. I mean, if you think we've had exciting matches already, well, we know that the Pack Riders stay on. Let's have a look at
He's pretty
his
low on the bat
stance.
there. You can see, yeah, he's choking it up.
Oh, it's no ball for sure as this gets walloped away. So no ball is called. The bowler ends up on the deck, and I think this goes all the way. It does.
Wow,
So that's
what a
a
shot.
7 up, and that could really change things.
Yeah, it really does. Put it in the box seat. Even though he charges, that was miles too high. It's about shoulder high when he hits it and just flies with the pace. It's actually an amazing shot, and it's instinctive more than anything. So Maximo time, plus the no ball, plus the free hit coming up. I mean, that is huge in one ball that's not even a ball. Pack Riders grab control of this game.
Yeah, it certainly does. Free hit coming up. And Hyatt gets a fair bit of bat onto this. So Umar Tariq will make the stops and then take the single.
He did really well to get his hands out the front of that, hey, to get it for 6. 87 for 6 after 7 coming up. More cricket, and it's going to be Pack Riders versus Donnerstadt. That's already shaping up to be a bit of a shootout, isn't it? News from the toss. Pack Riders winning the toss and bowling. So, yeah, interesting that Donnerstadt, I think they would have liked to have batted first. I think they like that that approach. Katagul Utman comes into the side for Donnerstadt. As if Zai will be behind the stumps. Pack Riders, though, I mean, we've seen what they offer. They offer a lot of entertainment. Naeem likely to open up for them, and probably Kailash again. I don't see why they'd change it.
We're going to finish with 2 outstanding matches, Vinny.
Yeah.
There's that one coming up, and then, of course, Donnerstadt stay on, and they play the Austrian Cricket Tigers.
Yeah.
What a finish that's going to be to the day.
Yeah, high quality cricket. Right, so then he needs, I say only 25 off the last 3. Let's dance.
Flicked away, well, that's 4 of them. And I just wonder if there's a little bit of inexperience here from the captain, because Akibi's sticking to the same, and though it's worked for a bit, I think now's probably the time to change it. You've still got Hassan Yusuf, the spin bowler there.
Yeah.
There's no point holding him back when he hasn't got any runs to play with. You've got to change something, and at the moment they're sticking to very much the same. It's pace on pace. There's not been any variations.
I'm pretty amazed we haven't seen Hassan Yusuf, especially because these two have handled the pace pretty well. Just to change it up, you need to change the game.
Yeah.
You're running out of time. You're running out of runs. Just 21 to defend now.
This one.
But I also get that Tariq's your death bowler, and you want to back him. Didn't have a great game earlier, but yeah, I think in the 9th I'd be tempted to go to him. I mean, Takir Asif went for 20 in his earlier over, so I don't think you'd be bringing him back. I think you got to go to spin. That's if this game's still alive.
Well, there's more runs there, a bit more stars of luck. Hay 4 carreras más, hay poquito de suerte ahí. And at the moment, it looks like the back riders are, well, being brave, and bravery does fortune. Those that are willing to give it a go. He swings hard, gets the luck, gets the suerte, gets 4.
That riders fell off the horse a couple of times in the middle, didn't they? But they've gotten back on. 17 off 15. Hyatt's playing such a good hand here. 27 off 9. Had a bit of luck there. And what they say, though, make your own luck. Tariq needs to pull this back quickly. Game's slipping away.
Oh, well, what a beauty. Bolle. Brrr, what a shot. And, well, he's not thinking about doing it in singles, because it could do, you know. He wants to hit it and hit it hard. That's a cracking shot. What a strike rate. Over 300 strike rate, Vinny.
You know what I'm going to say? And I hate being kind of...
I know what you're going to say. Just say it. Should have whipped him off.
Yep, they're 20 short. And I think they had to identify earlier that it wasn't happening for Yusuf in the first innings. Because, yeah, much as he's capable of doing it, he wasn't doing it. And he had plenty of signs.
And, well, slow ball does him in the end. And, see, that's what we're talking about, is having those variations. And we've both mentioned you've got someone like Hassan Yusuf in your side. You've got to bowl him. This is a slower delivery. And these two, they like the pace. We just identified that. And with the slow ball, totally plays around it. It gets himself out. And maybe this game ain't done yet.
It's just annoyed because he misses a full toss. And to be honest, that's a huge wicket. I mean, Hyatt was the one doing all the damage.
Yep.
And he scored 33. At the other end of the series, just scored 4 off 6. And now you're getting down. And to be honest, I wouldn't say it quite brings it back to 50-50, but it certainly gives ACT a fighting chance, because you're going to get a chance to bowl to the number 10 now. Tariq, this over's gone 4.46 wicket, and it forces the series to be a bit more attacking. New batter coming out there is Amir Latif.
Yeah,
coming
number
out
9
of 10.
coming in. Hey, listen, this one could, with what, run a ball? Are we going to see a golden ball here? Are you tingling? Or is it just the cold weather?
Maybe I have a slight pre-tingle. Yeah, Latif, yeah, you're right. That is just the 7th wicket. So, anyway, about 4.5 minutes. That might have another minute go on in a second for the wicket. Anyway, go bang, 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 you win. 3 wickets away. That's what ACT need to tell themselves as well.
Oh, that's a Gundy delivery, isn't it? Wide
Good keeping.
ball.
Really good keeper, Ahmed Chowdhury. Made that look easy. But yeah, sometimes we see keepers diving for that, but he had a really quick sidestep. Didn't even have to dive in the end, because if that goes for 5, it's very hard to come back from there.
Have a look at the field. Just have a look at this field. Nobody deep on the offside at all. Nowhere.
Saw that last night, didn't we, last ball of the day?
Look at the
Going to
leg
be over
side.
here. So Tariq does get the big wicket of Skander Hyatt. And this game stays very much alive. 102 for 7 after 8. This will be an interesting one, because it'll say they're way ahead of the rate. But the issue isn't so much the run rate, it's the fact that they're down to essentially what you would call the tail.
Yeah, look at that. Look where they've got to. And, an exciting 12 balls to come
Yeah,
here if it goes to
guess
trouble.
who?
I still think we're going to go to the wire here.
Well, Hassan Yusuf is coming on to bowl for the first time. This is the only over he'll get in this game, Hassan Yusuf. And so, yeah, 10 off 12. Now, I think they'll put the choke on a little bit. They kind of do the opposite, actually. I think they're happy to give Nasiri the one and bowl at Latif. But Nasiri's hardly been that convincing so far as scoring goes. Just dabs it down and gets one.
Well, is it just one? But there was no need for that at all from the fielder. I mean, just look at Yusuf. He turns round. And if looks could, you know what, they would. Because he's saying, what are you doing? It should have only been a one. It ends up being a two.
Yeah.
I mean, they only need one.
And that whole thing about, look, we don't worry about giving Nasiri one, let's bowl at the other guy. Well, that totally goes awry, didn't it? Because it bounces off Hassan Yusuf onto the stumps and they get a second. So,
not good cricket there from the fielder. You can see Hassan, he's not happy at all because that's exactly what he would have wanted to be doing. He wanted to be bowling to Latif.
Nasiri's thrilled he gets two for that.
Flies this up and it's going to get lucky, the batter. And now the chase is on for the fielder. Gets there, turns around, gets a throw in. Well, he gets his reward in the end in terms of gets a chance now to bowl at Latif.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. It's about knee high, isn't it? It could have gone anywhere. I thought straight away it got straight up, but just one. Long single. All right, Latif's turn.
Well, a big chance. He
Cheering
gets
every
batted
run,
the ball.
because literally you're fine just getting singles here.
Yep.
I think the time comes where you got to really make more of an effort to save the one, because that's your only way back in.
Might be a wide. I think it will be a wide.
Yeah,
Yes, it will.
Even though he steps toward that, it doesn't make a movement before the ball's bowled. So now they can tie it with a 4 here. They can win it with a 6. See, like, looking at how this has gone, it's a shame that Yusuf just gets one over here, not two.
Yeah, well, this is the difference. And I think, once again, like I said at the time, I know that Akib Iqbal is a great cricketer. Maybe he's just new to the captaincy. He's taking over from the man who's doing the bowling now. I think you would have deployed that spin a bit earlier.
Can they take this game to the last over, ACT?
I think they can.
Because they're still a bit careful, because they know if they lose another wicket and then maybe another, then it's going to be really tense.
Would you be tempted just to go for the big shot here now, last ball of the over?
Not really, because he's the guy that's the established guy.
Well, he does, and he's going to get it, and that is it. They get the victory. It's done with a Maximo, and Nasiri goes for the big hit, and he nails it. And it's a victory for the Pack Riders. So Austrian Cricket Tigers, well, they face defeat for the first time. They're 1-1, but it's the Pack Riders that are victorious, and what a victory it was as well. But yeah, you got to say it. You know what we're thinking, and we know what you're thinking as well. Sometimes, if you want to win games, you've got to be a little bit ruthless.
And credit to Nasiri, he saw something he liked, he went after it, and they win this one with 6 balls to spare. But a case of what might have been as the Tigers attained in match number 8. It was all about the opening partnership, wasn't it? And they just had a couple of staggers in the middle when they lost 3 for 2. They lost 3 for 1 as well. But this opening partnership of 47, setting things up for Pack Riders. They win on their return to the European
Yeah,
Cricket
who should play of the match? For me, it's Hyatt.
Sikandar Hyatt.
Yeah, for me, it's him.
100%.
Not for his batting, but for the bit of acrobatics we saw when he did his stuntman bit.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
boundary.
I see who they go with. I'm curious. I guess, tripping over the banner, but that is very ECN, isn't it? You'll have a blooper, but then you'll have your great moments as well. I mean, Naeem was also really good there. There's plenty to choose from, but they had success when they bowled like this. They bowled full, they bowled straight, they bowled at the stumps. And I think that Bale comes back and hits him on the helmet. Another good reason to wear a helmet, Claire Kailash. But yeah, these two mini collapses. I mean, you can see that one. They're getting a long way across. To be honest, I can see why the umpire gives that out. I think the frame by frame tells a slightly different story. But I think live it looked pretty good. This was a good shot. Yeah, but Hyatt came out and he changed the game. For me, he doesn't score as many runs as some of the other players in this game, but I think that it's when he scores them and how he
Yeah.
scores them. That's the reason that pack riders get over the line.
That's true. And sometimes, we say there's always little moments in a match where we think matches change. And I still think it's that full toss that went for 6.
Yeah.
That 7 up. I mean, it changed from there for me.
That was a remarkable shot. We'll probably see that in a second. See Abdur Himzai getting castled there. So kind of 6 out, and we're needing someone to step up. Because Asif was having a party, wasn't he? He was just zeroing in at those stumps, and you felt like, oh, this is the collapse that could cost him the game.
How many wickets we've seen fall? I've seen about 30 wickets fall.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. But look, this is when Hyatt came out and he swung for the fences, didn't he? I mentioned
This one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one there. It's about shoulder high, and he hooks it. Had to have really fast hands. It was a case of hit it or be hit, I think, for the batter on that occasion. And he wasn't done yet. So despite going to that one, full toss that he feels he probably should have smacked out of the ground as well. He done the heavy lifting, and really, Austrian Cricket Tigers, they caught short a little bit. And, we talk about whether to make a tactical switch with the batting. We talk about it having risks, right? But this is a really good example of not doing it having risks as well.
Yeah.
And the risk is you don't maximise your batting output. And I think that they had the potential to score a lot more than 111. As it is, it wasn't enough. Takada Hyatt does top score, 33 off 11. But yeah, he's my player of the match, 32 for 11. I mean, Aim got off to a great start. Pair of 13s in there for Zishan Arif and Nasiri, who had very different looking innings. Apart from that, at the top, Kailash scored 15. 3 for 12. Imran Azif was great, wasn't he? As he only went run a ball and picked up 3 wickets. 2 for 28 for Dil Tariq. A little bit expensive. 1 wicket for Akib Iqbal and Umar Tariq with 1. And yeah, I think that despite getting hit for the winning runs, Yusuf probably should have been employed a bit earlier just to change things
I
up.
think so.
Even early to the openers, for example, when they got away to a flyer.
Yeah,
So
I think what that shows us there, Vinny, and this is, I think, summarises what this format is all about. It's all about having this attitude to go out there and play your shot. And we saw that ACT, even though they got a lot of experience under them, they were afraid to do that. Only losing the 1 wicket, getting to 111. We thought there was too many dot balls there. There were, and we saw the different approach there from pack riders. Went out there and they went for it. They were brave, went for it, played the shots, end up being victorious. They've got a tough one now against Donastar.
yeah, but I mean, they're equipped for it. I think it'll be a really good game coming up. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes or so for the first ball. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back shortly with more ECN action here in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we get ready for the start of match number 9. Two teams that have been victorious today already. Donnerstad, the reigning champions, are up against the Pack Riders, who had a very good victory there against the Austrian Cricket Tigers. The two teams have been in good form, and what I can tell you from the news from the coin toss is that the Pack Riders winning the toss and putting Donnerstad back in to bat first. And Donnerstad won't mind that. They're a team, I think, if they had won the toss, I think Razman Shiguel himself would have batted first. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the two teams to just remind us of some of the key players. Of course, Donnerstad, they were well led by their captain, Razman Shiguel, and it was good to see him in good form earlier, scoring 71 of 25 deliveries. And also they've got Sabun Davisi in their side as well. He was good with bat and with ball, scored a fine 40 of 22 deliveries and also picked up 2 for 4. So they've got some good players in their side, but also good opportunity for us to see one score once again, the Pack Riders. And well, wasn't that an exciting win for them against the Austrian Cricket Tigers in the match just before this one, chasing down the 112 that they required. A good contribution from Amir Naheem. He's going to be key again for them, I think. 32 of 11 he scored, but Sekinder Hyatt, well, wasn't he sensational? 33 of 11. So let's see which one of these two teams will stay in winning form. Remember, Donnerstad, they do have another match straight after this. They are playing the Austrian Cricket Tigers, and I'm sure that Akib Iqbal and these players will be keen to bounce back to winning ways. And the Pack Riders, they'll love to end the day with 2 wins out of 2. Here comes the first delivery. It will be Sadiq, and he is going to be bowling to Hussain. Well, Hussain faced the first delivery. Umpires for this one is Dalwinder and Rajinder. Praveen is the third umpire. Welcome back to everyone. Short, wow, he swings so hard he almost knocks himself off his feet. Does Iqbal Hussain. We got full here of the European Cricket Network, and if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Austria, just about an hour away from the capital Vienna, at the Seebahn Cricket Ground. Slices high up in the air, and the fielder chasing hard and almost takes an incredible catch. That would have been quite sensational. It's a superb effort from the fielder. And Hussain, well, he gets lucky, swings hard. And what an incredible effort this is. He gets just the tips of his fingers to it. That's Zishan Arif. Great effort. Got to go down, I suppose, as a chance, but that would have been one of the all-time great catches in the deep. Went a long way. Zai. Gets ready to face up. And this one is down the leg side and it's rolling, rolling and rolling. A wide ball is called. The 2 wides. Zai. Happy to have him in the side. It's a man that scored 164 runs in last year's series. He was right up there behind Basir Khan. And Sahil Zadran as well, 138 runs, and the captain as well, 126. They've got plenty of good players, plenty of good batters, all aggressive stroke players as well. And you also got some of the bowlers that can be pretty useful with the bat as well, the likes of Itibashar Didar. Winning against Pakistan CC last year by 25 runs to become the champions. This one has been absolutely clobbered. It's a monster strike, it really is. And he gives this a fair whack, and with the wind coming from behind as well, that goes the distance. And walloped cracking hit. Hussein gets the first boundary of this innings. Just making a slight change with the batting order as well. I think taking the opportunity, the captain, to give everyone that opportunity. Slower delivery and looking to go the same way, the batter. Just loses his shape. There's Hussein, the head up in the air. Sadiq, good comeback. More to go in the first. And this one is going to be 4 more, just straight down the leg side. And just whipped away by Hussein. So 13 coming off the first over. Nice positive start. Once again, it just takes a bit of pace off it. Does the bowler, but just gets the line wrong. It's going to be pretty difficult as well. I mean, we talk about the wind and the effects it can have in the field, but it's difficult for the bowlers as well. Remember, a number of ways that you can stay in touch with us. With Mr. Maximo. It's good to have Maximo back as he travelled from Milan. And also myself at Rico.full. Always great to have all of your comments and great to have your support for the European Cricket Network. And we use this platform to thank you all. Though we can't always do it all in person. We'll try and get through the messages a bit by a bit. But this is our platform to say thank you to everyone and thank you for your support. Also, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and this is a terrible delivery. And the wicketkeeper does ever so well. It's Amir Naeem. This is a really good stop. Not only does he have to get to it, but he stops it from getting underneath him. And probably goes back to what I was talking about. It's not easy up there for the bowlers to get the control. This wind is so blustery and so strong. Well, this one is right at him. A short delivery. He does get a bit of bat on this. It's giving us runs. That is a spicy delivery. Might not be too hot and spicy despite the sun being out, but certainly hot and spicy out there in the middle. That was quick and fast and nasty. Slower delivery to Hussein and he pumps this away. Balle. Inna sona shaka lagya. And this is hit clean, sweet, out of the middle. And that has gone a long way. It's going to take a while for that to come back. But, nicely struck. Just waits for it. It is the slow delivery. Doesn't waste any time. Putting it away. Chance to say hello to everybody that's watching around the world. I hope you're enjoying the cricket. Certainly hope you're enjoying the scenery around where we are as well. Absolutely beautiful. As the fielder comes back as we do the next delivery, and he throws everything at this one as well. Gets past the fielder, not quite where he was intending it to go, Hussein. But brings in 4 more, 6 and 4. Hungry for more. Hussein moves into the 20s. 21. Here's the score. He's rattling upwards pretty quickly on the start, of course, being put in to bat. They want to make the most of it. Batting first against the Vienna Eagles. They put 122 on the board, but they were at one point on course to be around about the 150 mark. An appeal here from the umpire, and I think he's given this out now. This surprises me. My first impression is this going down leg side and missing. I mean, he takes a long look at this, and that for me, I mean, I think maybe, can we say umpire's call? But my first impression is still, that ball's got a fair bit to do. I think it's going down leg personally. Just have a look at this, the ball, it's moving away. You can, yeah, that's not hitting the leg stick for me. I mean, the umpire doesn't have the advantage of what we're seeing. I like the way that he takes his time, has a good long look, and in the end decides that that ball is going to hit. And you can understand the batter being disappointed, but fair play to him. Though he stands his ground for a bit, he walked off. And first wicket goes down, 25 for 1. As it is Nasari that gets the breakthrough. Disappointment for the batter. And you can understand it as well. Hussain was hitting the ball pretty well. But he will go for 21 of 9 deliveries as the captain, Razmal, makes his way out to the middle. Batted beautifully, didn't he, in the earlier match against the Vienna Eagles. Scored 71 of 25 deliveries and hit 10 Maximos on his way to that score. It was quite an outstanding knock. Well bowled, and a misfield, and the ball will go for 4, and that's disappointment. And Shiguel gets going straight away. This one you've got to stop, and that's not the way to do it. And leaves the gap in between his legs. The ball goes through. 4 runs courtesy of a misfield. So Shiguel is off the mark. It didn't hit a 4 in that 71, by the way. It was all in 6s. Sorry, ball to go in this, the second over. This one gets worked away on the onside. It will be a single. So despite picking up the wicket, it's a good score on the board for the reigning champions. They're 30 for 1 after 2. To find time to welcome back into the commentary position to Mr. Maximo. So you take a look at the standings. You can see there, Cook to CC, there was the perfect 3 out of 3 yesterday. And other than that, all the other teams, they've picked up a victory, but not been able to go further than that. There's an opportunity, though, for one of these two teams to make it 2 out of 2. Who will it be? Will it be the reigning champions, Donald Start, or will it be the Pack Riders, who made a very impressive start against the Tigers? And Vinny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Donald Start, pretty powerful start. Probably not a bad man to come in though, Shiguel, even though he has a bit of a rough LB call. It was touch and go, probably, I'm with you, might have just been missing, but Shiguel's not missing today. He looks in top form, doesn't he? Maximo, this one just a little bit short. This has been a classic shot that he's played today. Those balls just a fraction short outside off. He's got such fast hands. He smacks that one into the crops.
That has been hit so well, so clean, and they do find it, which is quite amazing. So well done to the fielders going out there. But what a hit that is. Just strikes the ball so cleanly. But you're right, he has picked up the short ball so quickly today.
So yeah, Sadiq, been reasonably expensive so far. Got a bit of a shootout here. This one worked away well. That's a bit of a lucky foot fielding stop from Sikandar Hayat, who was the hero last time. And this takes a bit of a Tortuga, but it's a classic shin bone job. It could have easily gone the other way. This one here, boom.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it doesn't have the thickest legs I've ever seen, but he had them in the right spot that time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but all the things with it. For example, the LBW umpire doesn't get the benefit of the replay, and even so, like it's not impossible. It might have clipped a bit of leg stump, but it did. I mean, I suppose for me, there's probably too much doubt. I think to give that if you look at all the evidence.
Had a long way to go, so in
that's
delivery.
Anyway, this is pitch up. That's better length. Having said that, might still go for 4. Ooh, I think you know what.
Ooh, I think he might just be okay.
I actually am going to reckon I'm going to say it's 4.
You're
just
saying
watch
it's 4?
this. Yeah, there's one step too many here. Just have a look at this.
Let's have a look. Keep an eye on the feet
He's got
here.
the ball. It's this step, this one. Oh,
It's all right.
Go. Is that foot's in the air?
He doesn't touch it. The foot. I always suspected the tiptoe stayed up.
All right.
Doesn't put the.
Yeah,
doesn't put the heel
he's
down.
Done well, and he got rid of it just before that. I did see that one foot came down on the rope, but that was the foot after that other foot. I mean, he just got rid of it. So, good eyes there, Rico. You're all over it. He's Cuttagul Lukmanzai, comes into the lineup, and he is a proper hitter as well. As Donnerstadt have a bit of a procession of hitters, and yeah, so yeah, Iqbal Hussain, yeah, was It was a tough one that he copped for 21, but I don't think it hurts him too much when you look at how long and strong their batting lineup is. And I mean, I think there's a case to open with Chigwell anyway, considering how well he batted earlier today. And this is hit pretty powerfully, and no one's stopping this. That's 4. So Chigwell continues his rampage on Donnerstadt's opening day of action. He's looking unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, good hit, isn't it? Hits it pretty straight. There is a man out there. There was probably about, I'd say, 4 or 5 meters away from him, but he's hit that so well. Got no chance to cut that off. And that's Rahuhula Abdul Rimzia, who's out there. He's been pretty good in the deep. He's made some good stops. And this time he goes over the top of the offside. I think this one will go to the boundary, but good running between the two batters in between the wickets. They'll get 2.
Yeah, so this will be the end of the over, and a very good power play for Donnerstadt, the defending champions. They are 46 for 1 of 3, but yeah, said before this game, this could be a bit of a shootout, with Hack Lighters also showing that they can pack a punch with the batting. And yeah, got 2 batters out there at the moment, Utman Zai and Chigwell. Obviously, Chigwell captaining the national team, but Utman Zai's also got a fair bit of Austrian national team experience. Sadiq ends up going 29 in his 2 overs. End of the power play though, which means he can have 5 outfielders. And we have seen games kind of changing in these middle overs as the boundaries are a bit easier to protect now. Not especially easy if the ball's flying over you. But the other thing for Utman Zai is that it hasn't been an easy day for left-handers to bat. And I think Davitsi made a pretty good 40, but a lot of the shots he hit far were on the offside. So yeah, not seeing Davitsi opening up this time with Utman Zai back in the lineup. And it's going to be some spin with Mohammad Nazir. That's a gunty ball, really. Run hard here. They'll get 2, I think. Oh, well, they should have got 2. That was a long chase. A successful chase. Maybe it's lucky they didn't because it was a direct hit.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of deliveries, was it, from Nazir? Didn't see Nazir bowl in the last one. Direct hit. And hey, have you ever wondered what happens to those odd socks where they go?
Just get eaten by washing machines. I thought that's why.
There's actually a day for it, and it's today. Today is National Odd Sock Day.
Oh, really?
It's actually a day for it. So where do those lost socks go? So it is National Lost Stock Memorial Day. And oh, well, this one. And then he lost the ball. Forget the sock.
Doesn't cost him a run though. Okay, I mean,
celebrated annually in the USA.
Sometimes, yeah, I think of when I've lost a sock and then I might eventually just give up, throw one sock out, and then the other one appears. I think it's the other one.
You just never know.
You know, like, I'm scared to throw a single sock away because I'm always. All right, firstly, this one is going to be caught, and I think that's going to be gone. I mean, it's probably knee-high full toss. I'll probably have a look at it, but yeah, it's a ball that, with a left-hander hitting to the left of screen, it's not really easy to hit into the wind today. So Utman Zai is going to have to step aside. That's a really good catch, though, on the boundary, and he's the second wicket to fall. It's 48 for 2.
Yeah, Naveed Sadiq takes the catch, and it is a good catch. But you know, a few people on the chat have been saying, and it's not a day for left-handers. You've got left-handed batters, don't use them. Because that's another reason. I mean, he's hit that pretty well. I think on another day, I don't think the fielder Sadiq is going to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's on the other side of the field, if you flip the wind, and that one's probably going on the road. But yeah, it says a lot about me that I'm an optimistic person, that I don't like throwing away a single sock, even when because I'm always hopeful it'll come home one day.
It's a Memorial Day for those lost socks, all those socks that are no longer with us. Where do they go? I'd love to know where they go. I bet you there's people doing all sorts of researches. Well, this one should have been another. It could have been 2 in 2 for Nazir. It's a good effort from the fielder, but I think, in all fairness, he needs to take this.
Yeah, I mean, he has a bit to do, doesn't he? Comes around, gets a good jump in it, but he does get 2 hands to it. I think that's one he had to kind of turn his fingers around and be taking it kind of a bit more fingers pointing away from him. Anyway, another full toss this time. Could bring another wicket, and this one is caught.
Well, good catch.
And it's Chigwell that's going to be out. Oh, well, again. Oh, have a look at this for height. This one seemed a bit higher, but I still think it's probably okay.
think it's, once again, it's one of those, just because he's bending down a bit. I think it's a close call, but I think he's going to be okay. You know, I think he's going to be given out to borderline, but I think it is dipping. It's going down, and because the batter's going down to get under it. So 2 weak. I mean, that could have been the hat trick. That could have been the hat trick. Takes one dropped, another one. So, well, full toss is doing the damage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Shigawa, you would have bet that he would have whacked that into a new dimension, but it was a great catch taken out there by Skinder Hyatt. They didn't try to shinbone that one back. And so, just I suppose, I'm going to say it, probably lucky to see well, there's a couple of rank full tosses. They both bring wickets, and suddenly it's 49 for 3.
Yeah, it's all happening at the moment here. So 2 wickets, a ball to go in it as well. New batter comes out, and it's Zazai. And, well, he almost gets a little touch on this one. So what an over that is. And, well, that changes things around a little bit. Only the 3 runs that come from it. A couple of wickets as well. We're holding on to our tables now as our table just lifted off the ground and back down again, can I just say, with all this stuff on it.
Happy my monitor hasn't blown off once today, but I feel like I'll be taping it down tomorrow. 49 for 3, and Donnerstadt, I think they'll want to get that 120 plus. We saw Pack Riders in the last game kind of hold Austrian cricket ties to 111, taming the Tigers as they would chase it down. But, it was a tight one. Pack Riders are really well suited to this form of the game. Like I said, we haven't seen them for 3 years on ECN. They played in the Austrian T10, which we televised back then. Middle of 2020, it was a very different world. Anyway, here is Zishan Arif, who's going to bowl over number 5. First one in the block hole, cut off, but we'll scramble a single. Yeah, Arif with his leg spin, he's going to get good drift here because of that left to right wind. So he's hoping it'll just drift in and maybe turn away. This is also pretty good length because it'll drop on the batter. That looked like it'd be a big full toss to hit, but then just dropped into the block hole nicely. Bit like this one, and he gets the wicket. So Zazai's going to go for a duck. As that drift in made this wicket, he kind of yorks the batter. So Packminer's fighting hard here. Donnerstadt lose a 4th wicket now, 50 for 4.
Yeah, it's good bowling. It's all about the flight, and it's basically you're challenging the batter to say, all right, you're staying in the crease and making room for yourself, or you're going to come down. He just goes down the leg side a little bit, doesn't need the batter to try and give himself a bit of room, and that's the error. And by the time he gets a chance to get himself in position, the ball goes through, knocks him over, and it's quack time. We haven't seen Derek for a while.
Yeah.
Hello, Derek. Good afternoon.
Had a pretty quiet day. Had a busy start, I think, in the Vienna Eagles' first innings of the day. But yeah, there was that little bit of drift at the end that took the ball from the bat plane and made the ball go in between the bat and the body, and it crashed into the bottom of leg stumps. So that's really good leg spin bowling. Zai, pretty unhappy start to his tournament. Noor Ahmed Zai didn't have a great start, and I think he's hit this one pretty much straight up. But the good news is straight up today is 6, because it's going to be almost knocked back into the field of play. But Maximo, tell you who's looking at that, Kadagul Utman Zai saying, hey, I hit mine way better than that. And he pays the left-handed tax, Kadagul Utman Zai, because when Noor hits it straight up with this breeze, it carries all the way.
Yeah, Skinder Hyatt is the man.
At least he didn't trip over a banner that time. I've noticed he's been moved away from the banner now. And now it's another wicket, so it's going to be a crazy over. It goes wicket, 6 wicket. And that's a pretty good trade-off, because Donnerstadt have lost 5 wickets now in the first half. It's 56 for 5. Once again, it's Zishan Arif who's right on target.
Yeah, Arif knocks them down again, and he's just basically just floating up there. Look, this time though, it's a clever delivery. I say floating it up. That one's slightly flatter. And Arif, well, he's just once again, no celebration. He knows another wicket down. So Donnerstadt, after making a pretty good start, they're, well, wickets are falling pretty quickly here. So somebody's going to go out there and sort of bat with a little bit of sensibility now. Aman Ahmadzai is still out there.
Yeah, they've lost 4 for 8 in the last 8 balls. And 6 of them came with 1 swing of the bat from Noor. That's, yeah, here is Sabun Davidson coming in. So, yeah, he batted well, but yeah, his left-handedness is a little bit of a a drawback today. Having said that, he also showed he can go over the offside and send the ball for 6 over the ropes to the rider's screen.
Yeah, the VC, I think he's the style of batter he is. He's probably the right type of batter to come in at this point with those wickets falling quickly. It's a bit more orthodox, or can be. You can change it up as well. So maybe these two now, Ahmadzai and Devisi, will put on a bit of a partnership and just steady the ship a little.
It's been a key effort to bat guys higher that haven't played yet. It's pretty well bowled as well. His accuracy has been brilliant this over Zishan Arif. He's just getting a bit of assistance from the conditions. Yeah, so you can't use the wind if you don't hit it at all. That's the thing. So Zishan Arif just trying to deceive the batters with that sideways movement. His last ball, the over. Right on target. He bowls a Gundy ball. It's great keeping, though. You can see what Amir Naeem brings to the table. He's a very, very good keeper, in addition to being a very powerful striker at the top of the order for Pack Riders. So last ball, take 2. This is in the air, but goes into a gap. And so Aman Ahmadzai will get a single, and it takes us to the end of the 5th over. Pretty interesting one. It's 59 for 5. And just a reminder of what's coming up over the next few weeks. We're here in Austria for 2 weeks before we go to Bulgaria for 2 weeks, then Sweden. We'll be in Stockholm for 2 weeks, get to reunite with friends all over the continent. And I remember you have made some friends in Bulgaria fairly recently. They probably nicked off back to the UK by now, I imagine. But we'll have some great names there. I'd love to see the lawnmower back. I don't know if we'll be there. I know that Adrian Dunbar, I think, is planning to play. And, well, first, let's have a look at this ball disappear. Maximo! 6 runs. Donnerstadt might have lost 5 wickets, but they battle the way down, and they're going to keep attacking. And Aman Ahmadzai absolutely muscled that one straight for 6.
Yeah, good hit that. And what that tells you is don't pitch it up unless it's a proper Yorker length, because anything that hasn't been in that zone, Aman Ahmadzai hasn't quite made good contact. He gets that one away. So Nazir goes for a biggie there. He was 2 for 3, remember, before this one. Well, this is another one. This is absolutely humongous. That is a monster 6. 6 more, thank you very much. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Oh, well, how about this? This is launched up into the slipstream. That looked more like televising golf, didn't it? It looks like you're at the US Open or the British Open, and you see a tee shot flying through the air. That's what that resembled. Nasir has 2 wickets, but he's also been whacked for 2 big 6s. He'll try again, though. Yeah, he tries to draw him wider, but it's called wide. Well spotted there by Aman Ahmadzai. Probably worth a try.
Yeah,
just to see if maybe you can get him stumped.
I think that was the plan. It's suspected that he might come after him again.
Yeah.
Whips in the wider delivery, but the
He's
batter.
going to have to bring it back, and let's see what Aman Ahmadzai does. Well, that's what he does. He launches it again, and that's why the bowler doesn't want any part of Ahmadzai at the moment. Maximo! Donnerstadt building a partnership here for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, that's the 3rd one. Again, just too short. He's giving him room to get underneath it, and as a result of that, they're disappearing. They're down the far end of the ground, into the field. 3 big 6s in the over, so the recovery after those quick lots of wickets come in.
And this is going to go straight to the infield. He should be run out here, but it's a terrible throw. It's set too much of a task for Naeem behind the stumps. Let's have a look on the replay.
Needed to be in the gloves, didn't it? Needed to be in the gloves or direct hit, but you can see a bit of a feeble throw. And as a result of it, he allows the batter to get back.
May not have been out anyway, but certainly we'll never know now. And that's going to be too much for Naeem to handle as this one drifts down the leg side. And even a good keeper like Naeem couldn't get to that. Speared down the leg side. Nazir's kind of lost it here in his 2nd over. Donnerstadt get 5 bonus runs.
Yeah, with this one, it's a Gundy delivery, isn't it? There's nothing the keeper can do about it, or the man Amir who chases after it. So that's a minimal 5 from nowhere. And this over has gone magical. He only went for 3 in his first. And this one, it's stopped on the boundary eventually.
I mean, here's the thing. With those 5 wickets, you felt, okay, collapses on. Will they make 100? They're on 144 pace at the moment. All right. And you got two genuine batters there. I mean, Davitsi's role, unless he gets something can really hit it over the offside, probably just take his medicine. Or he could just do that because he's going to sweep it away. And I tell you what, when it's that far outside leg stump, you can't resist it. Luckily, the cars are safe, but the fence has seen better days.
Well, they're checking. I can tell you this is 6. I don't know why they're checking. This has got to be 6. He picks his up so cleanly,
Well,
even with that wind behind it. That goes over a long way. I reckon that's a supersonic over. I don't think we've had a supersonic one. I'm pretty sure that's 30.
Yeah, you're right. It's
31,
31 off the over. So it goes from 59 for 5 to 90 for 5, just like that. Ahmedzai 22, and Davitsi with the 6 there gets going. Still got Sahel Zadran to come, who's a good hitter as well. So how long can this partnership go, and how fast will it go? Right now, Pack Riders, in the blink of an eye, they find themselves behind in this match.
Yeah, that's crazy over. 31 coming off it. And all of a sudden, that score looks far more healthier.
I think it's the most expensive over a tournament so far. I think out of 29 yesterday, right? Anyway, here we go with over number 7. Now another full toss. It's been successful so far. And it's still going to go to the boundary. Ahmedzai gets their hands just through it. Yeah, so I think this is just below the waist. Yeah, for me, let's see if we can get a shot on this. I mean, he's bent there, so I think...
Yeah, I think it may be just below. Once again, because the batter's going down, is sort of leaning downwards, so they're going to say that's okay.
Yeah.
And the batter's not convinced. He's saying, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think it felt higher to the batter because he crouched down a little bit, so I think that's a good call. But still, Ahmedzai does get 4 for it. In this series, still 2 full. That pad. There's no David Boone in there to take the catch. Oh, he almost runs himself out, though.
Oh, well,
where's his bat? He would have been out.
He would have been out. This is unlucky. The ball bouncing over. Let's watch this. Good work from the keeper. He's Naeem.
You know what it is? The bat plugs and the ball plugs in the one ball. Wait, does he run into the bowler? Nah. He would have been gone by a mile. He was batless. Anyway, riding his luck. Davitsi faces up again. He tries to elevate. Get 2 here, I think, if he runs hard, which he's not a huge fan of, but does get the 2 on that occasion. Yeah, what a counter-attack. This is what this Donnerstadt team will do to you, and that's why they're so dangerous, because they won't change their approach. And we've seen their 9s, 10s, even 11s coming out and being able to hit 6s. So they'll feel, 5 wickets down. Yeah, but we've got 5 wickets in hand here. Leg side. Might have just flicked the pad, you know. I don't think it'll be a wide, but yeah, just see this one. Certainly made some noise. I don't know if we'll be able to see on this after all, but we'll have a look.
It's a good take, though, isn't it, Stu? I mean, it's not
take.
easy. Look at that one-hand take. Brilliantly done.
Good player. Really good player. Next one he does hit away and he laces it, doesn't he? And I love this shot from Davitsi. It's his trademark, really, because he opens himself up. He just leans into it and caresses it through that offside. And, well, it's beautiful to watch. And it's a beautiful result for Donnerstadt.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? As he carves this through the gap on the offside, through the covers. 4 runs. Delightfully played.
Really gone off the rails since that 4 for 8. I don't know how much we've had since then. But in the last 2 overs, we've had 42 in 11 balls. Now he goes with it and he rides it nicely. That's another 6. Maximo! Oh, what are we watching here from Donnerstadt? As this score has climbed. It's gone past 100 in this over. In fact, they're going to finish the over 107 for 5. And so 7 overs down. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with you in Austria. And yeah, we're loving the background here as well. It looked like a green screen yesterday. You know, that's what I loved about it. So we kept it. Cube apparently is on the way, but if the cube comes, I think it might end up somewhere over there by the mountains. What about a turnaround here for Donnerstadt? That's the beauty of this ECN T10 cricket. It's so unpredictable and games can change like that.
That's it, and we keep saying that. So always little moments that make things happen. Little moments and game changes from there. Yeah, this is a great recovery. All right, Donnerstadt did changed their batting slightly. They made a few changes. You see that Davizzi, he opened up last time. He's coming in here now. But, yeah, just a couple of short deliveries, couple of sixes, confidence flows. And now, well, now they're really going well here. And looking again, like I said, they'll be looking for a 120-plus score. Right now, things keep going their way. They're looking at 130, 140 here.
Abdurrahimzai to bowl over 8. Rare swing and a miss. Yeah, they did change their batting slightly, but that's kind of also players that came in. So it wasn't so much, quote-unquote, giving people a go. It's just batters coming in and they were keen to use them because some of their other batters had already had a hit, and so they probably thought that was strategically a smart thing to do. Some of them worked out, some of them didn't. Ahmedzai's working out great here at the moment, 27 off 11. And he slices this away, hangs in the air. Again, because of the wind, it won't quite carry to that fielder. That's Mohammad Nazir out there. But it is the kind of ground where you will see big chases pulled off from time to time. I think that's something that's pretty clear here at Sabine as well, because the ball really does fly here. It's not the quickest outfield, but it's not slow either. I'd call it the average. But yeah, Davizzi's had a really bright start to his innings. He's 19 off 6. And he pins his ears back on this. Very similar to the ball before. Doesn't quite carry to the man, Nazir. So Davizzi gets 20 off his first 7 balls. Ahmedzai, though, he's certainly picked apart the bowling.
Yeah, you've got to, I think the bowler here, Abdurrahimzai, he's got to see what the bat Ahmedzai is doing. He's taking a little shuffle across, so you've got to be really full right up there. You're going to delivery and get the LBW. You'll see the shuffle across there. Well, he tries, but he overcooks it, goes down the leg side. Good work once again from the keeper. Naheem makes the stop.
He loves to fly, Naeem, whenever given the opportunity. There he goes. Yeah, I mean, this partnership's already worth over 50. I feel like they just got together. It's crazy, isn't it? It's not even 3 overs they've been together, and they've put on 54. A bit of a loose stroke. You'll get that from time to time. So yeah, 56 for 5 they were after 4.4 when they came together. So what a counter-attack. That's what good teams do. We see that at the international level, don't we? In the international level, they don't just have 3 or 4 guys that can bat, they have 8. And so they're a little bit less worried about taking risks and risking those top order wickets. But yeah, with a good finish here, this has been a good over so far from Abdurrahimzai. He could perhaps keep them to around the high 120s, and we've already seen with Pack Riders, probably capable of chasing that down. Last ball, the 8th. It's a thick edge. That's going to fly away. How many? Plenty. That's going to be 4. And so Davizzi rolls the dice, and there's no third man back there. So if he gets enough batting, it's probably flying away for 4. It's exactly what happens. And after 8 overs, the score is 115 for 5.
Yeah, they just keep on motoring on, don't they? And interesting is that in the first match that we saw Donnerstad play, they were batting so well at the beginning, we thought they're going to go on to a big score.
Yeah.
This time around, we didn't think they're going to go to a big score because they didn't start well, and yet they're batting better towards the end of the innings than they were at the beginning.
That's the rare double hump camel,
yeah,
which had the dip in the middle when all the wickets fell. But now they've really picked it up again. They seem okay for time here. Pack Riders. It's going to be Armani, a.k.a. Adel Jansada, to bowl over number 9. And yeah, Ahmedzai and Davizzi both looking really, really good. I mean, Davizzi, not as many runs in total, but his strike rates outpaced even Ahmedzai. He's going 3 a ball, but Aman is facing up. It all happens in the night. Here it is. Which is outside leg stump, I think.
Yeah, outside leg, so it can't be out. Well, this could be if he gets his bat down in time. Now, they're asking the question. I think this one, they're probably going to have to go upstairs and have a look at.
I'm going to go I wasn't watching, but I'm going on body language, and I reckon this could be out.
I think so, too.
I got a feeling. I got my spider senses. Now, firstly, that pitch is just outside, probably hits him outside as well. If he overcommits.
Now, let's see.
He's watching too long.
Watch the bat here. It's in the air. That is
gone.
Out. That is out.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes you just know. A bit like true love. He just knew Davizzi probably hadn't got back, and he knew it himself. I don't think he even gets the bat down in time. He actually is quite late to get it down. And I don't know, I love his body language at the end.
Here we go. Great work, you got to say, from the keeper.
Just watch this when he goes back. I mean, I don't take the gloss off what's been a really good innings. But I love it that he's looking at the umpire like, what? What? Look, he's basically trying to say, don't even check it. So you look at him here, and he's like, oh, he just missed it.
You said earlier that he's not the best of runners. Well, he proves it there.
Yeah, he puts his palms up going, what? What are you talking about? And you go, oh, I'm out. Anyway, it all happens in the ninth, as we say.
Wow.
And Ahmedzai is going to make it happen. I like this chase from the fielder because he goes around the banner. He doesn't go Sikandar Hyatt style, but it is 6 runs. Maximo, what a shot that is. He does bring a lot to the table, doesn't he, Sada? I like his action. It's a bit different, but Ahmedzai is just so talented. He goes and fetches that one from outside off stump and deposits it over square leg.
He's absolutely clobbered that. There's no other word for it. He really has sizzled into the wheat field there. In fact, that was so hot, it's probably made a loaf of bread. Comes Sadar once more. This is going to be a wide, well left.
Will be a wide. He's got to be careful. I mean, he's fine here, but he's pushing that return crease with the back foot as well when he's coming around. See, okay, he's all right, but it's just something to be conscious of. It's a pretty clear wide. Another wide to come. I think it's just the nature of his follow through. It's making it a bit tough for the umpire to see around him. They weren't having problems with the clock, and they probably shouldn't, but it's gone under 3 minutes now. Start bowling some legal deliveries here. It's a better one, but here's the problem. It's gone for 6. Maximo! So he changed tactic, he changed angles, but if anything, that makes it easier for Ahmedzai to do what he's trying to do, because he's basically angling it into his wheelhouse, and he has hit the ball real clean here in match 9.
Yeah, Ahmedzai is hitting the ball so well, and it's all about the body positioning, keeping the head and the body nice and straight. He's not losing his shape, and he's getting all the weight into the shot as well. It's really good to watch. This is good strike. It's a bit surprised to start coming on to bowl here. They only get this one over. He opened the bowling for them in the last match.
Good point. This one he does get past Ahmedzai. Swings and misses. Yeah, Donnerstadt. Just with Ahmedzai, I don't remember him scoring any runs before. That's because he didn't get a bat. Didn't bat in the top 5. So to have a guy to come in here, and we haven't even seen bat today yet, and come out and murder the ball the way he is.
Okay, good luck.
But it could be gone. Well, it's going to test him. It goes straight through the hands. I think about 2, but wow, this could be out as well, you know.
I think this time he may just get the bat down in time.
I'm going to say probably, but not definitely. And firstly, let's have a look at the drop catch. And then...
let's have a look.
Oh, so close.
It's going to be close. I wonder if we can slow it down.
Yeah, we'll go as slow as we can. Does that bat get down?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think he just gets it down.
Probably just got it down. Keyword being probably. That'll just be single. That'll just be a single.
130 is up.
Dangerously. Sahel, he'll just try and hit the 6. Well, tries. It doesn't get a lot of bat on it. Get 1. Ahmedzai's trying to find a way to get back to the bowler's end, and that might be the way.
Yep.
Yeah, that's loose, isn't it? And even though Zadran, he might be run out here. I think he's all right, but I mean, regardless, it's a good result for Donnerstadt, isn't it? Yes, CCN cricket's got everything, especially when we're here in Austria.
It's going to be close, but I think his bat just gets down.
Yeah, not even sure he had the ball.
You see there? Yeah, so he just makes it.
So we get to the end of the ninth. There's 132 for 6. This is such a weird innings. Remember when they lost 4 for 8 in the middle and it looked all doom and gloom, but then the next over went for 31. It's had all kinds of ups and downs. And so it's going to be last overtime. Unsurprisingly, we'll get Rahul Abdulrahimzai to bowl it. This over and he went for 8. As we see more runs coming, this will be 4. As Ahmedzai is finding all kinds of ways to score at the moment. This one takes him to 46.
Yeah, nice shot. 4 more runs. He's batted so well, hasn't he? And he deserves to get this half century here. gone to strike, so a boundary will do it.
He's trying to hog the strike as well, if at all possible. I think he wants to get 2 if it doesn't go 4 or 6. But the way he's batting, a lot of things are going to go for 4 or 6, and that is a worm burner. I think that's gone all the way. We'll have to have a look on the replay if we caught it, because that went fast. Let's have a look at it. And this will be his 50 regardless, Rico. Let's have a look at it. It is... Where is it?
4
okay,
runs.
4 runs. All right, you got me there.
But it's his half century, and he deserves that. What a knock it's been. Absolutely outstanding. Take a bow to Aman Ahmadzai. Sensational knock. And they're just checking that. I think you'll see the signal off the boundary.
Too fast for the human eye. Yeah, it was signalled 4. So, yeah, 50 off 21 for Aman Ahmadzai. 5 Maximos, 3 4s. He has Donishtat up at 140, and they're not finished yet. Still 4 balls to come. What a resurgence in this innings. They were 59 off 5 in the first half. They've scored 81, and you may as well make that 85. He hits another 4 to the leg side. He's just really employed that breeze in a smart fashion. His teammates are rapt about it.
Yeah, it's all about his shape. I said it earlier. If you watch the shots he's playing, he's keeping his body so straight. He's not rushing into it. You know, you can always tell when a batter's trying too hard. They're losing the balance, they're losing the shape, their head's all over the place, they're rigid, they're trying to hit the ball too hard. He's been flowing, he's kept his shape, and he's played some amazing shots.
Well, this one isn't an amazing shot. He's going to run a single that he doesn't really want to run, I think, but it'll be a leg by. Zadran saying, all right, you've got your 50, that's fine. I've sat and watched you bat, so now it's my turn. This is one that often you wouldn't see taken. But I mean, Zadran also he's a guy that's a genuine hitter. So he wants his turn, and maybe he can be the man to get them up over that 150.
Yeah, I think with the 145 on the board, Zadran saying, come on, run. And he gets a slower full toss. It gets hit, and with the wind assisting it, it will go all the way. 6 runs, and that brings up the 150 now. So manos arriba, Vidro. Put him up like you just don't care.
Well,
well, it's an acrobatic attempt to try and stop it. It's only one man that will try those sort of things. That's Hyatt.
Predominantly right-handers, you know, with the exception probably of Davitsi in the second half of this innings. They've scored 92 off it. So you double that, it's 184 pace.
Yeah.
And by the way, that 92 doesn't include this ball. So it could be 98 the way things are going. It's just completely fallen apart in the second half of this innings for the Riders. It won't be 6, it'll probably be 2. And, good throw might be interesting. And no, not in time on the bounce. So it will be 2 to finish. So 94 off the second half of that innings. Where did it all go wrong? But Donishtat, they've whacked 153 for 6 in their 10, led by the half century. 54 for Aman Ahmadzai. And the defending champions, they have really made a strong statement. Remember, they got the chance to bat first here, and they've made the most of it. And they'll be looking for not just a win, but maybe a big win. Riders, they'll have to roll the dice, but they're going to need a lot of luck and a lot of big hits to even make this a contest.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they created opportunities early on, didn't they? The Pack Riders. And though there was some good hitting from Hussain. Hussain, I think he's the unlucky one. He gets OBW with this one here, which I think when you have a look at it again, you think the ball probably going on to miss the leg stick, but that gave them the breakthrough. Then Razmal, he played some nice shots as well. A couple of boundaries straight down the ground. And, well, that one was a blast, wasn't it, as it went into the weak field. But they did get the wickets that they needed. And this one also, good pick up and throw. Nice work done there, right in front of us. But, after we saw then wickets coming with full tosses, it was quite strange actually. We were expecting to see one of these deliveries go to the boundary. They weren't. This one, it could have been 3 and 3 because we saw a drop there. We see another drop coming up here. And that one was a very, very good catch. So that's where it could have been 3 and 3. Nice catch taken there by the fielder, Sukhinder Hyatt. And this was an absolute beauty. As we saw the bowling of Zishan Arif. He did bowl so well. And this was the point where they were losing wickets really quickly. And we thought, okay, what's going to happen here? Remember the halfway point, 59 for 3. At 6 overs, we saw that quite an amazing over. With 31 came off it in over number 6. Then after that, there was no looking back. And that was when Aman Ahmadzai really did turn on the style. But no wickets were falling. there were still runs coming pretty quickly from the other end. And then Davisi came out there and joined Ahmadzai, and the two of them put a very good partnership together until Davisi was the man who got himself run out. And once again, well, he's got to look back and say he was a little bit lazy about it, but before he was run out, he played some outstanding shots. That one, the short hook, was an absolute beaut. And here's the run out. He gets stranded. He doesn't really try to hurry back. He's very casual about it. And when the ball does hit the stumps, and when we go and review it, the bat was up in the air. So he did have to go, but a few balls ended up in the fields over there. And then Ahmadzai then really did turn on the style. He played some big hits. This one, another close one for a run out with a direct hit. As you see the batter being sent back, and Ahmadzai survives that. This one was an absolute rocket shot, and that brought up his 50. And Zadran then towards the end, he wanted to get in the action as well. And that 6 brought up the 150 as well. So 153 for 6. And the split there of 59 and 94. As we have a look at the scorecards, 21 from Hussain. Like I say, he'll be a little bit unlucky when he sees the way that he was out. Rahman Shigiwal, the captain, 21 off 9. But Taman Ahmadzai, what a knock that was from him, 54 off 23. And he got good support there from Sabawun, the VC, made 24 of 8. And then right towards the end, Sahil Zadran didn't want to miss out as he banged one big 6 himself. The bowling figures, well, a little bit expensive, you got to say. Nasiri, 34 he went for, so did Mohammad Nazir. I like the bowling though, I have to say, from the likes of Ahmed Zuraim. He bowled pretty well, kept it nice and tidy. Sadar as well. Interesting that the guy that opened the bowling for you last time round, you only used him just for the 1 over. This time, not sure what the thinking there was from the Pack Riders. Mid-match summary in this match number 9. It's Donnerstad, the reigning champions. They've got the runs on the board. They go past the 150 mark, the highest score we've seen in this series so far. 153 for 6, thanks to that half century from Ahmadzai. So 154 is going to be required by the Pack Riders. The Pack Riders, though, they have shown us what they've got in the tank. They got a good victory against the Tigers last time round when they were chasing. They're the ones that put Donnerstad into bat, so they'll feel that if their batters can click, they can knock these runs off. I think this is going to be an exciting run chase. Join me, Rika Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 9.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to the Seabarn Cricket Ground for this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Austria. As we've seen, don't start the reigning champions, and once again showing their strength with the bat as they posted 153 for 6. Having been put in, I thought they would like the opportunity to bat again. Bat up first, we saw them score 122 in their earlier victory against the Vienna Eagles, restricting the Eagles to 93, and now this time around they've gone big, gone past the 150 mark, 153. And a bit of work to be done here by the back riders, who also were victorious in the last match against the Tigers. And well, we know that they've got the batting power, and this man who's out there, Naheem, he can hit the ball big. Amir Naheem, and he starts with a Maximo, and he makes it look easy, just using the pace of the bowler. Sahil Zadran against him, 6 off the first. And I like the move of having Zishan Arif opening up there with him. I think he's a good player to have in the power play. He's a good hitter of the ball. It's a young player, and he hits 6s for fun. And this one is going to be a chase for the fielder out there on third. Makes the stop. And that's just a single this time round. Nicely dealt with by the fielder, getting down, making sure the ball doesn't get past him. So now let's see what Zishan Arif can do. So being promoted up the order. Played some nice shots in the earlier match, and then I feel he gave his wicket away. Still going to miss this one. Good bit of pace from Sahil Zadran. One thing that I think the Pat Riders want to be thinking about here is obviously it's a big score to try and get to. They'll go for it, but also need to bear in mind that they don't want to collapse. They don't want to. Don't want to be bowled out for a score, say 70, 80. You want to try and get close as you can to that score, because I still do believe that net run rate could be a big feature in this stage. Cricket delivery, asking the question. Everybody going up. The umpire not moved. Got to admit, I didn't see any bat on this myself. I think perhaps it goes all the way through, hits the side of the leg. It does. So no bat involved, and that's a very good decision from the umpire, because he was under a lot of pressure from the fielders. And you can see clearly there that that is coming off the side of the leg. Good work by the men in black. So Arif just having a few issues getting hold of Zadran here. 7 on the board. A couple of deliveries to come. And this one is high up in the air. The wind will take it away from the fielder, who's got his eyes on it. He can't stop it. Just come back. Just take the single, actually, just the one. They don't come back for 2. Naheem gets set to face the last ball off the over from Zadran. He's looking to see if he can send this one away to the boundary as well. And looking at trying to get to around about a 45 score in the power play. Slower delivery, but being walloped, he picks it, and this goes all the way. Balle, 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 quina zona. Manos arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. End of the over. And now 2 6s from it, both of them coming from Naheem. 45 matches since we've had a golden ball as well. End of the over of 14. And a fine time to welcome back into the quite a chilly commentary position today to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's not a great day to be an ECN banner, is it? Had people running into you, got balls smashing into you. Yeah, I like the move of Zishan Arif up to top of the order as well. Naeem, though, he's got history with Donna Start. He scored his best score on the network, 87 off 37 against them in a Pakistan CC shirt last year. And that was a similar kind of chase. It was 148 to 143 on that occasion. So, you know, has done it before, does bat well against them. Dida gets a huge swing and a miss out of Zishan Arif. Yeah, I remember he just had such a great finish to that to that series last year. Then we saw him, if you remember, on finals day against the Austrian Cricket Tigers. He was instrumental in chasing down the 117 to get them into the final, and he scored 48 off 21 in that game. So he's a guy that's shown he can handle the tough stuff, and he can score runs when it matters. Now I think there's an edge on this. Yeah, there is. And so Arif doesn't work out at the top of the order after all. It was great in theory, but in practice he can only gather 1 of 5. Dina with the big wicket, and Pack Riders, they are 14 for 1.
Yeah, Zazai taking the catch and making no mistakes. And yeah, they bowl well to him. I think that we know that Arif, if you pitch up to him, he's very good hitting straight. He just wasn't given that opportunity. So it's a slow, lonely walk back for Zishan Arif. Doesn't quite get going in this one, but I think it was a gamble worth taking when you need so many per over. If he did click, they could have given them the perfect start that they want. Nasiri is the batter that comes out next to join Naeem out there in the middle.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues they ran into last time as well. They did collapse a bit in the middle overs. Not that we're in the middle overs yet, but once they started losing wickets, they found it hard to stop. Riders. Nasiri, it's a little bit of a promotion here. And remember, he was pretty crucial towards the end of the game, a little bit earlier on. But yeah, I mean, I would be tempted, again, someone like Skander Hyatt, who batted so well. I know it's different situations kind of early on, but say if they lose a wicket after the 3 over mark, I think I'd be pretty tempted to get him out there, because you do have to go at a pretty big rate. I mean, already it's up over 16 over required. Wow, that's absolutely poleaxed out of here. You cannot bowl there to Naeem. Now, Dita was the guy that got him out in the final for just 7 last year. But let's just say he was all over this like a rash at Maximo time.
That is big. And, well, I don't even know. If they find this ball, it will be a miracle, because that was absolutely peppered. That's a big hit. It's gone a long way. It's probably one of the biggest that we've seen there out in the square leg area. And have they found it? Well, that's quite remarkable.
Well, like I say, they found a ball. If it's the ball, I'm not convinced necessarily, but hey, you give one, you get one. That was about as hard as we've seen a ball hit today. That wasn't the wind doing the work. That was just the pure power. And you add the wind onto that, it's probably gone even further. 19 off 4. Naeem is a difference maker. Look at his toe just outside off stump. And now,
oh no,
has this gotten through, and how far? Well, luckily there's the second wicket keeper without gloves that's on the boundary. So, again, this is probably not a bad result to get Naeem off strike. Still 2 to come in the over. Second bounce, just doing Asif Sazai, who is doing the keeping for Donishut in this game. Iqbal Hussain did it in the first game. It's, yeah, I mean, now they're pretty much back on the pace. 8 off the last ball. Now we see a ball go pretty much straight up in the air, and he should be gone here. Nasiri is gone. So he goes second ball. And so, yeah, they put him up the top, closer to the top. Remember, he was batting, I think, number 8 last time. He was instrumental towards the end. I think they wanted him there just to kind of make sure that the other batter was getting most of the strike, but he's going to have to go. And the kind of 2 wides works out in a weird way. That will be the second wicket to fall. It's 23 for 2.
Yeah, Nasiri goes. At the moment, only Damir Naeem seems to be making any impact. And I think you're absolutely right. I don't think there's any point holding on to something like Hyatt in this situation. You might as well have him out there and see if you can make things happen. In fact, it looks like at the moment they're going for Ishaq Safi instead.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a bit early for Skander Hyatt. There are some batters that just don't really like batting the power play. I know it sounds weird, but I think it is a bit of a different feel. Wow. Has this wind gone up a notch?
More than a notch.
Hello.
Well, look at that. This thing's going across the ground now.
Yeah, plastic bag goes behind the bowler's arm. As is fairly normal here, I'm sure, as this is lifted up and over the offside. It's kind of plugged.
No way it's going to the ground. There's no way. With that wind,
well,
no way.
I'm scared that when he tapped it back, it might have actually gone all the way back to the middle of the pitch. But anyway, Sadiq is the man. I think he's come out there.
Sadiq.
It is Sadiq. But, yeah, he does get a good tap back. So where are we at? End of the over. The score 25 for 2. I want to say hello to Mahachima. Yeah, he's in the chat right now. He said, yeah, I've jinxed it. Well, guess what? I'm a human jinx, and I know that you'll probably be batting at some point in this series, Meha, but watch out. He's a very good keeper and batter there. Look at this. That was a bit of the old Forrest Gump, but bigger. That plastic bag replay. Anyway, Donnerstadt 1-1. Pack Riders, now they're the only team apart from Cricketers EC that have played and not lost. Having said that, they just played the one game before this. And so now we'll go into over number 3, and they can bring on Ishak Safi to bowl. Pass over the power play. Naeem steps across. I don't know if they'll call this or not, you know. I think probably, yeah, if in doubt, I think it's a wide. But look how far he gets across, and he kind of takes a big step across before, and then it misses by about another line width. That might be a bit of a harsh call.
Yeah, I think that's. I think the step taken is probably more than what the ball misses the wide line by. So yeah, feel a bit undone by there, the bowler.
Yeah, this one he actually does hit the ball. It's probably about the same ball. Tell you what, the more I've seen it, and I know we've seen a lot of cricket, it's just my opinion, I'm pro not moving the line. I think it makes for more exciting cricket, and it counters negative wide bowling. If I'm a batter and you keep nailing the wide Yorker, I'm going to stand there and say, look, bowl at me or bowl at the stumps. Be brave. I don't know. I just think the umpires would have a bit of an easier time. I wasn't the minority, but sometimes they're visionary, sometimes they're just wrong. It's hard to tell the difference. Anyway, next ball sneaks past Naeem. You can see what he's trying to do, though. He's really trying to make the most of that wind at the moment, which has just gone away momentarily. This is where I'd be pulling away and waiting for the wind to come back. So you tying an imaginary shoelace or something. But yeah, when it stays calm here, it doesn't stay calm for that long. Anyway, he's shut. Has his hands full. All the Donnerstadt bowlers after the prize wicket of Amin Naeem. That's a big swing and miss, but I think it's 4 byes. I don't know whether I'd be offended or relieved if I was the keeper here, Asif Sazai, because
Sazai is trying to stop a lot of these with his pads, isn't he? I mean, and he hasn't
as soon as I saw that, I'm like, that's 4 byes, and I forgot they got a backstop. I would be offended. I'd turn around and say, hey, you do your job. Your job isn't to do that. Anyway, seems to be working for him at the moment. Also, it gets Naeem off strike, and that worked well for them last time. And it works this time as well. In swinging Yorker from Safi. He's happy with his work. Sadiq goes for 2. Time to dance for Donnerstadt. And right now, it looks like they will take the points. Having said that, Naeem is still there, but he's running out of partners at the moment. It's one after the other, and that one makes it 27 for 3. And this is a spicy Grizzly fireball into the base of middle and off.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it, from Safi? And we've seen a lot of that today. We saw that sort of deliveries were used well by the Tigers, getting the ball right up there, Yorker deliveries, and that one getting the swing as well. It's a good one to master, bowling from wide of the crease, getting the ball to swing in, and going right round the bat of the batter, knocking the timber over. You can see that Naeem saying, don't worry, stay here with me, I'll get the runs, just stay here with me.
Here's the thing where I don't understand, even after, I've done probably over 2,000, you've done pretty much almost 2,000 matches, Rico. Here's the thing, somehow the backstop gets them the wicket because it gets Naeem out the way, only costs them 1. So I guess trying to stop the ball with your feet was a great idea because it got the danger man off strike, and then you've just castled the other batter, Sadiq. Kailash comes out at 5. Again, he's a guy that can whack it, and this is a pretty good looking shot. It's into the wind, but that one will go. He just times it too well. So look, these two together, maybe they can do the damage. Can they get them back in this contest? That is a really good start for Clark Kailash.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that is for Clark Kailash. Just steps across, hits through the ball. Beautifully played, beautifully timed. 4 runs.
Yeah, so the run rate required at the moment, 17.16 and over. So, yeah, point of no return. Okay, if it's just 1 or 2 overs to go, I know you can hit a flurry of 6s, but I think over a long period of time, I think it is hard to get more than that 18. And we're talking with 7 and a bit overs to go here. There's the last ball of power play. And well, it's going to be, is it out? Well, I felt there was a big deflection on that.
Well, the wicketkeeper wants to know why. He says, come on, I've caught one of my gloves. It's got to be out, surely.
Let's have a look. And it goes past the bat. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just the natural swing. I thought I heard a sound, but it might have been another one that hits the trousers.
Interesting look there from the batter. Look at the batter. As soon as this goes by, look at him looking. And sometimes you think that's a bit of a sign, don't you?
Maybe, but also I think he's looking to see if he's going to stop it, because I would have thought maybe that's 4 byes coming up, or 4 leg byes. When I see the replay, I don't think it's out. I think it's a good take, and who knows? If I was Zai, I'd be celebrating if I caught one as well. But it is the end of the power play, 31 for 3. Turns out to be a good stop.
Yeah, good stop. And I'm saying at this point, you wanted to be around about the 45 mark and also have a few wickets in hand. It's not the case, so yeah, you're right.
The reason that sold me is because normally when you see the keeper diving so far to their left and a noise, and there certainly was a noise, then you think it has to be an inside edge. But I think today it's more to do with the conditions. The wind was blowing it that way. Wow, that's a no ball. And it will be called, and it's fielded out there. So it's 1 plus the no ball. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, no doubt about that one. So free hit coming up. I suppose pretty happy with either one of these batters facing a free hit. It'll be Kailash to get that opportunity. The bowler is Noor Ahmedzai. Bowled so well before, didn't he? Conceding only 7 off his 2 overs. Key part of that defence for Donnerstadt. Right now, he gets smashed and goes straight through cover, and that'll reach the boundary. So that one was a bit self-inflicted by Donnerstadt. A rare misfield from Rasmal Shigawal.
Yeah, no, this is very rare indeed. I mean, he's such a good fielder normally. And, well, there's no...
Perfect technique.
Yeah, the technique was good, but he gets it all wrong. I don't think you can blame the pitch there. I don't see any Tortuga or anything. He just gets it wrong.
Just beaten for pace and found the little mouse hole. Found the blind spot. Now this is in the air. Now Zadran setting himself and takes the catch. So Kailash goes, hits the 4, but then hits the next one too high. Not off the middle at all. So there's a few similarities in this innings to the first innings, you know, because they do seem to be losing wickets, and the score's not particularly impressive right now. Donnerstadt were able to turn around in dramatic circumstances, and let's see if Pack Riders can do the same. Right now they've lost another big batter. Kailash gone for 8, and it's 37 for 4.
What is going on? I mean, you mentioned the backstop being involved in the wicket, and just now the misfield that would have been a single. So the same batter stays on strike, next ball he's out.
Yep.
And
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Something going on here. It's
so
a bit of...
Would you spend 3 runs to get a wicket? Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Probably at this stage. I mean, wickets are worth more the earlier you get them, basically, because you're putting more pressure on lower order batters to bat longer. But here's a guy who really did turn it down or turn it around for Pack Riders in the previous game. Skander Hyatt coming out, and he absolutely spanked them. And so Noor Ahmedzai gets a wicket, but has another problem he has to deal with now. Again, if you had to pick a couple of batters that you thought could go 3 a ball for the rest of the innings, you're probably looking at them right now. Skander faces up for the first time in match 9. He has the same approach, but he gets nothing on this one. Well bowled by Ahmedzai.
Yeah, well bowled. It's different, isn't it, when you've got to force the issue, as opposed to when you don't have that big target in your mind all the time of how many runs you need per over. It's very difficult to play your natural game.
This one will be a wide. I want to say a quick hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Hopefully you're well, James. That's one place I think probably not this year, but next year we could be visiting Estonia again for a European Cricket Series. Wouldn't that be great?
It would be great. Estonia, of course, will be taking part in the European Cricket Championship as well.
National team. First time we saw Talon Stallions taking part in Group A in the recent ECL Champions League. Slower ball and worked around the corner. All right, we'll just get 1.
Yeah, hello James, hope you're well.
Hello to Jacob as well, if you're watching. James' son likes to watch with his dad sometimes. I know that Holly, who's Rob Thompson's daughter, has been watching with her dad as well. Generation to generation, I like it. Anyway, Ahmedzai, another reasonable over here. Oh, that goes very wrong though. And I think that's going to be a no ball. But I know it's dipping. I'll have to see maybe if he's come out of his crease here.
Well, it's a slow ball going wrong. Well, it could be a 7-up. I think it will be a 7-up. That's got to be called for me.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a Man U, folks. And,
yeah, that's a no ball. I mean, he hasn't really left his crease. I know it's dipping, but I think you got to call that.
Yeah, that's good.
He hits it just above the waist, and there's the no ball call. And it's gone all the way for 6 as well. So 7-up time, baby.
What did you just say before that delivery? That he was bowling how?
He bowled really well.
Yeah.
Until that ball. In fact, no. Look, the first one, to be honest, went pretty wrong as well. But then he went something else. Something else went in.
Do you get loads of messages on your Instagram saying, please don't say nice things about me?
Yeah. I get, yeah. Probably get more that say the
Please
opposite.
don't sound going to get 100. Please don't sound bowling well.
Remember, he did go for a boundary that wasn't his fault. But anyway, backed himself into a corner here, Nor. Free hit. Bowls him. You want to run? Nah. Fair enough. Naeem says, I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out now. Where I'll use this one up. First ball he's missed in a while. Thing is, if it wasn't a free hit, probably still plays the same shot. That's the thing.
I'm for sure. And wonder if he'll bowl the same ball again. I mean, I would, because you're right. I think he will go for the same one. I think that's what he's trying to do most of the time. He's just trying to get the Yorker length delivery in. I wouldn't try that slow ball again, that's for sure. Finish the over.
That time he didn't really get across as much. Now he throws the hands at it. It's in the air, and it's gone. So Naeem out twice in 2 balls, but this time it counts. And Ahmadzai has a bit of everything in that over, but he does get 2 wickets.
But can I say again, if he doesn't bowl the no ball, he's not bowling this delivery, and he wouldn't have got the wicket.
Yeah.
Strange stuff. That's 3 wickets that have gone as a result of things that probably shouldn't have happened, but did happen.
Well, that's the kind of over that scientists will still be studying in 100 years. But it is a good one for Noor Ahmadzai. Ultimately concedes 15, but gets 2 wickets and gets the main man. Amir Naeem for 26 off the last ball of it. 4 overs down. It's 46 for 5. And you can see there's plenty of red dots there. But the thing that was quite remarkable is how the gold line was able to kind of get up to that 15 and over despite losing 5 wickets in the first half of the innings. And really now, we're going to have to see something like that kind of a turnaround from Pack Riders if they're going to get even anywhere near this. But, like I said, Skandar Hyatt, he was brilliant earlier. He's been joined by Mohammad Nazir. Will be Hyatt on strike, so it's the start of a new over. It's going to be Mohbula Shenwari, veteran, to rock in some spin. Yeah, so thanks for saying hello to us, James. Also hello to Saki Chowdhury, saying that this team looks a bit like the Austrian national team. Well, there's a fair few representatives in the Donnerstadt side. Goes after this. Is it carrying? It is, and it's gone. So Hyatt goes now, and that's 2 wickets in 2 balls. And there's trouble ahead for Pack Riders, who have lost a 6th wicket now, and we're only barely into the 5th over. Spin works straight away for Mohib, as Hyatt has to go for a single. No heroics here in this match. 46 for 6.
Yeah, it's another one that goes. Good catch. Nice angle from the camera there of that one being taken. Shenwari has a wicket straight away. It's one of those I was saying before, the last thing that you want to be doing here. I mean, I know you've got to go for it, but there's got to be a point, Vinny, where you turn around and say, right,
yeah,
we're not getting these. Let's try and get close, make it respectable, rather than all being skittled out. Because it's one of those where, I mean, they're probably one of those teams, perhaps, that could be in that position where net run rate becomes key.
Yeah, you're right.
If you don't get close, then that margin becomes difficult. Well, this will help.
Well, the backstop's come up, and now it's going to cost them 4 byes, I think. Yeah, it sneaks in between the body and the stumps. Have a look at it here. This angles in, and he's just a bit slow. He gets in the right position, but too late. Zazai, the keeper, he's had a bit of a rough time of it so far. Yeah, so let me just think about what you said there, because I do agree with you. 50 for 6, by the way, so 50 comes up with that 4 byes. I'm trying to think about how that strategy is different. I suppose you still need to be aggressive, but just not over-aggressive if you're doing that. As this one is a nice-looking shot into the gap, straight over mid-wicket's head in the circle. And Abdur Himzai gets 4. So, yeah, I think I would now probably transition into bat like we're batting first. So forget that you're chasing 154. And from here, you don't want to be too conservative. But from here, you'd be hoping, look, if we bat well, maybe we can still get 110, 120 on the board. Because you're right, Rico, you don't want to just all get out slogging and be all out for 60 or 70 or something like that. So, January spears this in. Let's get a good amount of in-drift this over because of that wind, which is pretty heavily left to right on your screen. But yeah, I love it that the options they've got are aggressive or super aggressive. You know, that's pretty much how I'd describe it. Nazir to face up for the first time.
It's just close. I think he might be gone here.
Yeah, I think and if it's not going over, I think it's going into them. And so Nazir is going to go for a golden duck, and Shinwari breaks through a second time.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight, and he's gone right across the line. The only thing that can save him here, if the umpire thinks he's going to go over the stumps, I don't think it is. Look, it's wicket to wicket bowling, goes right across. Yeah, and that for me, I think is going to hit the top of the stumps.
Hard to see it going over, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's bouncing, but I don't think it's bouncing over. I think it's a good decision, and, well, we'll have a golden Derek. And yeah, he's moving pretty fast there, the golden Derek, isn't he?
He's moving fast. First time we see golden Derek. Hello to you. Not something that the batter wants to see. But I suppose Nazir is at that point where he had to go for it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's a good way of looking at it. Bat like you're batting first, so you're not playing too many suicidal shots.
Yeah, but you still need to play shots. You know, we would say at this stage, there's no point just kind of bunting your way to 60 or 70. That won't be enough. Just wait till you see the diamond Derek. The other thing with the Dereks here, they're kind of moonwalking off the field, right? Because they're having to go to left of screen. I've got the...
I like the way they're in the face.
Yeah, I've got the boffins working on maybe getting the duck moving the same way as the batter. But leave that with me. Anyway, last ball of the fifth. Well, it probably would have been a wide, but Naeem, he's no bunny. Coming out at 9, though, in the 5th over. He'll retain the strike. Shenwari, what a good over that is. It's 2 for 6 for him. And the score is 55 for 7, or 56 for 7 now after 5 overs. I'm going to give you a good stat in a minute. But first, let's have a look at the ECC draw. And, you know, we're about, I think, 20 weeks away.
Yeah.
Or 21 weeks away. It's going to go so quickly because we're going to just keep rocking through the locations on the continent. And, yeah, I mean, let's just talk about maybe one of the groups. How about Group B with Jersey and Guernsey in the same group, and then Belgium that's like a clash of styles. Croatia and Bulgaria, they got their hands full in that group, but I mean, we'll also visit both those locations during the year. But yeah, Group B, that's a fascinating one. Particularly, I think that Jersey and Guernsey will bring a lot of supporters, and so we might have to have like a neutral zone or something like that. Anyway, here's over number 6 coming up, and Sahil Zadran gets his one to bounce over the stumps. I'm going to make an imaginary innings, right? And the imaginary innings is the first 5 overs of each of these teams. And that innings looks like this. 115 for 12. So they've lost 12 wickets in the first 5 overs. If you combine in this game. So yeah, a lot of early wickets. This is worked away, and it's worked away really nicely from Naeem. You can see this guy's no tail ender. That's a very, very good cricket shot. Zadran isn't slow, takes that pretty much off bail height and smacks it away sideways. 4 runs, nice shot.
Yeah, that's Cameron Naeem. It's a nice shot played by the captain. Looking to, I think, maybe just say, right, okay, we're probably not going to get this win at needing over 20 runs per over. But let's try and get close to the score, respectable, and help our cause in the standings.
Using the wind well again. Oh, that's well bowled. That's the ball today. Yeah. It's had the most success. Where do we get 2 here if they're quick? They hesitate and they go to the wrong end. They go to an end where there's no one home as well. Zadran was just sauntering back, probably wondering how the Yorker didn't crash into the stumps. He was AWOL. And the batters get 2.
Yes, I still think if it's the direct hit, he would have been gone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But Zadran, yeah, you're absolutely right. He needs to. It's one thing bowlers need to do, get behind the stumps pretty quickly.
It's a nice place for daydreaming, though. He did need to get back to the stumps. Yeah. I actually thought that the keeper was on anyway, because it was, when you're fielding, you don't really see everything that's happening between the stumps, but the batter going to that end was kind of stuttering about whether he was going to come back for the second or not. So I think you might have been able to go to the keeper and have the keeper affect the run out. Anyways, that run. Always a fan of his work. Gets it outside off stump. And now we might have a run out, and we will. So the run out didn't come earlier, but it comes this time. It's up to Rahimzai, who's going to have to go. It was a now I'm coming, now I'm not situation. And so, yeah, alert work. That time the fielder does sum up the situation pretty well, and he just shovels it back to the keeper, Zazai. Let's have a look here. After Rahimzai, he goes, again, he's not watching his partner too much. He's watching the ball. He probably hears the footsteps, but the footsteps were going in the other direction. See, he just holds onto the ball there, Dita, and he realises what's going on. He watches and chooses the right option. So it could be ugly from here. 63 for 8.
Yeah, big communication foul there. The two batters. I like the way that the non-striker is running, and they see eyeball to eyeball, and then the non-striker starts running the other way. He says, all right, then I better try and get back. He's never going to make it. And so another wicket goes down. I think you could be seeing a team maybe not being bowled out here. This one goes right past the batter. It's the end of Zedran's spell. 21 he'll go for. And doesn't pick up a wicket. 63 in the score. 8 wickets down though at the end of 6 overs. Just have a look at that scorecard. Amir Naeem, 26. He scored at the top end. And after that, the second highest score so far stands with extras, which is on 11.
Yeah, exactly. So you can go bang, bang. Let's think for Donnerstadt. I mean, they've been impressive in patches today. Some pretty big patches. But they'll be hoping they can go bang, bang and win this by 90. And there's one of the bangs. Safi comes back and he rattles the timber. Naeem's gone now. And really, the end could be near, even though we're only in the 7th over. 63 for 9.
Yeah, Ishaq Safi comes back. And, well, you said it, Vinny. This is a sort of line and length that's been productive today. It's right up there. You can see that the batter wants to go to the leg side. He wants to go across the line. But, boom, as the stumps get knocked over. Good bit of bowling. So the captain, Cameron Naeem, has to go. He did play one nice shot in the inning, so 9 down now. And, well, facing the inevitable now, I think, of being bowled out. We haven't seen a team bowled out so far. There was nobody bowled out on day one.
Kind of surprises me because we have seen some pretty epic collapses.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. No one's actually lost all 10. I have a feeling that's about to change because if you're Latif, get ready for a broken foot because this is coming in. It's 4 straights coming at the stumps. Safi wants to finish this game here and now. 63 for 9. Ah, well, it plays it well. He chops it into the turf. And yeah, well played actually by Latif.
Yeah, just remind everybody we have got a very exciting conclusion to the day coming up in around about just over 25 minutes time when Donnerstadt, the team that we see out here, are looking to make it, well, they are going to make it 2 out of 2. But can they make it 3 out of 2? 3 as they take on the Austrian Cricket Tigers in the last match of the day. That will be an absolute cracker. Goes for the Yorker again, but just over pitches slightly. Batter gets enough on it to take the single.
Yeah, just a single. Let's have a look at the teams then, because you mentioned that is a bit of a blockbuster. Austrian Cricket Tigers, they were the ECL 22 representatives from Austria.
Yeah.
Donnerstadt, they're the defending champions of this tournament, and you know they had a lot of success. So in use from toss, ACT winning it, electing to bat, and that game is coming up in what have we got here? Around about half an hour's time. Just
surprised by that decision to bat first?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
This one gets played out. Gets a bit of hand onto this. That slows it down. Doesn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, so yeah, ACT, see, I thought they wanted to bowl. I don't know. Maybe they changed their mind. Because, yeah, I'm going to check on that.
I'm surprised by it. I must admit, if they won the toss, because I just think the way that things went with them batting first, that they probably think, okay, we know we got the batters. Maybe we would do better if we're chasing. Will you check on it?
I will.
See the next delivery here from Safi. This one gets played out. And they'll just take the single. So, well, I say just take the single. Well, they're taking on the second. And well, he gets home. Does Latif.
Yeah, I'll check on that. because that was my reading of the situation. Maybe they changed their mind just immediately or something like that. We'll get to the bottom of it. So yes, I'm surprised. But then, yeah, Donnerstadt, I think they won't mind if they are sent in, you know, because they have put 153 on the board here, despite not everything going their way. This could be the end of the game, you know. And I think that's Zai is certainly giving the umpire some advice that some TV assistance might be needed. I got a feeling this is gone.
He's
just
convinced.
got a feeling. And look at him. He's pulling up. Oh, no, I'm unconvinced now after seeing that.
Does he put it down past the line, though?
Just. He slides in. Look, there. That's the shot.
Yeah, well, the wicketkeeper was celebrating Zazai like it's done and dusted. Well, he's going to put his gloves back on and get behind his stumps because it's not. It was, though, I think, the end of the over. So they do survive another. It's 68 for 9 at the end of 7.
So, Shamari's going to come back and he wants to finish this off. Let's go. I think it's just missing.
So, I thought he got a bit of bat on it personally, but
Well, let's find out what the
let's see
umpire
what the
says.
umpire signals. No, leg
Leg
bites.
by. Well, hit him maybe just in line with leg, but with that angle, spearing down, I think.
See it again here. And yeah, I think that's it. It is off the pad, but a good shout. It is missing leg stick.
This one goes nowhere. And slowly but surely, that backstop's crept up to the point that he now finds himself at first slip here. Katakalupmanzai. So, yeah, last wicket stand at the moment. This is in the air. The game stays alive. Ahmed Ahmedzai has had a brilliant game. Keeps that to a single.
Yeah, Manzai, what a great knock it was from him. But, he has been good. Seen a lot of good performers here already in Austria in 2 days. That's not the best of deliveries for your wide. Just trying to fire it in a little bit here, Shinwari. You're not sure why.
I think earlier he was getting this movement. He wasn't trying too hard to get it. You know, he was starting it slightly outside off, and it was naturally going in. But now he's getting a bit straight. That's better. Wow. Was this nicked?
I think there's something on this, you know. Yeah, there is. I'm sure there is.
And
it
almost
pops out.
gets it spread out like margarine there. Latif, again, trying to keep the game alive. Well, this is in the air. Keeper almost gets there. Well, he falls to the left, he falls to the right, and he's come up with nothing. And I think he can see the lighter side of it here, Asif Sazai.
Yeah, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. He ends up flat out on both occasions. Look at this. And on both occasions, he gets gloves to it. But that's the end result once more. So, you know, Shinwari is probably thinking this game could have been done already. Why am I still bowling? Here he goes again.
Oh, I reckon that's out. I reckon that's got some glove.
Third time lucky, maybe?
I reckon it's got glove on the way up.
Well, the umpire's called over. He's not convinced
I'm
at all.
telling you this is out.
All
Look,
right.
I'll show you.
Let's have a look.
Foot to
Let's
glove.
see.
Bang. Hits the bat on the way up, or the glove.
He's asking the question. The umpire says no. It wasn't. I mean, the keeper probably hasn't got the best of view, so he wasn't up in arms about it. Let's see. Off the pad. And is there bat or does it go off the bat?
I know it might not look inclusive. I was convinced.
Well,
Look at this.
I
This is
didn't
a
see
keeper
it,
in me.
to be honest.
Okay,
but
let me press
I
play.
see what
Ready,
you're saying.
go.
Right. All right, let's see.
Oh, I reckon it's out. Look.
You're not so convinced.
Look at how. Why does it go to the left then? Right when it hits the pad.
the left, to
when
the
the,
left.
when the pad,
I
the
don't know,
pad
it's
goes
going all over the
right.
place.
So how can it go back to the left? Yeah. Arrest my case. The
Science.
prosecution rests. This game is still going, and I'm so happy about it. And there's another one that potentially was a drop catch.
Is this another snick?
I don't know, and I don't want to know. Let's move on.
I reckon
It's windy out here.
Take those shades off. So I think you can say Zazai and Kalala
I'm
apniya tupni hai.
DRSing that.
Ball falla.
Oh.
Now what about the cap? Yeah, thank you, umpire. We're just about to say, come on, let's remove that cap. We're serious cricketers here. Let's have a look. And this is a couple of bounces. So these two, well, they're keeping things going here, aren't they? Keeping things going.
Yeah, they are keeping things going. This is definitely past the point of no return because they need 8 a ball from this point.
I think surviving. If they can survive and not be bowled out,
We're
that'd
all
be an
surviving
achievement.
here. Well, there's the slip. We'll go back to backstop. He needs to moonwalk back a little bit. Now, this is going to be a bit of a tester, but it is pulled back by Hussein. And he tries it. All the party tricks are coming out now.
Because Azai, he wants to have his own little channel. He's saying, I'll pull out all the highlights I can. There we go.
Does he?
So,
Shit.
smile on the face of Azai. Once again, short. Okay, up in the air. Will this be the end of the match? Yes, it will. And it is Ahmadzai that picks up a wicket. Well done to him. And he's got a big smile on his face, and no doubt he should have a big smile on his face. I reckon that he could also be our player of the match as well. As the innings comes to an end, it's the short delivery. And the lefty, Sadar, wants to give it a bit of a crack. He's not able to. He'll go for 4, or ball number 7. And it's a very comprehensive victory for Donstad. And remember, well, if you like them, well, stick around because we're going to see them again in around about 20 minutes time when they take on the Austrian Cricket Tigers for the final match of the day. But smiles all around. And the thing about this is it's one thing about Rasmal Shiguel. We know that he's a very good bowler as well, but at the moment, not elected to bowl himself.
Yeah, look, it's very dominant. And you're right, you know, he's another spin option. I did like Mahbubullah Shenwari though, but yeah, dominant display in the end. They win by, well, let me add it up, 78 runs. But they just found a way to get those key players, even though Naeem, I mean, he absolutely crunched this. There were signs, they just couldn't do it long enough, could they? And it was always going to be tough to chase 154. In the end, it went very, very wrong for Pack Riders.
Yeah, and well, they just kept plucking away. There's Rasmal Shiguel, the captain, picking up the catch. And Ishaq, I think he bowled very well. He really did get those Yorkers going. Ishaq Safi pitching it right up, knocking the stumps over. And this was some good take, good bit of work by the keeper. He was in action, wasn't he? As if Zazai certainly, like I said, had a few highlights himself. And, particularly when he was diving around. This was the full toss no ball that was walloped away, ended up going into the wheat field, and just played some really good shots. There was a nice catch there taken, bang down the ground once more, but no mistakes. And that's one thing about Donstad, that all-round game is very good and very tidy. They're good in the field, they take some good catches. And I think this one, yeah, there wasn't too much doubt about it, because right across the line, swinging, and Nazir had to be given his marching orders. And, this was the run out, and it's an unfortunate one really. It's two batters not communicating well with each other. And, a little bit of a conversation which will probably continue in the dressing room later. But well, you got to say to the Pack Riders, they did get a good win in the earlier match. It was a good one, wasn't it, against the Tigers? And remember that, and they'll have to take the positives from that one. And but at the same time, I think there's things to talk about here as well. And just got to tidy up the game slightly. And there was a few opportunities, wasn't it, when Donstad were batting, where they could have taken those key wickets, especially that of Ahmadzai. And maybe if they removed him earlier, they would have had a more realistic target to go for. Well, this was the opportunities. A couple went down, but then Ahmadzai getting the key wicket in the end. And no doubt also will be picking up the player of the match award as well. As we have a look at that scorecard, nothing really changed. I said there that the top scorer, Amir Naeem, 26 to 11. While he was there, things were possible. Then after that, the next highest scorer was extras, and that's the way that it did stay. 75 all out, and disappointment really for the Riders this time round. Look at the bowling figures there. So here's Adran, there's no wickets for him for 21, so it was the most expensive really, but fine bit of bowling there from Safi. Really liked the Yorkers that he got going also from Itibashar Didar as well. And you saw 4 bowlers in total picking up 2 firsts. I mentioned 2 of them. There was also Nur Ahmadzai, he picked up 2 for 15. And a fine bit of bowling also from Shanwari. And he was the spin option, picked up 2 for 9. So good victory there for Donostata. Remember, if you like watching them, well, remember they're coming up again in just over 15 minutes time when they are taking on the Austrian Cricket Tigers. This is going to be a really good match. Well, yesterday, I promise you it was going to be a good match. The last one of the day, match number 5. And well, as I said, yesterday was going to be a cracker. I think this one, the last one today, is going to be a cracker as well. And ACT have won the toss and decided, surprisingly for me, to have a bat first. So join us in 15 minutes time for the start of that match.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Austria. Great to have your company. Time for the last game of the day. Match 10 is on the way, and this should be a good one. You have the Austrian champions of 2021, who were ECL representatives in 2022, Austrian Cricket Tigers, taking on the defending champions of this European Cricket Series, Donnerstadt. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the toss. So you can see there the news from the toss is Austrian Cricket Tigers winning the toss and electing to bat. And so, yeah, they've decided that they want to try and set the pace again. They kind of didn't do that too well earlier. They made 111, which I guess looks good, but it wasn't enough to get a win over the Pack Riders. So Austrian Tigers have split their games today. They're 1-1. Donnerstadt, they're 2-0 actually. That doesn't include the result we just saw where Donnerstadt were able to account for Pack Riders, and in that one, Donnerstadt put 150 plus on the board. So Austrian Cricket Tigers, I suppose, they only lost one wicket, but they lost the game in that previous game. So it shows that they didn't really manage that innings very well. Right now, players are out there and getting ready to get going. Donnerstadt, I mean, they look so in form. Having said that, they had to recover from a bit of a wobble, didn't they, in their innings. They were 59 for 5 at the halfway mark, but they plundered 94 in the second half to get them up and over the 150. So that was a really powerful message. And then, I mean, brave effort from Pack Riders, but they weren't able to stay on the horse, so to speak. And so, almost getting ready for the first ball. It's going to be Zadran. And it is Yusuf that retains his spot at the top of the order. Let's see if he can hit the ball a bit more fluently here in match 10. And we're, I was going to say underway, but we're not quite. I mean, very blustery conditions. You can probably tell that from the toss. You heard more wind than coin. With Tyrone and the two captains out there a little bit earlier on. But I think that both teams pretty conscious of getting off to a good start. So here we go. And Yusuf, well, he finds his mojo straight away. He'll get one and get four, in fact. So it hasn't really been an easy day for the left-handers, that's the thing, as they've been hitting into this stiff breeze, which is pretty much right across the ground. And Hassan Yusuf pulls that one away and does it successfully. So that's a confidence booster. I mean, he didn't crack one brilliant shot in his last innings that he played, but for the most part, he was just a bit off. Ah, well, it goes again. This time the fielder comes around. He can't stop it. That'll be four more. And so 2 balls, 2 boundaries. That one finishes the other side of that very rustic-looking picket fence that encases the Sabun cricket ground. And so 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Yusuf off to the races. And I suppose the left-hand, right-hand combination does provide a bit more of a challenge for the bowlers to find the right line. This time, Sahel goes full. And he gets knocked out to the offside for one. So really, so much representation of the national team between these two teams. And yeah, if I was to look at the two teams, let me have a little bit of a sneaky. I'll tell you how many national players I see on each team. Top of my head. First, I'll wait for Asif to face up. Yeah, so Cricket Tigers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 7 or so, give or take, out of the 11. In Donnerstadt, there'll be a few there as well. Comes a long way across and he's gone. And Asif's gone first ball. And so he jumped a long way across. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Zadran gets this to nip back a bit. Oh, looks like a good shout to me. I don't think it's going over. And I think it's a very good decision. So Imran, as if after striking a 50 earlier, this time he's got to go very first ball. And yeah, disappointment. And well, there's Derek. And guess what? Now he's following the batter off. Great work from Spring Productions. Great work from the umpire as well. That's not something that Imran Asif wants to see. So, yeah, mentioned about 7 national team players or so. Maybe I haven't counted a couple for ACT. For Donnerstadt, you've got, if you include Davitsi, who plays for Czech Republic, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're talking kind of like 16 to 17 maybe of the 22 players in this game have played for Austria. And maybe I'm undercounting. That's just a quick eyeball. As Akib Iqbal comes out, first ball comes away from him. It's a diving stop from Asif Sazai behind the stumps. I'm probably just moving too much. Pretty much went over a bit of the tram line. Hello to Josh Sayers, nice to see you. Hello to Shrug as well. Hello to Matt Hodgson. And last game of the day, feel free to throw a few random questions at us as well. Into the ground. And so Iqbal yet to get off the mark. He's had a couple of really good summers for the Austrian national team. He's got really competes. His batting has really come on. You're seeing him in the number 3 spot here. We've even seen him for the Austrian national team batting kind of 4 or 5. Yeah, probably 4 more often than not. You've got Shigawal normally at 3. So Akib Iqbal also getting the captaincy responsibilities for ACT this year. And he angles this away down to third man for 1. He's off the mark, and it's the end of a pretty interesting opening over, what I think will be a very high quality contest. 11 for 1 after 1. Here's the expected scores. Donnerstadt 6-run favourites over the Tigers. Donnerstadt, they're 2-0, don't forget, after that previous win that we just saw. Austrian Cricket Tigers 1-1, and Longfield, they let Pack Riders off the hook a little bit. Didn't really make the most of their 10 overs. Batting first again, I mean, they are averaging in the 120s with the bat, these two teams. So you see they're stacked. They've got a long batting lineup, and so they're not afraid to use it. Match 10, the last match of day 2. Dita has been opening the bowling today. First one sprayed down the leg side. I think it just sneaks off the pad. So they'll get a leg by, I think. Wait for the signal. Yeah, leg by signalled. Would have been wides otherwise. It just takes a little bit of a touch. He's a long way back there, says I mean, sometimes it's carrying through from nicely, but if it doesn't quite bounce as much as a regular delivery, he's going to have to deal with a second bounce. And I think there have been a couple of times, just watching his keeping in this game and the last game, that he's had to deal with balls low down. Lucky he's had a trusty backstop to save a few byes on occasion. Well, that's a proper shot. Really good shot from Yusuf. And it just shows you the vagaries of cricket. I mean, here's a guy that couldn't time a ball to save his life in the last match they played. And he's come out, he's whacked 2 pull shots for 4. And that has sprung off the bat. Classical cover drive. Cuatro carreras más. Dita, I suppose just over pitching for this time of the innings. But that's a really, really good shot. That'll take some retrieving. There, Yusuf coming to the fore. Well, this is a better ball. I think about a run and think better of it. Well fielded by Shigawal. He's patrolling cover at the moment. Yeah, Dita's a really good bowler as well. I mentioned we saw him playing for the Austrian national team and doing a really good job in the middle overs. Had a bit of a partnership with Javid Zadran, player who we haven't seen today, but we did see him yesterday. And his side cricketer, CC, won all 3 of their matches. Donnerstadt is hoping to do the same thing here. This one just sneaks inside. Good umpiring. Yep, good call. And this one sneaks past the outside edge as well. So Yusuf, a bit more hit than miss so far. Here's a man that's full of hits Rico Full coming back in for the last game of the day, and Yusuf regaining a bit of touch at the start of this one.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, he certainly is. We know he's a top-class player, and I heard you saying that it's strange just how it happens. He didn't look with it at all in the last one, and yet here he's played some lovely shots already. This one should, I think, maybe be a wide.
Well, the thing is, he must think he moves early. I'm not convinced he does move early. Look,
I don't think he does.
he moves one stump outside, and this kind of is why. I'll come back to it in a second.
Yeah, I think he moves back rather than across.
Here's my issue. I reckon he does move one. We'll keep that replay. I'll show you in a sec. He moves. Okay, let's talk about the table first. Cricketers, 3 out of 3. Donnerstadt can make it 3 out of 3 here. If they do, you'd imagine with that big net run rate boost last game that they'll go to the top of the table. Tigers, though, want to peg him back. Now here, look how he moves one stump outside off, but then you got to move the line one stump. Now, even if you do move the line one stump, it's still a wide.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's straight over that imaginary line. Now, they like this one. The umpire doesn't look too convinced. I do like the gesticulation from Zazai.
Yeah.
I think he might be part Italian because he loves talking with his hands. You see, that one, I reckon he's missed that by a good stump as well, to be honest. But Zazai thinks he hears something. Yeah, see, this is why I just feel it. I know there's an argument for the batter, you know, bringing it into his vision or bring it into his range, but I just think there's a greater argument for consistency. And I'm all about positive cricket as well. So giving the bowlers a zone they have to bowl. Think about leg side wides. It works so well because everybody knows the rules. You know, if it misses leg side, it's wide. That's it. And you can go, oh, but he backed away, he did this. You know what?
It's irrelevant.
Everyone knows. So I think it's not if that will change. I think it's when. Maybe next year.
Here comes the Dran.
Anyway, old man rant over. Over to you.
A lovely shot, uppercut, and this one will stay hit, one bounce as it goes over the boundary. Nice shot from Iqbal. That's one part of his game that he really has come on in playing these shots on the offside. I'm liking this. He gets right underneath it. He elevates it, or as we say, uppercuts it over for 4 runs.
It's really well executed and going with the bounce. Hey, Iqbal's a class act. The only shame is, and I'm very happy to see him wearing a helmet, he's one player that I do like watching his hair and how it never moves. Can't see it yet. We'll see it the second half of this game.
Even in this weather. But hasn't he come on so much? I mean, just in the time that we've seen him play. I mean, remember, he was predominantly just a bowler. And in a period of, what, about two and a bit years, he's now become quite a recognised batter. And here he is now, number 3 bat. So it just goes to show just how much dedication and hard work he's put into his game. Young player. And it goes up again this time. I think this one will hold up as it plugs to an up and over shot. Nice one to play. I think he obviously recognising the fact it's still the power play with those fielders inside the circle, particularly that there's nobody outside on the offside. He's able to play this shot and get away with it.
Yeah, gets away with it indeed. Into the wind, don't forget. So ACT, this has been the issue earlier, that they haven't been able to go at 10s or more. Feels like that's the bare minimum you need. They end up up at 11.1 with some good hitting late, but yeah, you need a lot of runs against Donnerstadt, you'd imagine.
It's a lovely hit. This is straight down the ground, and if the bowler doesn't get anything onto this, it's always going to be 4. Lovely shot once more, just showing us the good, clean, straight bat, and also showing us just how much quicker the outfield is today after it's got its cut early this morning. Nice shot, 4 runs, end of the over. And, moving along nicely now, 26 on the board, 1 down. We saw a few people on the chat. John Gray saying a good evening to us both and everybody else on the chat. And Nick, he's asking me, Nick Devonshire, that is the barbecue going today?
Yeah,
well, it's not.
Read my mind there. Now, what's going on here? How can you have a barbecue when I'm not here and you put it away?
Well,
are you going to lose that much money on it?
There was a barbecue, and it was Cricketers CC that were having their own little personal barbecue. They did bring us a little bit of chicken, I have to say, and it was very nice too. But it was quite comical that at the same time the barbecue was lit, one of the batters out in the middle broke his bat, and I just thought, well, it's a good place for that bat.
Throw it
and
on
just
the
happened to be the barbecue.
Bit of firewood. Yeah, I like it. It is last game of the day. How about some of our viewers throw some random question at us? Haven't really had too many random questions lately. Throw us some random questions for 5th game of the day. As we see Sadiq coming in with the ball. And I think this would have been out of hits, you know.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he goes quickly, Yusuf, but because he's on the back foot going, he's going to take him a bit of time to get going. A good, clean pickup. Here comes the throw. And, well, Siggy is getting closer, isn't he?
Whoa, certainly would have been close. Let's see if he can get it. Yeah, I'm giving that out, I think, if it hits. But at least, yeah, he gets it stump height or below. It's, yeah, he was air-mailing a few in earlier, wasn't he, Razmal?
Sadiq once more. There's one thing here that I think perhaps that the fielding side can learn from. I think there's a little bit too much appealing, and I think particularly here with the keeper, Zazai, he's appealing a lot and appealing for things which are sometimes not even close. And I think that's going to give you negative results from the umpire.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's counterproductive.
Yeah.
Bit of the boy who cried wolf situation. So, yeah, that's why, you know, when you talk about over-appealing and these kind of things, for me, I don't even think it's really an advantage for the fielding team to do that. Oh, that's a proper seed. A really good seed from Sadiq. Watch this. That doesn't look like Sadiq at all.
Very, very good delivery.
It looks like Noor Ahmedzai that's bowling. Always listed down here as Mohammed Sadiq. That's a proper seed.
Just losing his run there as he makes his way back to his mark. He's trying to confuse everybody. He's got 40 on his pants. He's got a different number on his back. We don't know who he is, but he's bowling pretty well. It's nicely played. Nice little look up there. And sometimes we often talk about batters making eye contact. And just have a look at this one here. As the shot's being played, just look at the batter on strike. He plays it down, has a quick look up, says, yeah, you're coming. All right, let's go. It's a nice bit of cricket.
Yeah, I just have a feeling. He's listed as Sadiq number 17, but I know who that is. That's Noor. And he was wearing number 17 last game. So yeah, maybe just a little bit of a mix-up with the numbers. It's,
the umpires are on it now. They've got the walkie-talkies out.
It's like Sadiq, and the guy's Sadiq, but he's looking a lot like Noor Ahmedzai, and he's bowling a lot like Noor Ahmedzai. And yeah, I think they're just sorting this out, and I don't think they were playing musical shirts.
There we go. It's the blue.
I mean, Noor is in the side. He's listed as wearing number 11, but that's Noor. Let's ask Sahel. That's Noor bowling, isn't it? That's Noor bowling. Okay, Noor's the only person that could bowl a ball like that. That went in, seen it, went away. And so he's got a bit cold here probably while he's waiting.
Hey, listen, his last game, we can have food talk while we walk. Have you had some schnitzel yet? Have you had a bit of Vienna schnitzel?
Do you want a food chat? Do you really want to do this?
It's the last
night I had, it was called a gypsy cordon bleu, and it was amazing.
A gypsy cordon bleu?
Yeah, it was, I don't know how to describe it. It had like the bacon on top as well as in the middle, and it had cheese in the middle. It was amazing. I also had a fantastic cream of asparagus soup. Yeah. The food in Vienna is dangerously good. You know, it's a bit different, but it is really, really good.
Well, we have a change. It is Noor Ahmedzai. You were right. Well done. He takes himself well away from this shot. Not the best of shots here from Yusuf. Needs to stand still sometimes. That's when he's at his best. Stand still and stroke the ball around.
Yeah, you know, long days out here. Gotta keep your eyes peeled, and they threw Sadiq up the street, and I rolled with it for a minute, and I said, you know, I got to trust my eyes here, guys. That's Noor, and let's just watch Yusuf swing across this one and get a single. That'll end the over, And yeah, Nor will want that over because he's bowled a very, very good one. Only 3 come off it, and it's 29 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, it was a good over, wasn't it? Nice and tidy. And he's got 2 batters, aggressive batters out there.
I like this random question from Josh Sayers, who's just got his 6-month membership. Congratulations there, Josh. That means you've got a slightly different colour crown now in the chat. He's got a good question, and maybe this is you as a bowler can answer this, Rico. Said, is there any advantage to starting your run-up as a bowler from way back, or is this just done from personal preference?
Okay.
It's a question that you could probably take half an hour answering as well, but mate, for this ball.
Oh, what a stop.
Yeah.
Well, does he stop this with his back? How does he stop this? I want to see this again, because it almost looks like he gets into position too early. Let's watch. Yeah, almost. Well, he sees the ball dropping in front of him and then goes side on to stop it. Well done, and that's putting your body on the line. You go back to that question, I think a lot of it is about rhythm. I mean, a lot of people will say, well, the quicker you run or the further you run from, the quicker you are, you know, that's the faster you bowl. I don't think that's always the case. If you look at a lot of bowlers, they will always slow up as they get to the crease. That one's nicely played, and this is a lovely shot from Iqbal. Once again, just using the pace from Didar. And though this comes into him, once again, as I said, he plays so well out on the offside. Lovely shot. Plays that really late.
Really nice shot.
Yeah, so I think it's all about having rhythm. You have to have a pattern rhythm. You feel comfortable, and a lot of people will go with, I mean, I always used to take about 15 paces back and then come in from there. And probably the first 2 or 3 were just a gentle little walk to get rhythm, and then you get going, and then you put that all into your stride. But a lot of it is all, you get the rhythm going. You like to say, as you're coming in, you're flying through the air, and you put that into the effort, into the ball. But there's quite a few bowlers you'll see that'll have a long run up, they'll run. Then as they get closer to the stumps, they start shuffling, they slow down, and then they deliver. In that case, really, the run up itself is not playing any part in what's on offer. Well, this one is a catch on offer, and it has been taken, and it's Yusuf again, and this is an area where he's vulnerable in. He's been out there a few times, and once again, it's a shorter delivery, and I don't think it's a slower ball. He goes for the shot, doesn't get it right, and the fielder is right in the right position to take the catch, and that is, I think, Uthman Zai who takes it. So another one goes, and it's Yusuf. He'll go for 16 of 13, but this time, I suppose, the key thing is he doesn't chew up too many deliveries. He gets out the way, and we will see Big Miza Ashan go out in the middle. I hope that helps to answer the question. So I think it's a bit of both. Maybe personal for some people because they just feel comfortable coming in from a certain point, even though they realise that there's no real advantage from them running from that distance into what they're delivering. With other people, it's all about getting as much pace and rhythm into it. But of course, got to remember, the further the run up, the more tired you're going to get.
That's exactly right. That's my point, actually. So all that really matters is what your rhythm is like when you got into the crease. And some people can build that up off a slower run up. So yeah, I guess it is personal preference, but you got to go with what works for you. And I know that some bowlers will have slightly different run ups. So I know when I used to bowl, I could extend it or shorten it by multiples of 4 paces and still get the same kind of effect. But yeah, and I also think that the fatigue thing can't be underestimated, and the toll on your body. It's quite a natural thing to be a fast bowler. And even with spinners, sometimes they'll have quite longish run-ups. You know, there's certain ones, like Anna Kumble's one that had quite a long run-up, whereas Shane Warne, as a leg spinner, pretty much just sidled up, didn't he?
Been hit pretty well, and well, it's a nasty one to try and field. And though Aman Amzai does get his body behind it, I think it just pops up at him and he clonks him on his body, so he does get his body behind it. He's a bit unlucky here. Just watch this. I think there is a nasty bounce just before he gets to him. And though he gets body in the way, he's got no idea where the ball goes, clonks him and goes over for 4 runs. End of the over. And the score moves to 39 for 2 at the halfway point. And we are, of course, here in Austria at the Seabarn Cricket Ground. And this series will go on for, well, 59 matches over 2 weeks. And then we back up and we make our way to Bulgaria. Looking forward to going to Bulgaria again at that Academy cricket ground there in Sofia. Absolutely beautiful.
Vasilevsky.
Yep.
And it looks even better when it's not covered in snow. I wonder if the wild horses will be back. Over number 6 on the way. It starts with elevated cover drive, and this will skate away to the boundary. So ACT, they've been held pretty quiet, and Iqbal is a guy that can move things along. I like that he's been joined by Mirza Hassan. We just didn't see enough of Mirza, I think, in that last game, and they ended up caught a few runs short. But they're going to have to deal with some very good bowling options, including Noor Ahmedsai. Only 3 off his first over. He's already gone for more than that here in his second.
And he goes for the uppercut once more. It was there for the shot, wasn't it? But he's disappointed he missed out on it. You can understand why. I think he's gone for a little bit more oomph, when really he just needed to guide that away. You're welcome, Joshua.
Yeah, really bounced from Noor. And Shrug saying he's just got a 4-step run up, in quotes. He's not the fastest bowler, though. At his age, likes to conserve energy. I'll come back to you on that in a second. But this is a ramp shot. It's gone wrong. It's gone to reverse fine leg, and he's gone. Well, all you physicists out there, explain to us how this goes here, because he's trying to hit it to fine leg, but he's hit it off the wrong edge of the bat. He's hit it so far backwards, it's gone wrongwards.
Yeah, exactly. He gets too much swivel in it, doesn't he? It's too much of the when he gets a swivel. If he just stays firm and hits it, he's going to get, it will go to fine leg, but because he swings all the way around, he actually guides it straight into the hands of the fielder they're waiting. So it's another soft dismissal. So just like that, we've seen the left-hander Yusuf go, and now we've seen the wicket of Iqbal. So in a little bit of trouble. I mean, Mirza's still there. He's been joined now by Umar Tariq, but these two really have to get a good partnership together.
He had the right approach there, because there's absolutely no fine leg. He's just somehow hit it to third man. Tariq swings and misses at the first ball. Yeah, so like I said, I think it's the right shot, just wasn't executed well, was it? And yeah, Noor continuing to have a good day with the ball. Yeah, I got to admit, in the off occasion I'll bowl now, I prefer a short run-up, because in indoor cricket where everyone has to bowl, you only really get to bowl off about 6 steps. So I'm actually quite confident in doing that. I find that any longer kind of just messes me up. And I've kind of realised now I'm not shower backs aren't steaming in like when I was 16 or 17 with my hair flowing in the wind. And those days are well behind me.
Yeah, I think also the other thing with a long run-up is you give the batter the time to get ready, don't you? A lot of batters don't like the bowlers that just turn around and bowl. You know, they don't give you any time, because all batters have a little thing they like to do, don't they?
A long run-up gives the batter an opportunity, to settle a bit into a rhythm. And you're right, bowlers with hardly any run-up that are rushing you just can throw you off a bit. Noor Ahmedsai once again just goes for 7, and hasn't he been brilliant today? He tried to sneak in under the radar early, but we found him, and the batters found him hard to deal with. It's the end of 6 overs. The score is 43 for 3.
Yeah, so at the moment you'd think that Donald Stard, the reigning champions, have got the upper hand here, but we do know, certainly with Mirza Hassan there, that things can change pretty quickly. There he is, the big man. He's just getting a little bit of help from the wicketkeeper, adjusting his helmet. It's Asif Zazai behind the stumps. He's a character. Now it's going to be Safi. This is Safi, Ishaq Safi.
Julian Dawson's got a great example of a bowler that had a very short run-up for a fast bowler.
Oh, hit and hard. And, well, we sometimes say you've got to have good balance, but I tell you what, having brute force helps as well, because though he's not in the right position for this, it still goes pretty quickly. Well, just watch this.
Also, having arms that are thicker than a lot of people's legs helps. I think he takes the one hand off the bat, and he's just rushed for pace here. Mirrors up, but he still is able to get the hand through it, not the hands, because one of them came off the bat, and that disappeared pretty quickly. Yeah. So, yeah, speaking of quick, we're talking about Wasim Akram, the left-arm bowler. Had a very short run-up, but was very whippy and generated a lot of pace and a lot of rhythm quickly. So he still had rhythm when he hit the crease.
6 more, that is big, and he goes a long way. Well, he's a strong man, and I said that while he's out there, Mirza Hassan, they can quite quickly get motoring along.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does. First hits the 4, and then this one is right out the middle. That's a big hit.
Yeah, he loves balls that bounce at the moment, Mirza. You know, this is where I think if you've got that Yorker up your sleeve, it's time to bring it out. He just steps and hits it pretty correctly. And Shrug saying accuracy can be as dangerous as pacing. Very true, very true. If you had to choose one or the other, I'd definitely choose accuracy over pace every time. And we see actually, even the Italy series over the weekend was a good example of, you know, lack of pace doing a lot of batters.
Okay, well this time there's fine leg and third man come up, and as a result of that, this will go all the way. Well, once again, an indication of just how powerful Mirza Hassan is. It's a short delivery, he swings, not where he wants it to go, but it still manages to go all the way over the boundary line for 6 runs.
Yeah, and here's the thing, if they kept the fielder where he took the catch, he probably takes it again. Remember that Safi was able to catch Iqbal out, but the reason is they've moved the field because Mirza is so strong in front of the wicket. You know, he's a plunderer, and he's not hitting too many in that direction. But that was one time if they had kept the fielder back from somewhere, then maybe they could have got him, but in the end it's a back samo.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I'll go into that after this delivery from Safi. And it's another one going in the same area.
Run, he might get this, you know.
And,
almost.
It's a few times we've seen that. Now the throw comes in and Mirza just gets back. Yeah, just going back to that, I don't think Mirza Hassan is going to hit too many out on the offside.
Deep point could go.
Yeah, bring him in and third man
this
back.
This might have been the longest distance a keeper's ever gone because there's normally be someone there to catch it, and he almost gets there. Half a metre, then fortunately hits his backside, which means that it's not going to run away for 4.
Well, he's huffing and puffing now. I told you, Asif Zarzai, he's always going to be. He's going to be in the highlights for something. That could have been an amazing one. It's a bit of a full toss, low full toss.
See, even that,
well.
I mean, it's better than bouncing it and letting him just hit it on the up and smack it out of the park. But yeah, it's a magical start for Mirza. In a case of what might have been if we'd seen him for longer in that previous game where they'd only posted 1-1-1 despite only losing 1 wicket.
Yeah, absolutely right. Ball to go here. First over from Safi. He's gone for 19. Is it going to be a magical one? Well, it will be. It's going to be a single. So it will be Tariq who will pinch the strike away from Hassan as he gets off the mark, but 20 come off the over.
Yeah, so they're exactly 9 and over at the moment. And so we look ahead to tomorrow, Vienna and Danube. We'll get to see them for the first time. Same with ICCV or Indian CC Vienna. We'll get to see GCA or Graz Cricket Academy, as well as the return of cricketers who do play 2 matches. So, I mean, cricketers had a great start, 3-0. Thing is, if they can win both the games tomorrow against 2 teams that they would fancy the chances against, then they've already played half their games, and they really setting the standard as the team to beat here.
Yeah.
But still, we'll get to see 3 new teams. The remaining teams in the 11 starts the same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Should be a good day.
Yeah, it should be a very good day.
Should be windy. I don't even have to check the weather anymore. I just assume it's going to be windy. Anyway, this is going to be Davitsi coming in to close the innings, bowling 8 and 10, I think.
So good stop, nicely done, diving to his left. And, that's all about the standards here. And that's Nur Ahmadzai.
Brilliant fielding. Look at this. It's spinning away from them, but he still gets a hand on it. They're always going to get one anyway. But he saves 3 runs there. What he does do is he gets Mirza Hassan on strike, though. And Mirza, let me put this delicately, he wants to thump this.
Slow delivery, clever, and well, he's totally loses his balance.
That's clever to go off pace to him. I mean, he's been good against the speed on stuff. Yeah, Davitsi can't believe that hasn't crashed into off stump, but still, it's a very good bit of bowling.
He is so clever with this slow ball. And, you know, he uses it, and the good thing about it is he doesn't overuse it. Firmly strike, it ain't going to be stopped, is it? It's powerfully hit. It's right in the gap. It gets in between the mid-wicket and the long on. So 4 more. This is what he was looking to do with the last one. But he picks it and he puts it away.
Yeah, it's the pace on. And it's one of those things where, I mean, he bowls pace on, and I think the batter's expecting it. This is where I might have gone slower ball again. I mean, hindsight's 2020, as they say in the classics. He never used to bowl that slow ball a lot, but if you're locating it well, I think it's such a good weapon.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, look, there we go. Where's the barbecue? Might as well start it because there is a bit of wood to go on it. That one's had it.
Man, that ball did disappear pretty quickly off the bat. If that's broken, then I'm scared if he gets one that isn't broken.
Moves on to 27 of just 9 deliveries.
And the thing is, both these guys out there, they like wearing number 20, but obviously in the European Cricket Series, you can't share the number. And normally Umair, they try and stick a one on his, but they worked out that Mirza's wider, so he's now at number 201. Anyway, new bat works as well. That's gone miles into the paddy fields. Maximo as Mirza moves past 30. That's the slower ball, and there it goes.
Yeah, well, this bat will do, he says. That's doing just what I want it to do. So that one takes one bounce as it goes into the field behind us.
Again, I think you could predict that was going to be a slower ball because he's just been whacked off the quicker one.
Yep.
Mirza was ready for it, but he's still got to hit it. I don't know what to bowl.
Well, this one will also go to the boundary. It's not quite where he wanted to go. Gets a bit of bat onto it. So 4 more. So he's hitting boundaries all over the place at the moment. Seen him hit the mid-wicket area, down the ground over long off, and now this one goes into the fine leg point. बहुत अच्छी batting कर रहा अपना Mirza Ishan.
Mirza has that ability to kind of go magical, and you can still end up with 120s here. He's got to deal with Davitsi first.
Oh, that is huge, humongous. Bowle. Zabardast batting from the giant Mirza Hashan, and he is on song here today. And I must admit, there's a few times that he's gone out in the past where we've been disappointed. He hasn't quite performed, but well, he's performing here at the moment as he sends that one deep into the wheat field.
Oh, we're going on a bear hunt. It's a grizzly bear ball hunt, and well, Safi, I hope you brought a packed lunch. I'd be coming back and asking for a new ball, a new old ball, as Mirza stands at the other end, says, yeah, go get another one, because I've hit that miles.
He holds that bat like it's a toy. It just doesn't, it looks too small for him, doesn't it?
I'd be worried that Mirza would be crushing the handle of the bat with his kung fu grip, actually. But now they are up at 84 for 3 after 8, and you can see those last couple of overs, they've really mowed it. And like I said, he's the kind of guy that could single-handedly still get them to 120s. I mean, even 130s. It's not that impossible. But let's see. We need a couple of magicals, and out we're going to have Iqbal Hussain. So they are going to go for some slower stuff. And Iqbal, we saw him with the gloves before, so we haven't seen him bowling today. Let's see how he goes. And we say it all happens in the 9th. Tariq played this role sometimes of the handbrake in the Malta-Austria series.
Yeah,
but it doesn't really matter because they've got heaps of batting to come, and they've got Mirza Hassan murdering the ball at the other end. Here we go. Wow, the bounce doing Tariq there. Is that the one for the over?
Yeah, Tariq giving a bit of commentary about this one after he gets past him. He knows that Mirza is going to say to him, what are you doing? Get me on strike. So he's already got a bit of commentary ready for him.
Pretty close to being called one for the over. Probably doesn't matter because you shouldn't be bowling another. It just took off, didn't it? Anyway, Tariq does get out the way this time. 10 balls left. ACT at 85. And everyone hold on to your hats because Mirza plays his poker face up and he's trying to hit a 6. Nothing less. 43 off 12. What a start for Mirza.
Hits his hat onto the offside. It should be just a 1 bounce single.
This is a good example of what you expect versus what you get. And this is one of the slowest balls he's faced, but it seems fast because the run-up isn't there. It's not like a fast bowler running in. The fact that he was actually rushed through that shot. Pretty interesting how perception works.
Up in the air, opportunity. And taken, no mistakes at all. Nicely done. And once again, it's Kodurullah Umanzai who takes the catch. So that will be the end of Umar Tariq. And I think Mr. Shah will probably be thinking a little bit, well, you're not there to play the big shots. You're there to give me the single so I can play him because I can clear the fences.
Yeah.
You can't.
You can see what he's thinking there, though. But I think that Hussain's done a really good job here. he just offers something a little bit different. I think you need to do that considering how the game's going. Yeah, so if it's not working, change something. And that's what they've done here. As looks like Adil Tariq coming out with a couple to go. Nice catch by Kadagal Lukmanzai out there. PK in the chat saying, watch the budget for balls. So I guess a lot will be lost in the farm around. I suppose the good thing here is if you really needed to, you could send out the search party if we started to get low. I know that was something that was worrying us in Milan, by the way.
This one is gone, adios. So that's not a bad start at all, is it? As Tariq comes out and it says, bang, bang, thank you, my man. And Hussein, well, I think he makes the mistake of going for the stumps, thinking it's the new batter. And he says, well, wallop, thank
it's a
you.
similar kind of ball, though. I mean, he actually went and fetched it. It was a pretty good shot for a guy coming out first ball. Adil Tariq. Yeah, so in Milan, we were a little bit worried. We were down to our last box of balls, and I'm throwing all kinds of ideas in. I know there's tennis courts around, so we could have used tennis balls, maybe tape a few up. Anyway, last ball, the over.
There should be a boundary and out. And, well, what's going on here? Kabaddi, 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 kabaddi. Wrong sport, guys. Well, down goes the catch. Well, they see the funny.
I gotta laugh about it. I mean, doesn't cost him a run because Asan was not running here. He said, nah, I am going to stay at this end because I want the strike because it's the last ball, the over. But
oh my,
it goes very, very wrong here. And then, oh, I want to count the touches. I thought they might have both touched it. Really slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I counted 7. Some of them are partial. And look at that Dita saying, yeah, well, if you want, I can catch it. He said, no, I got it.
The thing is, I think Dita, when he puts the one hand out there when he's dropping it to his hand, but he says, no, I want it.
Yeah, I started it. I'm going to finish it.
Yeah.
Well, he was finished. Anyway, 92 for 4. Like I said, it's a dot ball, last ball of the ninth. And here's Mirza, 10th over. I think, well, I don't know. I mean, Tariq can also clear the boundaries, but Mirza's probably thinking, I just want to hit boundaries. I'm not particularly interested in ones. Would he take a one? Probably. I mean, Tariq has hit a 6 already.
Yeah, I think even the last one, I know they didn't run. I think you got to run. You got to take whatever you can get.
The thing is, you might have got 2.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
You might still be trying to pick up the ball.
Will be a wide.
Yeah.
Good work from the keeper. Nice stop.
Yeah, it is good work. That's the thing. If you're further back, you've got more kind of lateral range. So this is a ball which is always kind of going away from him. But that's good, pretty good footwork, apart from the slip at the end. But yeah, you have to deal with a few more low balls and maybe potential second bounces. 44 for Mirza can bring up his 50 with a Maximo. That's what he likes to deal in.
Goes back into his crease. And that will be another wide. I think this is Safi seeing what Mirza is doing. So he tries to see what he's trying to do. I like the idea. He knows that Mirza's not particularly strong outside the off. So he's just trying to get this one in inside that wide line, but goes a little bit too wide. I like the idea, though. I'd stick with it.
Yeah, just got to get it sneaking inside. But Mirza's got a lot of reach. He's so deep in his crease here.
And this one is a chance, and it's another one that goes down. It's been hit hard. They want to take 2. They're not going to get the 2. But that's an opportunity. And, well, that one struck pretty hard, and it's Nur Ahmadzai that puts it down.
Yeah, so this is interesting because Mirza doesn't run straight away. He thinks it's going to be 6 or out. And they probably would have tried for a 2 otherwise. But you can see that even though he likes the idea of going for 2, he is just frozen and the ball's already come back. So they do take 1 only. Tariq's on strike.
Gives the strike back to Mirza straight away. He's on 45.
Here's the thing with ACT today, okay, excluding the first game where they had a bit of a comfortable win, let's say, over Vienna Eagles. But against the other top teams today, they've scored in the 10 to 11 and over region. And I don't think that's enough. When these say we get to the top 4, I think you need 125, 130 to feel good about yourself.
And this one, straightforward in the hands of the fielder. So that's another one that will go.
I thought for a second he might have squeezed this out, but I don't think that's the case. He's deep in his crease. It bounces, comes straight off the bat. See, but I mean, if anyone could hit a bump ball that far, it's probably Mirza. But it's a simple catch for Shigawal. So Mirza Hassan won't reach his half century, but he certainly does move things along. He goes for 45 of just 16. Gets his team in a better position, 96 for 5.
Yeah, I just want to, I mean, I think I've said this before with Mirza Hashan. For me, he's the type of batter has to bat in the power play, because there's, for example, a shot like that, maybe in the power play he gets away with it. You know, I think he's
maybe.
I think he's better in the power play, and he's going to get pace, and he's going to get the harder
I haven't
ball.
seen him opening too much. It's a good point, and maybe it's because of some of the options they do have at the top. They like the idea of bringing him out, but we saw he batted 3 earlier, and he didn't get enough balls, I think, to impact the contest. So, yeah, why not throw him up there? So, he can't handle the pace. He always looks like he's got heaps of time against the faster men. As Hyder comes out, and he's going to have to go the long way. They might think of 2 here.
Yeah.
Might as well take it on at this stage. Zadran just pretty much eats it. So 2 runs to the total, gets them to 98 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, I see what the fielder's doing there. He's going for the end that he's likely to get the run out for, but I think you better take the safe option, get the ball in the keeper's gloves, and just keep it to 1.
And the thing is, he threw it slowly. So Zadran was hustling in from the boundary, but it didn't reach him in time, and it allowed that overthrow to take place. So they score here, ACT. They'll set the triple-digit target.
Well, they're not going to. It's, well, celebration from Ishaq Safi. We've seen that celebration a few times. Why? Because he gets a good Yorker in again. And this is top bowling at the death. Full straight, knocks him over. And can't blame the batter again for this. But it's right on the money. A top delivery to be bowling late on in the innings. And as you say, just look where that pitch is. Perfect Yorker.
I also say, where was that earlier? I think to Mirza. I think if you dished up a few of those, maybe misses one and you can get him cheaper. But yeah, very well executed Yorker to finish the innings, and they are going to finish 98 for 6 off the 10. So 99 will be the target. Donnerstadt, they're in the box seat here. They're still going to have to bat well. Don't forget, though, Austrian Cricket Tigers, they have a class bowling lineup.
Yeah.
And they're not going to make things easy for the defending champions. But Arsene Youssef certainly started well, didn't he? 2 boundaries off his first 2 balls. He looked like he might be able to get going. But I think it's just a case, it's not a bad innings, but I suppose, is it good enough is the question. I agree with that decision. I think it hits him in line. I didn't see it going over. This was just a cracking cricket shot. So you can see Arsene Youssef can bat and can bat very well. But yeah, even though he chases that one, that caused a bit of controversy about whether he moved and where the line had gone. Again, this is a really, really good shot technically down the wicket. But I mean, Youssef, a bit of a return to form, but he was caught, and this was the case. I mean, Mirza, he got on with it, but no one else could really go at that crackerjack pace to get them that big score, that 120, 130 plus.
Yeah, and this was Iqbal trying to get a little bit funky, trying to play a shot there, but he just gets it wrong, ends up putting it straight in the hands of the fielder, and that's when they lost sort of wickets pretty early. They needed something to happen, and Mirza came out, and well, we know he's a big, strong man. Even when he doesn't hit the middle of the bat, he finds the ball going to the boundary. That was a great effort there from Zazai. It would have been a sensational catch, but there was some big, hard hitting from Mirza when he was out there, and he only just falls short of his half century.
That's right. I mean, Aqib Iqbal was out there for a long time, 21 of 17 with 4 fours, but couldn't clear the ropes. I like this move. I think Iqbal Hussain, he offers something different, and if you had a criticism of the Donnerstadt attack, it's maybe that there's a bit of a sameness about it, and there's no Mohibullah Shinwari providing spin. So, I haven't bowled Shigwal really at all today. Iqbal Hussain with some offers. That was synchronised falling, wasn't it? And they had a bit of a laugh about it. I suppose you can afford to when you keep them under 100. Mirza, after a powerful 45, he went late in the piece, and then just 2 more runs were scored before things finished like that, with Safi cracking Yorker through Hyder. So ACT 98 for 6, as we see the picturesque surrounds of this Saban cricket ground in Austria. And we have a look at the scorecard. 45 off 16 stands out, doesn't it? Because although Iqbal 21 and Youssef 16 are okay, I mean, they're not really the kind of strike rates you want out of your top 4. Pretty disciplined as well with the ball, 3 wides in there in the entire 10 overs. And I think Donnerstadt, if they bat to their potential, they'll knock off these runs. Yeah, I think they will. I think they're hungry for it as well. They want to be sitting at the top as well. The bowlers, I think everybody bowled very tidily. They knew what the task was. They bowled to the field. Nobody was particularly expensive. I mean, Safi went for 26, but he did pick up 2 wickets. Zadran started things off, didn't he, with that wicket early on, and it was the important one, getting the wicket of Imran Asif.
And, well, I think Iqbal Hussain, as you said, they needed something different, and he gave him that something different and got that important wicket as well.
Really handy over. So, look, I say they should knock these off if they bat well, but here's the thing. If ACT bowl well, there's every chance they could still defend it, and we know that batting out here is a high-risk, high-return proposition. Vinny sounding here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico for the other side of this break. We'll have the last innings of day 2 from Austria. Stay tuned. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to match number 10, the final one of day 2 here of the FanCode European Cricket Series in Austria. And, well, taking a look at the lovely Seabarn cricket ground. Beautiful views around the ground. The players will be on their way soon. You can see the umpires, Praveen and Darwinder, are making their way out, followed by the Austrian Cricket Tigers, who will be in the field. They've posted 98 on the board and they're falling short of that 100 score. 98 for 6 they were, so 99 will be required by Donnerstad, who've well, made a good start in the defence of their title, if you like. They are the reigning champions. They got a good victory, batting first up against the Vienna Eagles, 122 to 93, and it was Rasmus Shigewal, their captain, made 71 of 25 in the player match performance, and we saw them in action also again here in the match before, when they put 153 on the board up against the Pack Riders, and the Pack Riders was 75 all out. So Donnerstad have made a good start, and they've been looking to make it 3 out of 3. One man they've got to deal with though early on is the captain of the Austrian Cricket Tigers. That is Akib Iqbal, who gets ready to hopefully for him and for his side and his supporters to pick up some early wickets. And, that's what they're going to need here. But I think at Donnerstad, they're not going to hold back. We've seen that the way that they play. We've seen they're a team that like to go out there and be positive. The other thing is, they are chasing this time. They've had 2 victories batting first. As I said, scoring 122, 153. How will they do when they're chasing? Sometimes it can make all the difference. Rico Full here at the European Cricket Network. And alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, get set last things of the day and expect ACT to throw everything at Donnerstad. They don't want to go 1 and 2 after 3 matches. Here we go, and that's a really good ball. Have a look at this ball, and this is the new ball, I know, but just have a look at just the subtle movement. It kind of takes off. They really seem to spring through these Grizzly Bear balls, you know, and also left the batter slightly. Hussain feels super comfortable after that, so he just hacks indiscriminately at this one. Gets the same result, no run. Yeah, Shug was saying, Noor Ahmadzai, seriously classy bowler. Second time today, he's just gone for 7 off his 2 overs. Yeah, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? Also, very good striker of a cricket ball. So, yeah, stay tuned. Could be a few fireworks still to come, though. Donnerstad bat deep. It's hard to believe they'd all mess up, but we do see it happen with these kind of teams from time to time.
And saying, wild swing of this one. I think just slight change in pace.
Yeah, I think so. After he beat him pace a couple of times, so Akib goes the other way. So really, I don't think you write off a team that's got the bowling that ACT do. I also think you've got the left-arm spinner of Hassan Yusuf at your disposal as well.
This one's been played nicely. It will be 1 bounce as he goes for 4 runs. He knows that as we're in the power play, man is at mid-on, so once he gets it over him, it's a safe shot to play. Nice shot, intelligent shot to play in the power play.
Yeah, really good shot. And so, I mean, yeah, you don't have a huge target here by the standards of what we've seen today. So you'd certainly take a 7 or 8 off Akib first up.
Oh, well, this one is going to be 6. There's no doubt about this. It goes all the way. Bolle, kinna sona. Shakka lag gaya kida. Aaj da swad aa gaya. Change shakke lag gaye sare match de vich. Both entertaining days ka cricket da.
What a shot. I mean,
yeah, what a shot that is.
That is kind of that slightly off-pace ball again, and it is absolutely tattooed. So never mind the 7 or 8 sneaking around off him. They're going to go both barrels. In fact, I wouldn't expect anything less from this batting lineup.
Yeah, it's the way they play, Vinny. It doesn't matter who the bowler is. They play one way, and that's to go out there to play attacking, positive shots. And sometimes it pays off, and sometimes like that, you miss out. And well, you can see that Iqbal, he's disappointed, and he's not able to knock the timber over that time around. 10 come off the first over.
46 matches since the Golden Ball, Rico. Surely we'll have a Golden Ball somewhere along the line. I know that it was Sahil Zadran bowled the Golden Ball back in 2021. That was a crazy one. It also had proper kangaroo boots celebrations where they were just jumping high, like, you know, jumping in the air 5, 6, 7 times. And that was a very nice memory that I've got. Anyway, we are going to go for over number 2 now. This is Takira Asif, who's going to bowl. So, I mean, look, quality on both teams. So, yeah, they'll be competing. Certainly we've seen 98 win plenty of matches. Let's see if the batting stands up. Karagal Utmanzai to face over number 2.
Gives Asif a little shuffle towards the outside, the off stump, and just asking the question, wasn't there anything there? No.
I think this is a wide, hey. I don't think it's inside. See, he steps, but he's still in front of the stumps. Maybe sneaks inside when it passes the line. Give the umpire the benefit of that one.
Zai starts wide off his leg stick and then comes across. You'll see that again here, little shuffle across. This one I think is just outside the line of the leg stick, so can't be out. It pitches outside. May have gone on to hit, but it's where the ball pitches. That's what you've got to take into consideration.
Definitely pitches outside leg, but I'm scared because I think, and also he's hitting outside leg and missing leg. Just have a look at the umpire. Because I think he just points, he's just looking up at his counter, but you know,
yeah,
that'll give you a heart attack as a batter. That was a very quick finger movement. Checking his clicker.
Oh, well, this one, well, forget clicking. This is hitting, and hitting big. And that's going to bury itself somewhere in the field behind us. It's been absolutely clobbered. What a hit. And, well, it's there somewhere, I can guarantee you. Well, just trying to find that one. I think Karina's up there at the moment. Yeah, it is there, Karina.
That's what this guy brings to the table, though. And Sai, very, very powerful. Good news is, no one was telling us to watch out. Well, Karina's fine. Luckily, we're fine as well. That went right over us, but we never felt in danger.
You went running under the table.
Do you know what I was looking for? I was looking for people's eyes to see where they, because I knew they were watching it. It was above our roof. This one's a wide. Yeah, I was looking particularly to keep Iqbal, who was fielding, and I was watching his head was looking so far into the sky, I never actually felt in danger. But that pretty much went straight over our heads.
It's a big hit from Whitman's. We know he's a hard hitter of the ball. Asif tried the slower delivery, but just didn't quite get it right. Went down the leg side for a wide. Go slower again. This time into the pads of Whitman's. That's where he loses out, isn't it? Because he has that movement from leg to off. He's not standing still long enough to be able to play those shots. So
it's been tied up a couple of times, is what I'd say. But still, despite a bit of a hit and miss start, they are still on the rate at the moment. Start.
Good delivery. It's very, very well bowled, and this one he does get on the money. I like the way that Takir has been able to just change it up after being hit for the big 6. He's then taken all the pace off it, and they're bowling at the pads.
Yeah, essentially. Ummanzai's a bit of a blind spot there, though. I mean, he can easily step across and turn it into a wide at the bowler. Essentially following him by luck or design. It's working. Last ball of the over.
This time he does get back onto it and takes on the fielder and gets it quite comfortably. He's pretty quick out of the blocks. End of the over. It's 18 without loss after 2.
So having a quick look at the table, we'll see the remaining teams tomorrow, won't we? So the only teams yet to play now, Indian CC Vienna, as well as Vienna Danube and Graz, who will be here tomorrow, as well as Cricketer CC. And yeah, I think it's a pretty tough task for those 3 teams coming in with Cricketer CC already hitting the ground running.
Yeah.
Probably out of those 3, Indian CC Vienna have a proud reputation. They're former finalists here. Vienna Danube, we have seen them before a couple of years ago. Graz Cricket Academy, again, a bit of an unknown quantity as far as ECN goes, but I think they'll really enjoy the experience. Tough day tomorrow for them, though. Start of a new over. Akib. He starts with a slightly slow ball, I think, which Manzai turns around the corner. So, look, you know, not every game is going to be super high scoring. I think this is one where we are seeing plenty of boundaries, but we're also seeing plenty of dots in between, Rico. So it could still be a close one here this afternoon.
Yeah, what you've got to remember is you're seeing the quality attack here with Akib Iqbal. And, you saw Takir Asif bowler pretty good over as well. So you've got quality bowling up against a quality attack. The battle of the two Iqbals now. Iqbal to Iqbal Hussain. This one will be a wide. And the wicketkeeper does well to get the legs together and stop this one with his pads. I think a conscious effort being made by Akib Iqbal, bowling to Iqbal Hussain, not to put anything in the zone where he's able to get the full swing of the bat into it. So he's trying to keep it outside the off stump. And that's where he doesn't want to bowl it, and that's why. So you can see the difference. Get it outside the off stump. It doesn't go the distance. Put it on the stump. It will go all the way. And this one, here we go. Boom blastic as it goes sailing over the mid-wicket boundary into cow corner. And that's the only thing missing, I think, on this ground. I mean, if you had some cows over there, it would be the perfect cricket field, wouldn't it? As we've got the crops to one side. Just need to herd up a few cows, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Akib. Yeah, some have gone well, some haven't. It's pretty much his story so far.
Yeah, this one has gone very well for the batter. That is humongous. As it's another one that is in danger territory for Karina up in the tower of the camera. I think this one goes sailing over Karina.
This is straight as the day is long, isn't it, from Hussain. He's turning it on. Again, it's not quite a Yorker, but almost isn't good enough against some of these strikers. And that is straight as you like. What a shot.
Yeah, good work from our crew here, Spring Productions, Karina up there in the tower. Also got Elsa here and Gunners have been absolutely fantastic. Shorter delivery. And I think this one is going to be 4 off the bat as well. And Iqbal goes short. It's a change up from him. But unfortunately for him, he gets the edge and sails over the keeper. Well, and he's going to need a step ladder to get to that one. 4 more.
Yeah, things going awry for ACT in this third over. Yeah, I can see why you'd try the short one, but I mean, it has its risks, doesn't it? Doesn't really have the field set for that either. Even if you had a third man fine leg back, probably that bisects them. They're saying 26 off 9. So it's just what they were looking for, and there's still heaps of batting to come for Donnerstadt.
Oh, where's the bat? The bat is going for 6. It's a maximum. Well, how about this?
Yeah.
The fielder says, I can get rid of it as well. This is, I've never seen the bat go further than the ball. Well, here's a bit of that. We've seen it all today. Watch this one. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Well, this is where I'm happy we don't have fielders under the helmet at short leg. And yeah, the umpire, we talk about them making good position for run-outs. That actually would have landed right where he started. I'm glad he wasn't watching the ball. He was watching the bat.
Well,
He's had it all today. I mean, that bat has never been the same since Sikandar Hayat ran into it. Anyway, last ball of power play, and Hussain is holding his bat again.
well, this time, that's what I was meant to do, he said. That's what the idea was, he said, but the bat had enough. He didn't want to be battered anymore. That one gets walloped, is in the fields once more. And, well, it's not been a good spell, has it, for Akib Iqbal? He's been taken to the cleanest. Jangi Kutapaya, Akib Iqbal. Jangi Chittarapaya as he goes for 34 of his 2 overs. And the score after 3, well, the power play finally gets some power thanks to that over number 3, 42 without loss.
That was crazy. I mean, he says, first I'll give you the bat throw, but next ball, the ball has to go. As Hussain knocks 32 off his own stick in the power play. And the score 42 without loss. I told you, you know, backyard cricket rules, like, you know, casual cricket rules. In my house, you were automatically out if you dropped the bat, if you let go of the bat. And that was That was a rule we brought in to protect windows in particular.
I get it, yeah.
So even if even if it was in between balls, if you dropped it, it was also a way to get someone out that you couldn't really get out.
Yeah.
If the bat slipped out of their hand because they were celebrating 100 or something, so no, you're out. So in my house, he wouldn't still be batting anymore after that. Time for some spin.
It's a little bit short, gets played away.
Yeah, Shrug thinks he's got a future in caber tossing. You know the caber toss?
Yep.
In the Scottish Highland Games? Here's a question, because I can't be bothered Googling it. How big and how heavy is the caber? I know it's pretty big. It's like a 6 metre log or something.
It's
a big log that you throw.
I'm guessing it's pretty heavy, Vinny.
I used to have it on computer games. Do you know that? I used to have Highland Games on video game.
No.
This is my childhood. And yeah, the technique is you got to like throw it, but then you want it to fall forward. All right, I'm looking it up.
You couldn't throw the bat, but you could throw this thing. And this is going to be a wide.
On a computer game. We didn't have caber tossing in the backyard. I promise you.
Yusuf, can he get the breakthrough? Short. It takes all the pace off it.
It's about what I said. It's approximately 19.5 feet or 5.95 metres, so let's say 6 metres, and weighs around about 80 kilos.
Ah, okay.
So you're throwing an 80 kilo log. What a sport.
And this one, well, watch out, that's close to us somewhere. Not that far away with this one. I think smashes into the tower. And, well, we're in danger zone here. Well, Karina's getting a stiff net. Oh, look at this one.
That's really close to Karina up there. Well, show us your shaking hands, Karina. Because
that was a toe buster.
She almost broke a nail there, I'm pretty sure. But she's all right. And there's going to be more trouble ahead because this is over the fielder as well. Maximo. Donnerstadt brought out the 50 partnership and another 6 to come with it. They've turned to spin and it hasn't worked either. And right now they're running away with this chase.
Well, Manzai, he's turning on the start. There's Karina. She says, I'm all right, don't worry. Well, you know we're always worried about it, especially when these ones are being hit straight and hard. And Manzai, the man, and I always call the man with the laddus. He has got big biceps, hasn't he, for arms. Laddu wala bahut takra. Change shakke marda aj. And he's certainly deciding he wants to go after Yusuf as well. Yusuf changes his approach, but it's a short delivery. It's going, gone. Gea, shaka, lagya. 6 more, and now Ashan Yusuf, he goes magical as well. And he's still got a ball to go in his first over. Well, they're enjoying things at the moment. There's Donnerstadt. They're in a good place at the moment. As well, the first 2 overs only went for 18. Well, the one before for Vic Bar went for 24. That was magical. This one has gone for 21 with the ball still to go. And it's going to be a wide, so tries to hide it, but not successfully. And they have to bowl it again.
Yeah, Yusuf, 22 off this over. Trouble.
Oh, that's Gandhi.
It's going to be a wide, but Kadagul was asking himself, why didn't I try and hit this for 6? He said, okay, I'll have another one. Oh. Probably thought he might get 5 wides there because it was a pretty awkward take for the keeper. Chowdhury did well to make that block. Yeah, Andy House in the chat. You're saying the caber's about 80 kilos, yeah?
Hello, Housey.
Nice to see you, Lunchy.
And this one is another one, Karina Duck. It's that zone again. Karina, whatever it is, these Grizzlies are loving you because they're after you. And Karina said, no, I'm not ducking. She's shaking the camera. 6 more. Well, what an over this turns out to be. It ends up going magical. We know that almost goes supersonic. 29 off it. And, well, the reigning champions, Donnerstadt, they're saying, well, if you thought we weren't hungry to retain that crown, well, we are. Well, just have a look at that. I've never seen anything like that. That is taking a blue pill.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Oh, that is going to be off the screen soon, isn't it? Disappearing. And we could be disappearing shortly the way things are going. A couple of huge overs. I mean, don't forget that they were 18 off 2 and then 24 and 29.
Yeah, that's quite crazy. So you can see there, that's, what's that, 53? Yeah, 53 have come off just the last 2 overs. That's sensational. Well, I think...
yeah, that is right. 53 off 2 overs. It's crazy stuff. So the first 2 overs went for 18. The second 2 overs went for 53. That's acceleration. And a pair of 33s off 12s out there. Both batters going.
And slices this, could be out, you know, and it will be a tremendous catch. How do you take a catch like that and still not have a single hair out of place? I will never know. Well, that's Aqib Iqbal for you. And a good catch. Oh, that's a good little moment for the bowler. Comes on to have a bowl. I think this is basically somebody saying to Afzal, well, look, this game is done. You might as well have a bowl. He says, all right then. And he gets a wicket, first ball.
He picks up that miss hit so quickly. So it's a brilliant catch. And it has the feel of a consolation wicket, doesn't it? But Aqib Iqbal showing his skills there very, very well. As Afzal does break through straight away. And the score is 71 for 2. Good knock, though.
Yeah, it's a very good knock indeed. They're absolutely right. Supported each other very well. But, well, 13 is the unlucky number. Because it's 33 of ball number 13 that gets him out.
Kroon was,
very good catch.
I was just going to say, Kroon was wondering, what did Karina say to the batters to deserve this onslaught, and saying that, Shrug saying helmets should be mandatory for batters, keepers and camera people. Probably, maybe us too here.
Well, we could do with a
we
couple.
We can't really see it once it goes above the eye line, which isn't great. Anyway, it's going to be Shigwell coming out, so it's not going to get much easier.
Shigwell will go for his shots, we know that, and he's going to get a boundary.
Oh, there you go.
No. Oh, dear. Well, that's why he plays cricket and not football, folks. It's a little bit of dribbling going wrong here on the boundary. Well, he stopped it and kicked it over. Look at this.
Yeah,
this is a right and left combination.
It's a proper own goal, isn't it, really, from Haider. First one's good, next one not so good. If Corey would have his way, he'd actually lose 2 shoes for that. He said if you're not going to give penalty runs, then the fielder should lose a shoe when they do foot fielding. And they don't get it back till they use their hands. Anyway, Shigwell does get a boundary, then he gets a 1 as they edge closer to this target.
Yeah, he just takes the 1 there. Could have gone for 2, but I think he's quite happy to leave Upman Zai on strike to do his thing. Afzal wants to come around the wicket to the powerful left-hander.
So another good net run mate booster for Donnerstadt, who already had a very big win over Pack Riders in match 9. They're going to go back to back, you'd imagine, pretty quickly, and this misses the pitch, so that's not great. And Upman Zai, not the man you want to give a free hit to at the moment.
Well, this doesn't just miss the pitch.
And the thing is, the wind's died down, so you can't even blame the wind. Like an hour ago, you might have blamed the wind for blowing it off the pitch. Anyway, everyone, stay aware of your surroundings.
Karina, get ready.
Karina, do you know the brace position? Hopefully you do. All right, here we go.
Not out. It's a free hit. So you can see that on the 45 at fine leg. He's jumping up and down with joy, but somebody's just broken the news to him that it can't be out.
Yeah, and that's just wasted probably 20 to 30 seconds fixing up the stumps. I love the square leg umpire has refused to come in and fix the stumps, saying, hey, you broke them, you bought them. You need to go fix them up yourself, because you didn't need to do that, because you can't be stumped off a no ball. You can only be run out. They weren't trying to run.
Hit firmly, and this one, I do believe, goes all the way as well. 6 runs, I think. And the umpire's just checking, say, somebody tell me. Well, I'll tell you. Put them up in the air like you just don't care, because this is 6. We absolutely clobbered. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's 6 runs.
Yeah, it has gone over on the full. Good spot, Rico. Just sneaks over the line. Maximo time. And this game is on borrowed time now.
And it's going to be another no ball. So Afzal started well, didn't he, get in the wicket with his first?
I think this is harsh. I don't know if this was off the pitch. It was given.
Oh, hang on a minute, that is off the pitch.
Okay.
Vinny, what's going on?
Then
well,
you're right.
You're going to say this is not 6. Well, it is. It's a biggie.
It didn't act like it was off the pitch. Anyway, well, guess what? This is going going and gone. And another big over. This one goes for 19. Not magical, but pretty much as we get to the end of the over. It's 90 for 1. So well, I feel like this could be the last over. So let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Vienna Danube as well as ICCV and GCA. They'll be here. Cricketers are back trying to defend their unbeaten record. But really, all 4 teams unbeaten for day 3. Thing is, 3 of them haven't played yet. And it starts 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Join us.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the Cricketers CC again tomorrow. Remember, 3 out of 3 yesterday. Captain Bilal Zalmai was in excellent form. It'd be good to see him again.
Really good to see him back.
And remember, we were talking about him. I had a chance to talk to him. He's had a few issues with his health. He's had cancer. He's come back from cancer. The first time, really, he started playing again properly, so it was great to see him out there. And he batted really well. He'd be looking to continue the way the team have performed. And they got some amazing victories.
He's a loose cannon, Bilal, and they're like a team of loose cannons. But that's what makes them great, cricketers. You know, so they got the wild thing back with them, Javid Zadran, for this series. But yeah, I like it. I like that they're kind of a bunch of renegades that don't play by anyone's rules. And they did some quite amazing things on day 1. Looking forward to seeing them live again. Anyway, everyone, get ready for the for the car park to get pretty busy, because I think we'll be out of here soon. It's 4 to start the over.
I like it. Look at the batter. He says, okay, you want to bowl short to me. He said, first, I'm going to put you away, 4 runs. And then he's saying to the bowler, come on, pitch it up. Pitch it up. You want to bowl it short, you're going to have to go fetch it. And it just stands there and says, come on, bring me another. As Shigual smashes it away.
Just 5 to win now. They can do it with the Maximo.
He's quite happy to take the single as well. And now Upmanzai to get on strike. Very happy. Don't start players at the moment. They're on their feet waiting to celebrate what has been a perfect day for them, a perfect start. I think still something going on between Razmal and Tariq.
I like that. They're kind of low-key jawing is what they call it in America. They're jawing each other. Not bold though.
Well, I think Upmanzai is probably getting the biggest chair for a defensive shot.
Well, I think Razmal is getting a bit of support from off the field as there's a little bit of... I mean, these guys only play each other once. There's every chance they might play each other in the finals day. And they're certainly making the most of the contest, even though there's not too much of a contest on the field at the moment.
It's going to be a wide delivery. Just 3 runs now required. So they can do it in 1 hit, and I think that's what Upmanzai is wanting to do. Remember, he's on 45. I think he's looking for the perfect delivery to hit another 6 and to bring up his half century as well.
Good point, actually. Very astute individuality thinking from yourself. Upmanzai.
And that will do it. Thank you very much. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shakka Maria. And brings up his half century as well. Both अच्छी batting की थी Upmanzai ने अपनी half century भी पूरी कर ली. And मैच भी जीत गए don't start. 3 मैच खेले आज 3 ही जीत गए last साल दे पिछले साल दे champion ने. And well done and well batted indeed. And he does it in style. Brings up his half century and also wins the match for his side. And with that, Maximo, that means that they will finish with 102 for 1. And congratulations to the reigning champions on start who made the perfect start to retaining their championship.
It was super impressive, weren't they? And so, you know, Donnerstadt, we'll see them a little bit later in the week. They'll be very happy how they started. I mean, they were tested at times today. They just look so strong, don't they, across the board. That long, strong batting order. This is what's coming up tomorrow, like we said. 5 more matches starting 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. If you are leaving us, then make sure you join us tomorrow for another big day of action with the 9th, 10th and 11th teams to join us here in this FanCode European Cricket Series. So let's roll into the highlights. 99 as a target didn't seem like enough to defend, did it? And Donnerstadt made sure it wasn't, although early on we saw some good bowling. But look, even if the bowlers were a little bit off, these openers were making them pay, and some of these balls were going a long long way, Rico.
Oh, there were some big hits. I mean, just look at this, the power hitting. And a lot of them, well, they were heading towards Karina in the tower.
Whoa.
This bat was heading towards the umpire, who had to take
It literally went to where he was standing. Look at this. It literally went to square leg. And it's the longest, loneliest walk in cricket, fetching your bat. Yeah, it's not walking back to the pavilion. But yeah, I mean, it's raining sixes, wasn't it? Considering they didn't even go 6 overs, we saw 12 sixes. So that's a big rate. That's kind of a maximum rate over 20. And that's going to be hard to stop. Mixture of bad bowling and good batting, I think. You know, you see Nafzal came on, and that was the only wicket as Akib Iqbal made something out of nothing. This was an interesting one, wasn't it? It's when cricket meets football, and why cricketers probably shouldn't. Pity we didn't see the end of that, because that was the own goal that bounced off 2 feet. This one went for a Maximo, and the writing was on the wall, wasn't it? As Uthman Zai, he crept up on that half-century, and then needing a 6 to get him there, he was able to do it. 51 off 19, and the amazing thing about that is he doesn't hit it 4, but he hits 8 sixes in his 51. So 48 of his 51 runs were in sixes. Pretty crazy stuff. Apart from that, Iqbal Hussain was good early on, wasn't he? 33 off 13. Shigawal, he seems to be more talking than batting out there, but he still was able to gather 10 runs as they bring up the 100, and they bring up the win of 5.4 overs.
Yeah, he's going to be a very happy captain, isn't he? Don't forget, I mean, you mentioned Uthman Zai there, the way he batted and got his half-century. But don't forget that earlier that his captain did the same thing when he got 70. He did it all with sixes as well. This is the bowling figures. Nothing really to shout about there. Just the 1 wicket as we saw. But Akib Iqbal, the captain of the Tigers, he had a rough time, as did Ashan Yusuf. Both of them went magical. And the only joy really was the wicket that was taken by Afzal. But a very convincing victory, and you got to say that, well, the Tigers, well, they got tamed in that one.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, Donnerstadt was super impressive, no doubt about that. But Austrian Cricket Tigers, probably disappointing. Well, not probably, they were disappointing, I think. I think they need to maybe gamble to get Mirza out there earlier. He does seem to be the form batter at the moment, so maybe you open with him. I know Aslan Yusuf showed signs of coming back into form, but I think he's just been a little bit light on the preparation, and Mirrors has hit the ground running. They find themselves 1 and 2, so that's a pretty uncomfortable place to be, because I think you need to win probably 6 games, and maybe 6 games and a good net run rate to get in the 4, and to have 2 losses on opening day. I don't think that was in the plans for
It's
ACT.
not in the plans. And the other thing is the way they lost that last one. I mean, there will be other teams who will probably be having the same sort of results as them in terms of wins and losses, but I mean that loss will hurt. Their net run rate is going to take a big hit.
You're exactly right. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. I hope you enjoyed the action on the field. The balls were flying today. Obviously, I think the field being a bit quicker as well. We saw a lot more 4s, I think, today than we saw yesterday. Still plenty of 6s though, and I'll be very curious to see what the maximum rate is when I log on tomorrow. Just a reminder before we go, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out this series, and also I think the ECI is coming out soon as well. The fixtures are there. Maybe the squads will be out there soon as well. Go to our YouTube page as well if you don't already. There's lots of videos. There's highlights videos, players match videos as well. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network and our social media at European Cricket. Rico, great to be with you, and another wonderful day of entertainment.
It's been a good day. It's been great to have you back. Look, one thing I will say, look, I know that you didn't quite get to the 350,000 in Milan. In that case, we're going to do it here. We're going to do it.
We're going to do it?
Yeah, we want.
Give me a count here. Hold on.
We want.
I'll give you a count before we go.
So we want you to tell your friends, tell your family. We want 350,000.
348,000 and change. So we're going to get there. Come on. So tell your friends, everyone. This is like a moneyless pyramid scheme. Tell 3 of your friends and get them to tell 3 of their friends to like the European Cricket Network on YouTube. And Rico will donate one of his jackets. Anyway, look, we're going to have a few highlights for you today. Big thank you to Spring Production, to Gunnars, to Karina, and of course to Els as well, who's pushing the buttons, to the Blue Crew, players, officials, and everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. Here's some of the best bits, as I'm sure I hear the European Cricket song in the faint distance coming your way. The dulcet tones of Rico Full and Johnny Grimmer, of course. But from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, it's been great to be back in Austria. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adiós. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.